Oh,
We are live, Sagar.
okay. Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to this 3-day symposium titled The Past as Present, History and the Politics of Representation in Indian Cinema. Both globally and in South Asia, the history of cinema as a technology for narrating stories is less than 150 years old. However, in a largely semi-literate country like India, cinema's enormous soft power comes from being an industrial mode of representation. Unencumbered by the written word, movies have long served mass audiences with entertaining stories of human predicament in local languages. Also, like previous technologies of mass communication, example, print, it has often been deployed for propagandist purposes other than entertainment. The shared and collective past of our civilizational history too has been cinematically represented by filmmakers of various ideological hues. Such competing narratives have been analyzed by many film studies scholars. They continue to add remarkable insights towards what our keynote speaker called in a piece published in 2010, understanding the complexity and political challenges faced by Indian filmmakers under colonialism. So this year, as India approaches its 75 years of independence, we sent out an invitation to scholars belonging to the disciplines of both history and cinema studies for attending this symposium. Our aims and ambitions were modest, and given the times that we are passing through, our approach was cautious. We began with the idea of a keynote address and a few presentations conducted on a single day. However, we were soon overwhelmed by the response, as more than 80% of those whom we approached with the proposal agreed to join the bandwagon. And even those who could not participate referred their students and scholars unknown to us. Unfortunately, the earlier program was that the Vice Chancellor would be with us, but he's currently traveling and unable to join us today. So in his absence, Dr. Kaushalya Vajpayee and myself, who are both JNU trained historians, but otherwise naive about the vocabulary of cinema studies, welcome you all to this symposium. What we seek through this exercise is to create a platform where subject experts present, reflect, and question ideas on the current moment in Indian cinema. And we are privileged to have amongst us, as the keynote speaker for this symposium, Professor Ravi Vasudevan. And some of us know, but many don't, that he has 2 PhDs. One from Center for Historical Studies in JNU, and the other from the University of East Anglia. So he's well versed in both vocabularies and both disciplines, and has a doctorate in both history and cinema studies. So there's no one better than him to enlighten us on the current moment. On he has to set the ball rolling, and I give over the days to Professor Ravi Vasudevan. Thank you, sir. We are privileged to have you here.
Thank you very much, Sagar. I'm really happy to be with you. Unfortunately, we can't all be in a face-to-face gathering, but this is an area which is of interest. I haven't been working on it in the recent past, but thanks to Sagar's invitation, it kind of refreshed and reanimated my engagement with this particular field or subtopic within film studies. And as a historian, obviously, it's a question of a great interest of how one actually proceeds in terms of research and methodology and approach to actually look at the relationship between a specific genre, I would call it, that is the historical film, and the question of history. So that is an area which I would like to explore, and I'll start sharing my screen with you so that we can start the presentation. Sorry. Sorry, I'm not quite getting.
We could see your screen, sir.
You could see it? Okay.
Yeah. It was being.
Yeah. I can't start. Okay, sorry. Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the delay. Right, okay. So I'm starting with, I just discovered after I worked out this topic, and it's completely instinctive, that this is 60 years since the publication of E.H. Carr's What is History? So this would be of interest to the general student of history, I'm sure. Not that I'm going to revisit that text specifically, but it does pose a question as to what history is now. And one of the concerns I have is the fact that we are really actually challenged in terms of the field of professional history, in terms of the range of actually questions, the unsettling of the field in terms of even protocols, the range of methods or materials or archives or forms which we can work with. And also the notion that there's an alternative way or a whole series, a whole spectrum of different ways of engaging the past, which actually do not admit of the protocols at all, as we well know, of professional history, and which have longer engagements with folklore, with all sorts of legendary notions of historical romance. And much of this is the substance of what is actually produced and used in the historical film. By and large, I'm going to try and just focus on this question of the historical film, which includes a dimension of action, of course, and given the revivification of the genre, especially in the last decade or so, including the revisiting, especially of medieval, so-called medieval history, and the ways in which the relationship between the Delhi Sultanate, the Mughals, and Rajput, for example, become the recurrent kind of focus of many films today. So that is the broad area I'm looking at. I should just signal something a little on the side, the notion that we need to think about a whole range of issues when we're thinking about how film deploys history or how film refers to history. And I'm thinking in the recent past of films like Dam Laga Ke Hai Shab, for example, which actually takes a fairly recent history, which is accessed through the sphere of material cultural experience. For example, the presence of the audio cassette as a very recent kind of marker of what it meant to live about 20, 25, 30 years ago, and the commonplace things which we assembled around us, which we are habituated to. And so notions of more of a historiography within cinema which is driven by more kind of recent logics, obviously are something also to think about. Not just these kind of large scale cinema with huge production values and investments, which actually go around building an ancient and medieval world, for example. But more contemporary registers are, I think, equally salient and important to understand when we're thinking about how cinema actually engages, addresses, frames the question of history in a number of different ways. So I just wanted to mark that before I move forward. I did want to just access and reference a certain body of scholarship, extant scholarship, specifically around a problematization of academic history and the kind of the status or the superordinate value or meaning of academic history in relationship to popular forms of understanding history and the past. For example, we have here Vivian Sobczak, who's actually writing this article, a very perceptive one. It was written something like 30 years ago, but I think is still very valid, who asserts in the wake actually of Hayden White clearly that both the work of academic scholarship and the Hollywood historical epic construct interpretive narratives formulated around and foregrounding past human events as coherent and significant. Both are temporally reflexive, they reflect on the time and past, and both respond, if in different ways and through different experiences, to the same central and philosophical question: how to comprehend ourselves in time. So this, I think, is a crucial vector, and it animates a whole series of ways of thinking about the past, of ways of thinking of history through cinema. I think the register of some building a kind of connection between the historical past, hugely dramatized, maybe romanticized, and our contemporary becomes another frame of reference for historical scholarship. What connections, even as something seems remote, even as something seems grandiose and kind of monumental in its design, for example, scenes from the Delhi Sultanate or from the Maratha Peshwai, these are done with most ornate ways. And the speech registers, the rhythms of dialogue delivery, all are kind of escalated in terms of size, scale, pitch. What is the register of continuity? I think this is a question Sobczak and others asking. So how does one recognize oneself as a historical subject of a particular kind when being placed within this register of the remote and yet the very kind of immersive kind of engagement with the past, done through cinema and cinematic techniques? Here again, the genre formally repeats the surge, splendor, and extravagance, the human labor and capital cost entailed by its narrative's historical content in both production process and modes of representation. Through these means, the genre allegorically and carnally inscribes on the model spectator a sense and meaning of being in time, and human events in a manner and at a magnitude exceeding any individual temporal construction or appropriation. And most importantly, in a manner and at a magnitude that is intelligible as excess to lived body subjects in a historically specific consumer culture. So consumer culture is very important here. It is a regime of consumption. Regimes of consumption change the types of attraction, the type of aesthetic attraction, the attraction or allure of things past, of these are continuously being remodeled as well. But it is done with scale, with labor and capital. And here, in the case of Sobczak and many others, the key reference point would be the Roman Empire films, especially from the 1950s and to the 1960s, which were gargantuan products. So the scale of formulation, so there are two registers. One, this body of scholarship is arguing, take the historical film seriously, even if it is actually indulges in romance, even if it is not absolutely true to specific incidents and the way they're actually being evoked or represented. Nevertheless, they constitute an argument. They constitute a formulation, but they constitute that formulation with a scale a magnitude as Sobchak says, which is actually not of our everyday. It's not of what we see around us. It's not what we are. So this connection between two registers, something scaled up, but argumentative. It's a form of argumentation. It's a form of sorting out events, defining relations, sorting out ethical meaning about who is actually, for example, a victim in a situation, who is the figure who is oppressive, who is actually subordinating others. There may be logics of emancipation, which also emerge as critical to the direction of history. There's a case of Burgoyne, one of the film scholars working around history, so referring to Barthes. And Barthes said, it was like, when I was watching these movies, it was like I was sitting in a balcony and actually kind of moving into the set, as if it was surrounding me, immersing me. And there are cases of pre-cinematic forms like the panorama, which is like a kind of large-scale 360-degree painting, lit with gas and fuel, which also acquires an immersive frame, and for which historical subjects, for example, battles and ships at sea and at war and in the were very popular and became quite critical to the way in which visuality as a new technological form emerged in the late 19th century. And we can think down to things like the sound and light shows, which we are accustomed to in India as well, as another instance of such bid through sound and through light and voice to immerse ourselves in a particular kind of historical, the texture of a historical time. In fact, Burgoyne says to reenact is a bit to create a re-experiencing. You were not there, but I'm now going to push you into this space of history through the technologies at my command. So my purpose, is both to register all these kind of parallels, these overlaps, but also to think about how these different genres are assembled. And I'll come back to that in relationship to different notions of the past, different ways of actually entering history, where the professional historian actually is situated in relationship to these forms. In fact, one of the things I'm interested in is the idea of a kind of meta-historiographical approach, which actually places a number of historical initiatives, both professional but in a more variegated sense, and how to calibrate this relationship or estimate a way of actually building conversations amongst these different investments, if you want, in the past. As I said, scale and magnitude I'll come back to. These are actually very consequential, I think. And there's a series of kind of attempts to think through what this has meant in terms of a sense of history as destiny and the way it's bound up with peoples, with nation states, with populations which have not yet seen emancipation, but the future creates a kind of utopian possibility through a line of historical creativity or imagination. So now, right now, what I'm going to do, and Sagar, how much time will I have now? It's now 9:30.
Sir, please continue. No issues.
No, but I don't want to overstep. Now it's about 9:30. Should I say, is 10 o'clock too far? Or I'll try and stay within 10.
You can take till 10:15 also.
10.
I'll try not to exceed 10 o'clock. Okay. So the films which I've identified to explore some of these issues are, one is the Sant Tukaram. Now, it may be a film familiar to you. It is easily available for you to see online. Pukar is also available. Both of these films are from the 1930s. So let's start a bit earlier to look at some of the kind of historical issues, but issues also of genre and where the boundary between historical and other forms is defined or is made porous or is not so clear, and down to more contemporary works, which include a clutch of films from 2008. Unfortunately, I don't have any stills to Ashutosh Gawarikar's Jodha Akbar, but I will reference it. and then there's Bajirao Mastani and Padmavat. These are films which I'll be looking at. So in the first instance, let me explain why I'm looking at Sant Tukaram. One of the arguments is that how does one describe the boundedness of genre? Or is genre, that is different types of film, or is, how are the boundaries clear, or are they continuously fluid? And one such instance, and this has been pointed out by other historians, such as Urvi Mukhopadhyay in her book on the medieval in Indian cinema, the line between films which were called saint films, which related to the Bhakti movement, and which actually were particularly popular in the 1930s into the early 40s, they often actually referenced, drew upon historical figures. The saints themselves were historical figures, and they often engaged with other historical figures. Now, in a much more fluid, loose, not necessarily chronologically coherent fashion, and this is the case with Sant Tukaram as well. Key to, of course, the saint films, as has been argued by many, is that they capture the whole move into new kind of languages of faith and devotion and speech and poetry, which exceed and unsettle the hierarchies of control and authority of Brahmanical scholarship and Sanskrit learning. So this is the broad field within which, of course, a film like Sant Tukaram, one of the most popular and well-known of these films, emerges. And for our purposes today, its interest is how it emerges from, if you want, a kind of ecology, of cinematic ecology, within which the figure of Shivaji is extremely important. So from the 1920s onwards, from the period of the silent cinema, Shivaji and films related about Shivaji or other figures like Shambhaji and related to specific events and such as the Sinagad fort attack and rescue were extremely popular in the cinema coming out of Kolhapur and Pune in the 1920s, and that persisted. And in a sense, this is the longer backstory, if you want, for something like Bajirao Mastani. And in fact, there is a version of Bajirao Mastani which is not available, but was made in 1925. And Padmavat too, of course, not to do with Marathi framework, nevertheless was made in Maharashtra during that period, and also in Hyderabad by D.N. Ganguly. There are versions of the Padmini story, which date back to that earlier period. So this is one of the contexts, that you have the figure of Shivaji, an extremely protean entity who is coursing through the cinema of this period, manifesting in a rather different setting, not the traditional historical spectacle related to action and adventure and historical encounter with, say, the Mughals, but in his encounter with the saint, Tukaram. The clip which I'm going to show you, and I hope it works coherently, relates to an event, completely fictional, because they come from different points in time. When Shivaji, hearing of the great kind of the feeling and the kind of sincerity of Tukaram, comes to see him and is transformed and is wants to give up all worldly authority and wants to give up all material wealth and his position as king. So overwhelmed is he by the spirituality of Tukaram and his simpleness and his transparency and of being. It is in relationship to this potential renunciation that the scene which I'm going to show you evolves. This relates to Tuka admonishing Shivaji, saying he must not give up the duty which had been assigned to him in the world, and that in fact everyone should, in a sense, abide and fulfill the obligations and the duties which have been conferred on them, which have been born into, and that in that fashion, each would find his or her way to the Lord. So each would have a path, if you want, to the heavens, but only by, it would appear, abiding by the duties and obligations they have been born into. It sounds an extremely conservative logic in a sense of caste replenishment. And that is the first impression one gets. But I'd like you to look at this to suggest one thing, and this is a line of thought, if you want a thought experiment, that what we're doing is we're taking something which has a historical referent, but in a sense, drained of a historical context and plausibility and verisimilitude, the encounter of these two figures. Nevertheless, the iconicity of Shivaji, the plenitude of meaning he carries in terms of the heroic Maratha tradition, is here given pause for thought. And not only is it given pause for thought, it is as if taking history and unsettling it, the cinema is also doing a work of transformation. And it is that work of transformation that I'd like you to have a look at now.
कुलधर में साधन कुलधर में ध्यान कुलधर में साधन कुलधर निधान हाथी चढ़े कुलधर निधान हाथी चढ़े कुलधर में ध्यान कुलधर में साधन कुलधर में ध्यान कुलधर में साधन कुलधर में महत्व कुलधर में मान कुलधर में महत्व कुलधर में मान कुलधर्म पावन परलोकी कुलधर्म पावन परलोकी तुका म्हणे कुलधर्म दावी तेरी देव तुका म्हणे कुलधर्म दावी तेरी देव यथाविध भाव जरी होय यथाविध भाव जरी होय यथाविध भाव जरी होय. तेव्हा आपापले कुलधर्म पाळणं हे प्रत्येक मनुष्याचं कर्तव्य आहे. इतकंच नव्हे तर त्याची तपश्चर्या त्याचा मोक्ष त्याचं परमात्मपद त्यातच आहे. शिवबा तुम्ही क्षत्रिय तेव्हा क्षात्र धर्माप्रमाणे शत्रूशी लढून तुम्ही देशाचं आणि धर्माचं रक्षण केलं पाहिजे. तो तुमचा राजधर्म आहे. तो तुम्ही पाळला तर जनक अंबरीषाप्रमाणे इहलोकी कीर्ती आणि परलोकी मोक्ष मिळवा.
पण महाराज क्षात्रिय धर्माच्या मोहाचं जाळे इतकं मोठं आणि गुंतागुंतीचं आहे की त्यात एकदा अडकलेला मनुष्य प्राणी परमेश्वर प्राप्ती करून घेण्यासाठी कधीच मोकळा होणार नाही.
तसं नाही राजे. वर्णाश्रम धर्माप्रमाणे प्राप्त झालेली कर्तव्ये तुच्छ लेखून ईश्वर प्राप्तीसाठी संसाराचा त्याग करण्याची किंवा दुसरा कोणताही खटाटोप करण्याची आवश्यकता नाही. राजा असो शिपाई असो किंवा तुमचा सामान्य प्रपंची प्रजाजन असो धर्मानं नेमून दिलेली कर्तव्ये करीत करीत परमेश्वराला आपलासा करून घेण्याचा अगदी साधा मार्ग म्हणजे नाम घेता उठा बोधी नाम घेता उठा बोधी होय संसाराची तुटी होय संसाराची तुटी ऐसा लाभ बांधा गाठी ऐसा लाभ बांधा गाठी विठ्ठल पायी पडे मिठी विठ्ठल पायी पडे मिठी नामा परते साधन नाही नामा परते साधन नाही जे तू आनिक करीसी काही जे तू आनिक करीसी काही हा कारोनी सांगे तुका हाकारोनी सांगे तुका हाकारोनी सांगे तुका नाम घेता राहो नका नाम घेता राहो नका नाम घेता राहो नका नाम घेता राहो नका
खरं आहे. पटलं मला. महाराज, अज्ञानानं माझ्या हातून मोठी चूक होत होती, पण आपल्या उपदेशानं मला माझ्या खऱ्या कर्तव्याची जाणीव झाली.
पांडुरंग 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 पांडुरंग
महाराज महाराज, आपण चित्रातंग असल्याचं पाहून चाकडचा किल्लेदार आपल्याला पकडण्यासाठी इकडच्या रोखाने येतो आहे. आपण इथून लवकर चलावं.
काय शिवाला पकडण्यासाठी यवन इकडे येत आहेत? पांडुरंगा, तुझं कीर्तन चालू असताना तुझ्या भक्तावर हा प्रसंग यावा ना. न देखवे डोळा ऐसा हा आकांत परपीडे चित्त दुःखे होते. काय तुम्ही येथे नसाल असे झाले, आम्ही न देखिले पाहिजे. परचक्र कोठे हरिदासाच्या वासे न देखिले तदेशे राहतिया. तुका म्हणे माझी लाजविली सेवा हीनपणे देवाजीने झाले. तुका म्हणे माझी लाजविली सेवा.
महाराज, जेवणाच्या लोकांचा वेढा पडला, ह्यावेळी विचार करू नका.
पांडुरंगा, प्रल्हादा कारणे नरसिंह झालासी त्याची बोलासी सत्य केले. रामकृष्ण गोविंद नारायण हरी गरदे राजद्वारी भक्तराज विठ्ठल माधव मुकुंद केशवा तेने दैत्य राम दचकला. मग आता याच वेळी तू कुठे दडून बसला आहेस? तूच आपल्या भक्तांना जर असं दूर लोटलंस तर त्याचं रक्षण तरी कोण करणार? ते काही नाही. देवाला तरी आम्हाला दूर लोटलं तरी आम्ही काही देवाला सोडायला तयार नाही. थतो हे मस्तक तुतो हे शरीर नामाचा गजर सोडू नये. नाशिवंत देह झाला तरी भंग तरी कीर्तन रंग सोडू नये. विठ्ठल 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 विठ्ठल
Right. What I think this clip from Tukaram elaborates in some fashion is a particular unsettling of the historical as a stable referent, and the way in which the historical here, the iconicity of two figures, is brought together to create a new, if you want, chemistry. Now, the chemistry, it seems, is already stable. If you're thinking of an organicity of, say, caste form, and the destiny or the advocacy about how you would undertake a life and how you would best achieve your goals and your spiritual ends. Nevertheless, what the cinema itself does in the wake of this set of formulations is to set up a different imagination. Now, that imagination is predicated on the fact that Shivaji, within the standard form of Marathi cinema of that time, a heroic entity, a singularly heroic entity, is now actually brought to a standstill, goes into a trance, and his actually aura is distributed. And this is done through the register of the cinematic miracle, if you want, which is actually stop motion editing, which actually substitutes one figure for another, such that everyone becomes Shivaji. And he is not centered, he is not the heroic individual, but he, in an image of popular sovereignty, he spreads through the social, or everyone becomes a king, potentially within this logic. So this is one of the, if you want, one of these systems of ways of unsettling, which I'm trying to suggest maybe also a kind of a resource for the historian to think through. And I'm not privileging only the professional historian, but for us to collectively think through a number of, with different entry points and different ways of engaging the historical. But here we have a working on and working with history to create different effects through new technologies of representation. I want to actually now move on to that's my second example. And this relates to this classical kind of configuration, a configuration which will be revisited in the 2010s, especially with Jodha Akbar in 2008. But it's the classic locus classicus of notions of communal amity, which undergirds the ideational dynamics of the historical film. That is Mughal Rajput fealty, the alliances, loyalties, the cultivation of friendship and trust, which were meant to undergird and support a different understanding of the world and of the possibilities of coexistence. And here we have, in this case, it is the figure of Jahangir, who is the subject of Sohrab Modi's film. Sohrab Modi, of course, is one of the canonical figures of the Urdu and Parsi theater before, alongside his presence as a major figure of the historical film, especially with films like Bukhar. It's one, there are not many of them still available, but there are more of these. There are also Shakespeare adaptations, which he undertook. Another very important film a couple of years after this is Sikandar, about Alexander's invasion of India and the ways reconciliation took place between him and the Hindu king Porus. Now, with this film, I want to explicate a couple of things. One is that, and this I think Gawarikar also takes up in the 2008 film, is the ways in which this relationship was not something given. It obviously was not. Any professional historian will certainly kind of take you through all the tortuous paths of alliances, broken alliances, treachery, the renegotiation of territories and treaties and understandings which went into the relationship from the Sultanate through the Mughal Empire in relationship to the Rajputs. So there you can have, there's a whole corpus of material for us to look at. But here we're looking at a particular popular vector, a popular imaginary. It is written by Kamal Amrohi, of course, who is a very important figure, two major films, Mehel and also Daira, later, just after independence, were his. And in this particular instance, we have a specific case. Now, let me quickly run you through it. The figure of Jahangir in this film is associated with a completely impartial and objective notion of justice, which is available to everyone. The availability is facilitated through anyone coming to the palace and ringing the bell. So such that the call for justice, the pukar for justice, would be actually kind of relayed to the emperor. And an audience would be made. The person who is seeking restitution of justice would be afforded an audience with the emperor accordingly. Now, in this case, what happens is that a particular adjudication tests the relationship between Rajputs and Mughal. Very simply put, a young man, Mangal Singh, in love with a woman from a rival family, is actually accosted by two men from that family, and defending himself, kills them. The dying father, whom he has killed, reaches, pulls the bell, and is given in his last moments. He's able to testify against Mangal Singh, the boy, and Mangal Singh, scared of the justice, of the kind of the way in which Jahangir's justice brooks no kind of mediation or supplication, runs. And that very running makes him guilty in Jahangir's eyes. Interestingly, Mangal's father, who is a very close courtier of Jahangir, Sangram Singh, played by Modi, goes after Mangal and brings him back, and so submits him to the emperor's justice on the grounds that he has full trust and belief in Jahangir's the even-handedness with which Jahangir will conduct the trial. But Jahangir, because the boy has run, subjects him to maximum punishment and the death sentence. Now, now this is a fable, I think. What transpires is that by accident, Nur Jahan, testing her archery, kills a dhobi, washerman. And as this event takes place, Sangram is passing through the local community, espies what has taken place, and insists that the widowed wife, Rani, present herself at the court, ring the bell, and secure the justice, which is her due. Now, this is a complicated situation. It is almost by command of the Rajputs that the Dhobin, the untouchable woman, is actually drawn into the court, not at her own initiative. This, I think, sets up a particular field of force. Now, what happens is, and I'm just going to show you quickly run through this in terms of stills, because we don't have time for the clip. What happens is that, confronted with this situation, Jahangir comes to a remarkable judgment. He says that just as Rani has lost her husband, now the queen must lose hers. Now, going back to the motif of the kind of grandiloquence, the kind of monumentality, the kind of presence and aura is actually built up. We can see this in this escalating series of close-ups. As the figure of Jahangir becomes bigger and bigger in the frame, as the insistence of what he has chosen to do is kind of swamps the frame and swamps, if you want, the court, and swamps the spectator as well. This is following a logic of parda. We have the queen actually behind the parda, watching the events as they unfold in the court. This is Rani and her son, who are supplicants, and around them the courtiers, and also the common folk in the background. So it is a mixed kind of public which is present in this scene. Now, escalating angles, and then the decision, which is announced. The faces are aghast at what has transpired, including that of Rani, who has been now given a bow and arrow, in order to fulfill Jahangir's verdict. Courtiers have a state of shock. Everyone in a state of silence and shock, desperate moving of the rosaries. And then this escalating close-up as Jahangir insists. It's quite a remarkable kind of sequence in terms of the build-up and unfolding of this logic of immersion in this figure. And she's, despite herself, is about to do it when Sangram intervenes. Sangram brings the woman into the court. He arraigns her there, and he then stops her action. It's as if Sangram actually has power here, and it is the power which undergirds the court and Mughal authority. And for the first time, this figure of fealty and loyalty, who even now will say that I am asking Rani to stop because we cannot lose you. You are our emperor. You are the people, the people, the ruler of all your subjects. please do not do this. And then the public also within the court supports what Sangram is saying. And at this point, Sangram explains to Rani that she cannot obviously do what she never wanted to do in the first place, which has brought her into the court to do. And at this point, she says then she offers her forgiveness to the queen. But no, she dare not forgive the queen because that will be an obligation on the queen. So instead, they are actually compensated. And we see this moment of almost fantasy situation where she's anointed with this kind of huge amount of jewelry, as is the son, as compensation for the loss of the husband. But it's as if there's a peculiar set of transactions which have taken place, transactions which showcase the power of the Rajputs, which also kind of present him as a loyal courtier, which make him an insistent container of the social, in terms of the fact that he can release the social, that is the figure of the untouchable woman, but also pull her back and actually kind of recuse her from any kind of standard set of obligations with the emperor. So she's paid off in a sense. So this is the peculiar way in which a field of force, which is the historical film bears testimony to a kind of dual track, where the aspect of fealty, of loyalty, is actually suddenly kind of exposed for a whole set of relationships of power and of social authority, which actually is remote from the king, and which the king, in a sense, is dependent upon. So we actually come to a position of reconciliation, but we also come to a position of disclosure. Now, this actually just tells us, I think, something of what the historical film does. The historical film, in a sense, is envisioning history, is actually telling a story about history, is, in a sense, writing history through the cinematic technology, but it is also actually kind of creating a discourse of the present, a discourse of a movement or a shift in relationships, the emergence into view of a certain layers of social authority, which are critical to the way not only the present, but the future will be orchestrated. And we don't have the time now, but one must see the historical film alongside what was an industrial product at that time, the Muslim social, which actually attended to the specificity, the inner life, if you want, which is also a life of the aristocrats, of religious piety, of Muslim society. And we see these two levels taking place, the Muslim social, but also this complicated, multi-layered social world, which is composed by this, almost formulaic relationship between Rajput and Mughal, but which actually opens up a whole set of spaces, which in a sense happens with Jodha Akbar as well, much later. So this is so I want to return to two things. One is the question of monumentality, which you've seen, this immersion. Now, this immersion and the possibility of the spectator or audience being drawn into this field, which is at once remote, but nevertheless is immersive through a series of techniques, like a set of techniques where you are drawn into the fiction. You are drawn through the power and the oratic command, if you want, of the figure like Jahangir, played by the wonderful actor of that time, Chandra Mohan, who, by the way, was also scheduled to play Akbar in Mughal-e-Azam, but actually died before that was possible. We have that configuration taking place, and we have also the possibility of, as I said, new lines of force, new futures which are emerging through this social space of the historical. The monumental then draws us in, and it also builds through this set of social reflections a sense of contemporaneity, a sense of presence of different orders of caste, which are actually kind of being relayed through the vector of that which is remote, but which is also of that time, 1939, 1940, when such major transitions were taking place. So this is where, again, we're always teasing out this relationship between the monumental, the remote, and the contemporary, the now, the historical as produced from the present, but a kind of double voice, where there's a set of conversations are taking place between then and now, and how to figure then and now at different times within the contemporary. There's an interesting formulation that along with the monumental would come the question of the antiquarian. This is, I think, very pertinent to the question of the historical as a film genre, because it's really also invested in the whole kind of detail, the whole sense of, for example, the detail of warrior's garb, the helmets and the swords and the armor which have to be composed, the obviously jewelry, but also the question of, say, the set and the set design. So these become part and parcel that, and this is an argument, in fact, that Gilles Deleuze in his Cinema One also makes, taking on board a whole notion of 19th century history as framed by Nietzsche, that actually there's a tripartite dynamic in the way in which histories are formulated in the 19th century, which is between this notion of the monumental, where there's a kind of destiny narrative, if you want, a narrative of destiny of peoples as they're moving forward, along with an antiquarian specification of how the textures of those times felt and looked, and the habitus, the way the cultivation of self and the relationship of social relationship, of etiquette, for example, were to be fabricated. So you have this duality, the monumental and the antiquarian. And the antiquarian obviously is always suggestive, because it's a question sometimes of, if not the notion of heritage at one level, but the notion also of where you assemble your material from. So, there's there are a lot of course, interesting anecdotes about the production values, which are so critical to these films. But for example, you will have the case of, in K. Asif's case, when he was actually putting together Mughal-e-Azam. And I can refer you to a very nice article by Ramna Walia in Bioscope on the colorization of Mughal-e-Azam, in which Asif demands a whole amount of jewelry of various sorts which have to be put together, and he manages also to get the Indian Army to actually support some of the kind of mass scenes which festoon Mughal-e-Azam as well. So there's this peculiar duality. There's both the question of heritage, and going back to the 1920s, often we would see that princely courts are also kind of suppliers and publicize their supply of royal jewelry or trinkets, all sorts of props from the palaces. For example, Jaipur did this in the case of Light of Asia for Himanshu Rai, or it was claimed. You see, publicity is always something you're not always 100% sure of. But you have this thing about the heirloom, the treasure which is actually reposed within a princely kingdom of ancient, of long duration, of old vintage, as being one supplicant. So antiquarianism actually comes together with a certain order of social authority, power, and heritage. And on the other side, modern forms, the Indian state also becoming a kind of vehicle to actually create the production values for something like Mughal-e-Azam. So antiquarianism becomes another interesting. The third vector, which Deleuze past Nietzsche formulates, is a notion of the ethical. So there's a destiny narrative, if you want, which is driven by this monumental form, where we are participating in this grand kind of framework of history, which is detailed, if you want, through an antiquarian logic, and is then actually destined to actually acquire an emancipatory logic of some sort, or logic of assertion of independence, of freedom. This was very commonplace, of course, in the 1950s, if you think back to things like the Ten Commandments and the question of the Jewish people. But it is also, of course, part of this entire kind of political the entanglements, say, for example, Rajput Hindu. Whose nation is this? Whose country is this? This continuous testing and the whole logic of where you can move forward. And this is what I've seen as a kind of incipient molecular form, if you want, in what I've depicted here about Sangram and how he actually operates in this film. But we'll see it much more fulsomely posed in the context, for example, obviously, of Padmavat in 2018, where that becomes the main motif, in a sense. So now I'm coming to my conclusion. And I'm sorry that I'm going to be very telescopic about this last couple of 2-3 films. It's also, well, I think you're probably all of you in some fashion familiar. I must say it was a challenge because I'm not a easy spectator of this kind of grandiose cinema. So it was like a kind of doing homework. I did most of the homework. And nevertheless, it was actually interesting simply because as an intellectual problem, it is of interest. But I will show you a few images, but I wanted to actually step back. And this is coming towards a conclusion and coming back to the question of the meta-historiographic. So I've already intimated something here of what this meta-historiographical would be, where historiography opens itself up to a series of writing practices and imaginative engagements, drawing upon a host of different resources, sometimes in ways which do not conform to the actual standard chronologies, verification of whether someone was there, whether this document is accurate, etc., but more imaginative and in a sense speculative. Sometimes we also don't know all what happened. So we actually fill in with different types of different techniques, how to actually think through even gaps in what transpired. So this regime of resources, I think, becomes interesting. What also becomes interesting is not only the regime of resources, but in fact the political regimes within which resources are calibrated. And that becomes another challenge. I'll step back to and refer you to the wonderful work by Ramya Srinivasan, whom I think is going to make a presentation, and I look forward to hearing Ramya. This wonderful thing on the many lives of Padmini, which actually dwells exactly on this way in which histories are constructed, but histories which do not necessarily admit of history or are governed or motivated by different ways of framing it: a poetics, romance, a quest for the transcendental, for a spiritual fulfillment, governing the logics of how historical stories are being told. So, for example, the case of the Padmavat and Jayasee, she wonderfully shows how it's in the thick not only of a Sufi logic, which in fact almost puts on the sidelines the figure of Alauddin Khilji and focuses rather on the figure of the Rajput, not just in terms of his Rajputness, but in terms of his desire. And his desire, which has to be moved through a whole series of challenges and which are typical of the quest for the beloved. And also self-abnegation, the way in which you actually dissolve the self, or you also kind of liken yourself to women who are driven by separation, viraha. So, the figure of the Rajput king, who is the hero of Padmavat in one logic, Ratan Sen, is the main motivator through the logic of a kind of Sufi quest. And within this, it's not as if this is a spiritual othering. It is to do with the calibration also of relationships. Even within such stories, the Jayasee will actually implot, as Ramya shows, the layered ways in which politics is being calibrated between chiefs, between kings, and between a kind of centralizing authority. What spaces are actually being inquired into, pushed into? How are stories being recalibrated as new patrons come to the fore, as there are shifts in the nature of courts, as there are shifts in the relationship between courts and kings? So the story world, the world of stories about histories, about time, about sacrifice, and also about, for example, things like Johar, these are all kind of run through the prism of different types of historical chronicle, of motivation. And I think this is where Ramia's story, in fact, tells us, gives us an approach that how to think the contemporary, both in terms of this, what I call a regime of resources, of various types of investment in the past, and how to calibrate and engage them, but also to be self-conscious about the kind of political regimes within which this orchestrated. New technologies obviously are quite critical. And social media and its relationship to history, for example, would obviously be one of the paramount concerns today. I'm not talking just about WhatsApp University. There are much more elaborate kinds of things which, as we know, are assembled and put together and doctored, etc. Anyway, let me just take you the last couple of clips and to suggest one thing. One is this. Now, there's something very interesting, and this has just struck me, and it's almost incidental to my main presentation and the type of reflections I've undertaken here. But is it that the monumental form makes it actually very difficult to construct an intimate moment? Here we have both in Padmavat twice over, we have this question, is someone watching us? So you have the moment of intimacy, but there's a set, its splendor, its elaboration, the range of things you have to do to be able to kind of assemble it appropriately, even for romantic encounter, for example, bringing down the lights. All this takes time. And suddenly, at the moment, at the clincher, it seems someone is looking. And not once, not in this place, but also in another place, where Malik Kafur, of course, an extraordinary general of Alauddin, is now a figure of camp, played by Jimmy Shrub, who's also looking into the erotics of Alauddin Khilji. But does the monumental allow for intimacy? Is just a question where we actually go. Akbar and Jodha, actually, it's very carefully calibrated, and it's actually quite nuanced in the way it's actually put together, the possibilities of romance and how it's actually staged. But here it seems much more complicated. The climax of Padmavat. The film critic Bharadwaj Rangan has actually looked very carefully at this climax. And he's looked very carefully at the narrative of Padmavat. I felt extraordinarily disturbed at the moment of this climax when Padmini carries this whole corpus, bodies of women, as it were, in red, into the fires in the wake of the treacherous murder of Ratna Sen. And at this moment, of course, he's being deprived. His ultimate goal is actually to be able to see Padmini, Alauddin, and he's being deprived. And of course, they go into this space. One thing Rangan Bharadwaj Rangan, argues is that if you look into this film carefully, at each point it is Padmavati who is actually taking all the decisive actions, all the moves which could potentially secure or help secure Chittor from the aggression of Alauddin, including presenting herself, but in a way which is duplicitous, such that she can actually escape with her king after the king is. So there is a peculiar way in which the subjectivity and the initiative of the queen is actually present in the film. And I don't think Bharadwaj is wrong there. I think there's an element of accuracy to the way he's actually pursued this. And nevertheless, of course, it is terrifically disturbing, the actual act and the conclusion which comes about. But it is something to think about, a subjectivity which is completely trammeled, which has no scope beyond a series of tiny initiatives to actually kind of secure the kingdom or herself or her husband. So it's an extremely limited frame within which she operates. But it's remarkable that Rangan has actually teased this out. One side look for those who are cinephiles and who will still remember, I'm even forgetting the name of the film. This is the film with Naziruddin Shah called Mirch Masala. At the climax of Mirch Masala, you will remember there's a kind of, the women come out and actually throw red chili powder into the eyes of this kind of villainous Chaukidar. Here it's an inversion. It's a peculiar thing where you are not actually you are escaping the figure, and the only triumph you have is in denying him his. And it is this sea of red again. I don't know if there's somewhere in the cinephiliac universe, an interreferential generic universe, as it were, something was operating on Bhansali when he assembled this in this fashion. This terrifying last image, and what is most terrifying is that she goes into that fire with this beatific look. As Ramya Srinivasan says, it's not uncommon for most stories to tell this, and many versions, not only of Padmini, but many other tales to tell of this. And of course, it was also commonplace for women to be given up by defeated rajas. So it was part of the dark ecology of the medieval period that this was the case. And I want to just end with, after fire, I end with water. And we must note in both films a particular narrative dynamic, and what this means for the contemporary, or what it means for writing history. I'm not absolutely clear, but I just leave it with you, that in both instances of Bajirao Mastani and in the case of Padmavat, the villainous Brahmin is a key figure. And in fact, the whole, the Peshwai, of course, is governed by Brahmanic authority, supported by the Rajmata in that instance. And it is against these figures that the heroes, not only against the so-called Mughals, and in fact, there's a very clear line of kind of secular exposition, which actually defines Bajirao Mastani, where although Bajirao goes into his battles with Har Har Mahadev on his lips, he insists that he is not fighting a Muslim opponent. He's fighting only this oppressive centralizing authority, which he wants to take over. So, in counterpoint to Padmavat, which is obviously very different. But here you have, after the image of fire, you have the image of water, and the fact of this viraha, of the impossibility of this love between a Hindu and a Muslim at this time. As Ramya cautions us, when we move back in time, such identities were not so transparent, and also the circulations of texts, of knowledges, of cultures were much more profound and much more porous in terms of what people knew, what they chose to draw upon, whether it's a Sanskrit shloka or a Sufi poem. They could combine these kind of things, and that is the case of Jayasee. And so we must not, our contemporary insists that we look at these things in this fixed fashion, but we anyway take some repose from the fact that cinema can still put these impossible lovers together. And that, I suppose, is a historical tale which is still to be told. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for a stunning presentation. It really left us spellbound and gave us a lot of food for thought about how this affective influence that cinema has over the audiences. There is an architectural makeup to it, and that can be analyzed and interpreted with aplomb. Thank you so much. It was great listening to you. And perhaps that in that affective influence, there is a chance that political regimes, as you said, they take their chances to influence the consciousness of the audience, which in the long run does create the images of, say, a Shivaji. It's not, it's not merely coincidental that Savarkar writes his text in 1925 on Shivaji and Maratha Padshaahi, and then there is a spate of historicals that emanate in the from late 20s onwards. In fact, Prabodhan, our presenter in the first panel, is going to speak on one such filmmaker and take this figure of the Shivaji apart. So with that, I thank you, Professor Vasudevan. And with that, we draw this session to a close.
Thank you very much. And I look forward to hearing the other papers. I'll be listening. Yeah.
Yes, please do. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So this session is over, and we resume our proceedings in about 35 minutes at 11 a.m., which will be titled Identity Politics in Cinema. And Rahul will be the chair and discussant. And there are 4 papers in this panel, all of them on very different themes. But just as Professor Vasudevan said, just this figure of the Rajput, the Maratha, the Muslim ruler, and incidentally, Dr. Ravikant, who is also a student of Professor Vasudevan, is speaking on a Bhakti saint, in the figure of the Sant in the social. So we draw this session to a close, and we meet again in 25 minutes. So thank you, everyone, and see you soon.
Just Sagar, just to say that the same link will be working for the joining of the same.
Yes. The same YouTube link will work throughout the day.
Yes.
And we hope that you will rejoin us for the session.
25 minutes. 25 minutes.
Okay. We need to leave. We should be just staying on, right?
No, you can leave. I mean, there will be.
You can leave and rejoin.
You can leave and rejoin. Yeah.
Just I can, or just I don't leave and I just go for my breakfast. Yeah. Is that right?
I think that's also
that's fine. Okay. Great.
But in 25 minutes or 35 minutes.
11. So there are 23 minutes now. Yeah.
I'm doing some weird calculations, time zone difference. That's why I was
okay.
asking.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Sagar, just one question. So it's like the next panel will be from 11 to 1, or how will, I mean, from
this
like,
is a longer panel, Rahul, that you have to chair, 4 papers. So longer, I mean, at least 2:30, if not 3.
Sure. Okay, fine. All right. Then that's fine. Okay. So 11 to, so the first speaker will be from 11 to 11:30, 11:30 to 12, 12 to 12:30, 12:30 to 1, and then 1 hour of conversation for discussion. Yeah. Fine. Fair enough. Sounds good. Great.
Okay.
Super. I'll see you all in a bit. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, Rahul, let's begin.
Shall we begin? I can't see Nadeem Saab as yet. Can't see him. Can you check, Sagar? I can't see him. He was the first to go. I just check. Anyway, I think I'll. Hi everyone to the first session of for today, and it's called Identity Politics in Cinema. And we've got a set of very exciting speakers. These include Professor Ali Nadeem Razavi of Aligarh Muslim University, who will be speaking about representations of the Mughals in present-day India, from K. Asif Akbar to the Babar of Nikhil Advani. We have Dr. Ravikant from Center for the Study of Developing Societies, who will be, speaking about mixing genres, the social in cinematic bhakti. We have Dr. Prabodhan Paul of the Manipal Center for Humanities, who will be speaking on the cinematic imagination and representation of the past, specifically looking at Marathi cinema since the 1930s. And we have Arjun Bhattacharya, a doctoral candidate at the University of Chicago, who will be speaking on Beyond Swinging Swords and Twirling Mustaches, historicizing the Rajput in post-truth Bollywood period dramas. I would request all our speakers to stick to the time limit of around 30 minutes maximum. And then once we begin, once one speaker finishes, I think we'll move on to the next speaker fairly quickly. And once the papers are presented, we'll have, I think, around like a half an hour or maybe 40 minutes for discussion later on. So without any further ado, can I have Dr. Nadeem begin? Is he there? Professor Nadeem?
I have messaged him. I think he'll be on.
I just got a message. He's saying that he's trying.
Okay.
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 I think he's on.
Right. Hi, Professor Nadeem. Hi, sir.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. But unmute. Professor Nadeem has to unmute.
Sorry, I was unable to relog once again, and it was, I don't know what happened. I'm sorry, I just missed whatever you had to say. And I would start.
Sure, please go ahead, sir.
Just one moment. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Sorry. First of all, let me thank the organizers, the O.P. Jindal Global University, for inviting me for this seminar, for this session. I would also like to thank Professor Ravi Vasudevan, whom we heard in the morning. Of course, Kaushalya ji and Sagar ji, I thank both of them because they were the ones who contacted me for this program. So thank you very much. Let me at the very outset confess that I am no avid follower of Hindi cinema. However, even with the fragmentary interest in films, and even in the television or OTT programs, I'm aware of the importance of images, even still images as well as cinema, in shaping public opinions and perceptions. Cinema does change and has often been used to influence public opinions. And my task has been made easy by the presentation of Ravi, which took place in the morning, where he showed you certain of the clips from Sant Tukaram. It was during the First World War that the power of films to shape public opinion was first tested. And the British were the first to experiment with it. However, the full potential of films as public opinion builders was developed by Joseph Goebbels. Thus, in 1934, was made Triumph of the Will, directed by Leni Riefenstahl. It glorified Hitler and the Nazi Party. Other films were made by the Nazis to send the message to the Germans about the demonic and negative nature of the Jews. One of the first anti-Semitic films thus produced was a film, Sus the Jew. We all know how these Nazi films influenced the Germans and helped in spreading anti-Semitic feelings. The influence of films in shaping public opinion was also discovered in the liberal West. Thus, a film like JFK, which changed the public opinion regarding the assassination of President Kennedy. And then, of course, in the Indian context, I should mention two very important serials of Doordarshan, Mahabharata and Ramayana. All of us know how these serials help in making a climate. Contrary to these, there were two earlier serials, Hum Log and Bunyad, which were used to propagate a desirable idea of national integration. Secondly, let us also point out that apart from being great influencers, the cinematic representation also is a great leveler. It irons out all other interpretations except for the one which is being chosen to be dramatized in the film. The other points of view and interpretations are erased, and only one narrative gets supplanted in the minds of the unsuspecting audience. Thirdly, the image imprinted on the minds of the audience through cinematic depiction is often enduring, even permanent. To give an example, for those who had seen the Hindi movie Padmavat, which had been referred by Ravi, directed by Sanjay Leela Bhansali in 2018, any mention of Sultan Alauddin Khalji throws up an image of a savage, evil king as portrayed by Shahid Kapoor. And a mention of Emperor Akbar brings in our imagination the persona of Prithvi Raj Kapoor, growling in his husky and booming voice, Shekhu. That Sultan Alauddin was a benevolent reformer who brought about agrarian reforms, introduced market control measures, which benefited not only the soldiers but also the public, and created a strong standing army, or the fact that he had recruited non-Muslims like the in charge of his bint Thakur Pheru, are all obliterated. Only one image persists: the terrible Sultan who greedily rips meat and lustfully eyes Indian billets. Or for that matter, that Akbar was actually not so relevant at all times as he is found to be in the film Jodha Akbar. We know that as far as Hollywood or European films are concerned, a large number of period films and historicals have been made successfully. Not only in the Hollywood, but also recently, the Turkish historical serials have come to the surface. For example, we have Deliris Ertugrul, Resection Ertugrul, made in 2014, which ran into 4 seasons, along with certain other, Turkish serials, all of which, in fact, try to build a particular image of the Turkish president. The soft power of these semi-historical serials is being actually used to catapult Turkey into a central position vis-a-vis the Saudi Arabia in the minds of gullible Muslims. These are helping Erdogan and modern Turkey to associate themselves with the former glorious Ottoman Caliphate. And if the popularity of these serials, especially Ertugrul in Pakistan, is any guide, the serials are succeeding in their aim. Factually speaking, the Bombay film industry, as we call it Bollywood, started with a historical film when in 1913, Dada Saheb Phalke directed and produced the first silent film, Raja Harishchandra. Actually, its reception by the masses laid the foundation of the Hindi film industry in India. Since then, innumerable films on historical themes have been produced by the Hindi film industry. Among these, a large number of films and later serials have also been made on the Mughals. Ravi, in his morning presentation, referred to one of the earliest such endeavors, Pukar, which was made in 1939 and which tried to show the adl of Jahangir. There are around 15 or 16 Hindi films which are devoted to the great Mughals. And perhaps except for Aurangzeb, all the other rulers have been chosen to be depicted in the Hindi cinema. However, the theme which appears to have predominated while producing these films is their love life, both their queens and consorts. Apart from directing their attention towards the love interests of the Mughals, some Hindi film directors celebrated the emperors themselves. And so we have a series of films starting with 1944, where Wajahat Mirza directed Shahanshah Babar. In 1945, we had a film on Humayun. We had a film in 1946 on Shah Jahan. There was a film in 1955 on Adle Jahangir, just like the one in 1939, which Ravi mentioned. And then of course, apart from these Mughal emperors, their concubines, their women, there was one film which was made on one of the nobles of the Mughal court, Behram Khan. The film was named Behram Khan and it was directed in 1946. Similarly, we had a movie on one of the musicians of the Mughal period, in which the court of Akbar was also shown. I am referring to Baiju Baba. But unfortunately, unlike the English and Hollywood movies, the Hindi films never even remotely invoke the real and lived past. Nor do they take the help of professional historians to understand the period in which they were setting their films. I mean, we have heard Ravi in the morning, where he tries to look at these films from a different angle altogether. I would be looking at these movies as a historian. The basic concern of all the directors, without exception, was to make a film on a story that would sell. For example, Sant Tukaram, and not to narrate how it actually happened in the past. Tukaram helped in developing the aura of Shivaji and the use of religion. Very well shown by the clip which Ravi had shown. In a seminar held in one of the colleges in Mumbai, sometime in 2004-5, which was attended by not only historians, students of history like me, but also with certain people from the Hindi film industry, where we interact together. This seminar was held at a time when Jodha Akbar was being completed by Ashutosh Gowarikar. In one of these sessions, while historians were lamenting how actual history was being ignored in the films, the celebrated, also in the version which Ashutosh Gowarikar was coming up with, the historians were lamenting against all that. And Shyam Benegal, all of us know about Shyam Benegal, one of the celebrated director and storyteller. He tried to silence them by remarking in the discussion which was taking place, and I quote him, "We sell stories, history never sells. Hard facts are mostly boring, and they have to be tailored with imaginative additions and moderations to make them interesting for the audience. You historians, do your job. Let us do the storytelling. The onus of narrating the fact is not on us." His message that day was loud and clear. Film directors are dream merchants. They sell what the majority demands. Facts are of no concern to them. And while seeing a Mumbai film, forget the facts, enjoy the show. What was interesting as well as intriguing was the fact that the same Shyam Benegal was also one of the directors of the series Bharat Ek Khoj, made in late 1980s, which not only took the help of renowned historians like Professor Irfan Habib, but was considered to be historically quite faithful to the story on which it was based. But if what Shyam Benegal said that day was true, and if films are pure entertainment, then why to look for historical content in a movie? Any exercise which we do on that, we have to remember this fact. At the very beginning of this presentation, I had given examples that films are great influencers. They are a great tool to shape public opinions and sway the masses in the direction which the director wants the public to sway. And thus, Benegal was not entirely correct to claim that films are pure entertainment. In fact, like everything else, the films too are not only products of a time, but are also indicators as to where we want to head. Robert Brent Toplin, the author of some very important books on the theme history and films, points out that though people mostly think of feature films as popular entertainment, yet history-oriented movies sometimes make an impact on attitudes and behaviors. And thus, films should figure prominently in discussions about the past. Similarly, Justin Smith, a professor of media studies at University of Portsmouth, UK, opines that films never exist in isolation and are always related to the wide cultural output of an era. Thus, if one has to understand a film and its content, one has to be aware of as to when and in which political and social milieu the film is being made. We, as analyzers of the past accounts, should also pay attention as to what was the probable aim of the filmmaker. Amongst all the questions, these two, when and why, are crucially important to be asked and kept in mind. Another question, if we are dealing with historicals, is the source on which the director is basing his narrative. Is he deriving his story from a novel, a work of fiction, a popular legend, or are his sources much more historical? Who, for that matter, are his consultants for the historical content? Now, amongst all the movies which have been made on the Mughals, some of which I have mentioned in my written version of this paper, 6, as far as my count goes, were produced at a time when we were struggling for our independence. And we needed to assert our glorious past. 6 films were made within a decade after the partition, in the Nehruvian era, an era of innocent idealism in which there was the need to stress our shared Ganga Jamni culture. Possibly, the movie Noor Jahan, completed in 1967, also represented the aspirations of the same era. It was also the time when Shrimati Indira Gandhi, like Noor Jahan Begum, was at the helm of political affairs of the country. She had become the Prime Minister in 1966. The film was a narration in the form of a mythical love story of a headstrong, powerful woman who came to dominate a world so far ruled and dominated by males. Though far from historical facts, the film was very much rooted into the times when it was being made. Incidentally, one thing common in all these Hindi films was a well-rooted perception of time. The misconception that Urdu was the language of the Muslims. All these movies had chased Urdu dialogue deliveries by Muslim characters, while the Rajput or Hindus were generally shown employing a more Sanskritized form of language, popularly known as Hindi. Secondly, all these films, though caricatures of actual historical facts, emphasize the ruling ideals of the current time, a common culture, and shared relations, cultural as well as social, between the Hindu and the Muslim characters. A third aspect, which was common to all these films, which are based on the Mughals, was what was articulated by Shyam Benegal, that the Indian historicals were merely stories worth selling on popular demand and not dictated by dry, boring facts. Further, these films were made for people brought up on socialistic and pluralistic ideals of Nehruvian philosophy. They were movies unlike the latter-day Padmavat made in 2018 or Panipat of Ashutosh Govarikar made in 2019 or even Tanhaji made in 2020 by Om Rath, all of which were made in more fractious times and are thus vitriolic while dealing with Muslim characters, each of them being made when we had lost our shared ideals and demonized the other. Now, for this occasion for today, I had chosen two Hindi films, The Mughal-e-Azam of K. Asif and Jodha Akbar of Ashutosh Govarikar. Mughal-e-Azam was conceived by K. Asif way back in 1944. It was finally completed in 1960 and released as a black and white celluloid with certain portions in color. The colored version, as all of us know, with minor cuts here and there, was released in November 2004. Asif based his film not on any historical account, but on a novel written by Imtiaz Ali Taj.
So just 1 minute, 5 more minutes. So.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh, right, thanks.
So what I am trying to argue is that whether it was the Mughal-e-Azam or the story by Ashutosh Govarikar, Jodha Akbar, which was made at a time when India was passing through a very different phase. The first thing which we have to keep in mind is the time when these movies are being made and in what context those movies are being contextualized. If K. Asif is making the movie at a time when Nehruvian concepts rule the roost, a time when, in fact, a time when the novel was written was a time when India was struggling for freedom. It was looking for images to be built up as against the colonial powers. Jodha Akbar was made at a very different moment of time, at a time when Indian society was passing through a phase of strife. And it was very necessary in that period of time to tell stories about Hindu-Muslim unity. And that is why if in Mughal-e-Azam, the fact that Jodha is a Hindu and the emperor is a Muslim is not rubbed to that extent, whereas in Jodha Akbar of Ashutosh Govarikar, the love story between a Hindu emperor, between a Muslim emperor and a Hindu queen is the central theme. As far as both these films are concerned, in my paper, I have tried to argue that there are many historical facts. For example, in Jodha Akbar, the fact that at the very early stage of Akbar's reign, there were certain political issues, there were certain revolts which took place. Mirza Sharafuddin's revolt was a very famous revolt which took place around 1560 or 1561 during the reign of Akbar. That is faithfully shown by Ashutosh Govarikar. There are a number of historical facts which are shown. For example, even in the architecture which Ashutosh Govarikar employs as far as his movie is concerned, there are many authenticities. But as far as Mughal-e-Azam is concerned, the entire sets of the Mughal-e-Azam, in fact, reveal the fact that the producers and directors of the movie were least concerned about the historicity of the period in which they were placing their movie. My paper, after giving those points, which are in fact found in history, goes on to the next aspect, and diversions, where the directors divert from history. All of us know about the character of Jodha, the character of Anarkali, and during the course of my paper, I try to argue when these legends had developed, what was the fact behind these legends. In the end of my paper, I go on to discuss certain of these serials, starting with Bharat Ek Khoj of Shyam Benegal, and end my paper with a discussion on the newly emerging serial on the Mughals, which is being shown on one of the OTT platforms. As far as the depiction of Babur in The Empire serial is concerned, I try to argue that I am not looking for historical facts out there, simply because the makers of this serial very explicitly point out that they are basing this story on a novel and not on the historical facts. In spite of that, I find the serial to be very refreshing, in the sense that after a very long time, the Mughals as well as Babur is at least being depicted as a human being. And for a full analysis of what I have tried to do in my presentation, you will have to wait for the printed version of this paper, because the time is too short. I am sorry that we had to start at 10, started at 11, and possibly later on at some other occasion, I might be able to give you all the details which are necessary for us to understand how the Mughals have been depicted. Here, what portions of the paper which I read out or presented were as a response to what Ravi Vasudevan had spoken in the morning, and that is why I thought that instead of concentrating on the historical facts or otherwise of those movies, I will just try to present before you what a historian expects from the movies, not what any other academic would be looking at them, the perspective through which the other academics would be looking at them. Sorry, Vasudevan, but I think that I do not completely agree with the point which you had presented in the morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And I thought it was again very refreshing to get, in a way, a quote unquote, not quote, maybe quote unquote traditional historians' approach and interpretation to cinema. And I thought that was, very interesting and quite rich. And also, I think the paper, will take up certain parts of the, things that you could not mention in the paper, maybe during the discussion that is to follow. And there was also, I think, a moments about architecture, which you mentioned in the paper, which was very, very interesting in terms of the depiction of architecture in these films, and how true those were, how accurate those were to those times and things like that. Thank you so much, sir. We will keep moving. We have a next Professor Dr. Ravikant from the CSDS, from the Center for the Study of Developing Societies, and he will be presenting something on the social and cinematic bhakti. So over to you, Ravikant sir. And just a minute. Yeah, and you have sharing. Yes. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you.
Sure. Just a minute, sir. You have 25 minutes from now. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Just tell me when you have. We have 5 minutes. Okay.
Sure. I will
try and wind up. Can you see the screen?
Yes. I think we can see the screen. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The full screen now?
Yes. Can see the full screen.
Yeah. Thank you, Sagar. Thanks a lot. And thank you, Kaushalya, for taking me to the early 1990s. Because that's when I used to teach at Delhi University and start my lectures with what is history, and obviously not necessarily sticking to E.H. Carr's book, because postmodernism and post-structuralism had happened and it had destabilized our notion of how we look at history and historiography, etc., etc. So this is one more occasion to revisit some of those debates, except that none of the debates remains where it was when we read those books. And there are several scholars have worked on something that I'm trying to look at, the question of genre mixing, which is kind of an established fact in cinema history. Rachel Dwyer, Madhav Prasad, Ravi Vasudevan, everybody would agree that there's unlike in Hollywood, we don't have specific genres, but each genre would have actually dovetail with other genres. So the show, I'm trying to understand how the social gets into the what we call the mythological or devotional, and it's very unstable. These genres cannot be really classified as very independent genres. So that's one point. Ravi has already talked about the instability of history via Tukaram. What is also obvious in his lecture is the power of music, the power of resistance, as it were, that you have in bhakti, because there is a long tradition of looking at bhakti as resistance. Now, who's resisting whom is a very interesting question. And is the space of bhakti not the space which is always contested? It is a contest between, of course, the Mughals and the Bhakt poets, just as you have a contested space between the Sufis and the Mughal court. You also have, of course, compromises and arrangements made between the two. They work together as well. Similarly, you have, caste is an issue as far as bhakti is concerned. There is Nirgun and Sagun. There is, the question of gender, the question of region, the question of language, also, and question of sects that abound in huge numbers in the medieval India. And when we come to the independent period of national movement, we see the whole battle being reopened, because history as a discipline is getting formed, while we see the printing presses publish histories as well as guidebooks about history, historical monuments. We see a whole lot of new productions, cultural artifacts coming up from the late 19th century onwards, and cinema joins in, as it were. There are, character arts. Ravi has already kind of, referred to this intermediate, multimedia kind of a space of production of, images that rewrite histories, and those histories would include both the mythological and the devotional, and how social itself, the question of masses, how to look at the masses, just as how to look at the gods and goddesses is an issue, how to portray them is an issue, how to worship them, who gets priority. All these questions are worth addressing. I'm going to, talk about basically two figures from the Bhakti tradition, and both figures going back to Valmiki.
One, of course, the figure of Valmiki himself, the Adi Kavi, and the other is the figure of Shabri. But let me just frame this by reading a couple of paragraphs before I move on to some of the visuals that I will share with you. In the first episode on Ramayana of the Shyam Benegal's television serial Bharat Ek Khoj, narrator Nehru quotes French historian Michelet and Indian Nobel laureate Tagore to establish the historicality as well as to extol idealistic virtuosity of the two ancient Indian epics. He also notes their endless reconstruction and countless retellings right since the end of the Vedic age, when its first iteration took place under the authorship of the Adi Kavi, Maharishi Valmiki. Finding hundreds of different versions, editions, translations, and adaptations across space, time, and language has been as fascinating and unending an intellectual journey as discovering accretions, deletions, and transformations in the thematic thrust, peculiar characters, and narrative empathy contained in them. Like the heart-wrenching story that leads to and thus justifies the killing of a transgressive Shambuk by Ram, the story of the lowly tribal woman Shabri feeding Jute Bear to Ram in Ramayana is another such episode that has forced scholars to dig various versions to find their earliest appearances and read meanings in divergences. Both these stories continue to have a contemporary political resonance, as does the biography of the poet Valmiki himself, who has come to be deified by sections of Dalits in North India. One has to visit the comment section of the YouTube page for the various biopics of Valmiki to see how enthusiastic his devotees are in establishing his divine status. Similarly, a recently published biography of the veteran filmmaker Ramanand Sagar informs us that he received divine inspiration through his guru for making the famous television serial in the late 1980s. This is Ramanand Sagar, very different from the author of Aur Insan Mar Gaya, who wrote this partition novel a long time back in the 1940s and 50s, made films. Of course, 50s, 60s, 70s. Of course, we know that Jai Santoshi Ma became a cult film in the 70s as it created box office history and in the process transformed its viewers into a cult of devotees. Lutgendorf has talked about Jai Santoshi Ma and how there is certain class and caste constituency that is responsible for the huge popularity that Jai Santoshi Ma, the film, as well as the cult, enjoyed. There was also a kind of serial made, it was called Solar Shukrawar, which followed up on Jai Santoshi Ma, but that's not something that I'm getting into. Okay. These discrete-looking examples actually suggest a transformative flow of narrative across performance registers and media forms in the 20th century. Equally, we are aware that the transformations have occurred as a result of representational desires on the part of those who have been excluded from these powerful narratives that invariably shape the claims to identity. Since our non-Dalit national leaders continue to stage and publicize eating commensality at Dalit households, especially around election time, the Shabri episode refuses to wither away. Those who have been seen Sagar's Ramayana recall that Shabri is picking from a basket and feeding Ram every individual fruit that she has tested and found tasty. Now, this is where cinema is different from written words and spoken words, right? How do you materially show Jhuthapan is the question. There is a hierarchy in Jhuthapan also, right? Just as there is a hierarchy in purity pollution. The question of proximity, how proximate makes you untouchable, right? How close can you get to an untouchable and so that it become defiled, etc. Similarly, there can be degrees of Jhuthapan, right? But Lakshman as a somewhat less, he's of course relishing Ram is relishing every bit of it. But Lakshman as a somewhat less idealistic contrast to his absolutely perfect brother makes his abhorrence of the performance very clear. He makes faces as Ram partakes the Jute Bear and a joyous Shabri does not care to notice. The episode of Jute Bear has been in oral circulation for as long as I remember, but it is also somewhat of an abstraction when described in mere words. The question that arises is about the quality, nature, and degree of Jutapan. Has Shabri only sampled a few and kept them back in the basket? Or has she sampled every fruit before handing it over to Ram, like in the serial? Is a question that you want to ask. This is far from trivial. If we see purity pollution as a dynamically defined feature of casteist rituals that ordain distance between humans and bar untouchables entry into divine spaces, there lies the significance of the symbolic act of performed closeness, whether on screen or while socializing. I took the question to a leading Sanskritist, Radha Vallabh Tripathi, and he presented the findings of his detective philology in a YouTube video and also published the discussion in a book. You can watch it on online. Very briefly, let me just finish the Shabri story. Tripathi says that according to Ramayana, Valmiki Ramayana, Shabri worked in the ashram of Matanga Rishi, who had transcended his low-caste Chandal status after attaining Rishidam. She was entrusted with the responsibility of preserving the fragrant Matang forest flowers that had sprung up from the sweat drops of the hard work put in by his disciples. She showed the forest to the two brothers and offered them choicest fruits, but there is no mention of her tasting them before serving. Similarly, there is no specific mention of Jute Bear in Adhyatma Ramayana. Tulsi's Ramcharitmanas does mention Ram eating fruits with love and praising Shabri repeatedly. After that, Ram preaches 9 devotional modes, Navada Bhakti, to her, and she in turn guides them towards the route to Sita. Tulsi's Gitavali and Kavitavali, Ranganath Ramayana, 13th century, and Kritibas Ramayana are also silent about Jute Bear. The first explicit reference we get to Jute Bear is in the published version of Radheshyam Ramayana. Very interesting. Written by Pandit Radheshyam Kathavachak, an itinerant storyteller, leading Parsi theatre playwright, publisher, and director who also went on to write for cinema. Like his more liberal contemporary Narayan Prasad Betab. We'll come to Betab also. Tripathi says that his Ramayana was so popular, Kathavachak's, that it was reprinted 38 times, each print running into 2000. And gramophone records of its oral performance were released in 1950s and 60s. Kathavachak uses Bhilni and Shabri interchangeably, making her tribal status explicit. He talks of bears multiple times using Yamak Alankar of Jute bears too, and attributes this reference to Sur Sagar. This is very important. But this has not been there, but he says that it is there in Sur Sagar. That's why he uses it. But in Sur Sagar, there is just a passing reference. That's what Radha Vallabh Tripathi tells us. But let me just read you this extensive description that he gives of Jute Bear. This is from where it comes to our memory of Shabri being associated with Jute Bear and this story becoming immortal. Bhilni is tarah mili इनसे जिस तरह धर्म धर्मात्मा से या यूं कहिए इस तरह मिली जीवात्मा ज्यों परमात्मा से सुंदर पत्तों के आसन पर अपने प्रभु को बैठाती है, ये फल शबरी के जूठे थे, ये लिखा सूर सागर में है। हम भी कहते हैं जो कुछ है सब प्रेम और आदर में है, प्रेमिनी का सच्चा प्रेम देख राघव जी हाथ बढ़ाते हैं, जूठे बेरों को बेर बेर खुश होकर भोग लगाते हैं। Now this is the aesthetic tradition. ला बेर बेर क्यों बेर करे, यह बेर सुधा से बढ़कर है, मक्खन मिश्री से भी अच्छे, ताकतवर मधुर मनोहर है, यमक अलंकार. A song follows which describes how Ram feels embarrassed about throwing the bear seeds so lovingly offered and asks Lakshman also to eat some, but the latter is unwilling and throws them stealthily. Ironically, they are the bears that fell on Dronagiri mountain to be reborn as the Sanjeevani herb that saved Lakshman's life in the Lanka battlefield. Quite clearly, Radheshyam Ramayana takes creative liberties from the received tradition, but in Betab's play, Mahabharata, he had an immediate precedent in the early 20th century. So you see, although Kathavachak is a more conservative fellow, he, for example, objects to women participating in his plays, the Parsi theatrical plays that he writes and directs. But he is also compelled to, give flesh and blood, as it were, in the words that he describes, in the words that he uses to describe Shabri. This is the first time that we see Shabri being described in some detail. Similarly, you have Kathy Hansen tells us that in Mahabharata, in Betab's Mahabharata, Betab, who has also written his autobiography, in Betab's Mahabharata, we see also Raidas being inserted, just as we see, the Chamar's insistence on ritual inclusion being told about. And actually, these stories being inserted by Betab. Betab, who was, all these people were known as Pandit, or Pandit Radhesham Kathawachak was a real Pandit, but Betab was a halwai, but he was known as Pandit because he was a writer, just as you had, Munshis. So now I'm not reading anymore from the text, and I hope I have something like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Yeah. So you see,
yes, 10 minutes.
Roughly 1/3 of the films in when cinema started talking were actually mythologicals or devotionals. You can see these names, which I culled out from various databases created by listeners, film song listeners. Okay. And some of them are remade. And it's also interesting that it's not Devdas, which has been made multiple times, but it is Raja Harishchandra's story, the first Phalke story, which Nadeem Saha was also referring to, which has been made most number of times. So what does Raidas story do? It basically, inserts and tries to be inclusive. The nationalism that we are talking about, the new energy of people, knocking at the doors of the national movement and trying to make their presence felt in the national as not just as crowds, but also as people who carry an identity and an agency. They want to be part of these stories that have been written in particular ways. So this is what Betab does. In Raja Harishchandra's story, of course, the caste question invariably comes. For example, he's a Chandal, we know that, Raja Harishchandra, and he's asked by the mistress, what is your caste? She says, Jati kaisima, jaisa samay vaisi jati. So this is a huge statement to make, that caste does not really matter by the hero. And Hariya, so what is your name, Hariya? Ye to Bhagwan ka naam hai, main tumhe Hari kahungi. So all these names and all these images are very much in circulation. That form the discourse around the naming of Harijan or Harijan itself becoming a journal by Gandhi. Ambedkar is very much around from the 20s onwards and very much part of this consciousness. I want you to see this Shri Krishna Janam. It's a silent part. It's a silent film. Divinity, halo, right? Bhakts watching Krishna perform miracles. Miracles are very important in all mythologicals and devotionals, and tricks were often used. Trick photography. So this is one. Sorry. I want you to see the end.
Hello. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
सर स्क्रीन एक बार स्टॉप करके फिर से स्क्रीन शेयर के बॉटम साइड में साउंड का ऑप्शन आ रहा होगा सर, उस पर करके चलाइए सर।
नहीं साउंड नहीं है, साउंड नहीं है।
ओके सर।
There is no sound. साइलेंट फिल्म है 1917 की. So the question of this crowd, the people as part of the nation, how are they coming? If they are to be part of this nation, they come as castes. Shri Krishna wants them to come together in one, into his sharan, right? Sarv dharman parityaja mam ekam sharanam vraja.
Five more minutes, Ravikantji.
Yeah. So look at this broom, which looms large, and in Ravi Vasudevan's reading, this is the instability. This is what is causing instability in the very integrated, or at least at the level of desire, an integrationist nationalist frame, which tries to bring together everyone. But without resolving caste, you cannot resolve the question of unity. So is the message. So seems to be the message. Then I'll talk, take a couple of minutes to talk about Maharishi Valmiki, which was made in 1946, just before a year before independence. And of course, there were various stories of Maharishi Valmiki circulating. Amar Chitra Katha also, for example, that came much later. And Nandini Chandra informs us that for calling Maharishi Valmiki a Daku, this one Anant Pai had to apologize and had to request Mr. Jagjeevan Ram, the Deputy Prime Minister of India, to intervene on his behalf and to apologize to the Valmiki community. Okay, so this film was made collectively, cooperatively. We have read Shumit Sagar and others about 1940s India. A lot of radical energy was floating around, and India could go anywhere in that decade, right? So you see this kind of energy also feeding into filmmaking, and that is why the story that you get in Maharishi Valmiki is completely different from the received stories, because here the Valmiki person is not Ratnakar Daku right from his birth. Rather, he becomes a Daku because his guru, who's a Brahmanical guru, who's an Aryan fellow, who's also establishing a SEZ kind of territory in the jungle that they have now occupied. So it is a fight between the Aryans and the non-Aryans, between the Aryans who are civilized, those who are city dwellers, and those who live in the forest. There's also a love triangle, etc., etc. But what is important is that this energy of looking at the social as well as the devotional as a critique of all kinds of power, including the social power, including the masculine power, is very much there. And it continues through films as well as other narratives. And there's this close association between literature as well as cinema that we need to attend to understand the whole richness. So there's a lot, it's very simplistic to suggest that it's all entertainment. There's an ideological battle in cinema, in the cinematic frame happening. Cinema is involved in every debate that has taken place in this country. And it's very difficult to suggest very simplistic readings and say, no, cinema takes one side. There are multiple narratives there, multiple vantage points. So that's where I'll stop. Thank you, Rahul.
Thank you so much, Ravikant Saab. I have lots of questions to ask you. And I thought, again, the paper did very nicely in terms of focusing on Jhutapan and then taking developing on the issue of caste. And we will get back to you with questions. Thank you so much. And we'll keep moving. We have next Dr. Prabodhan Paul of the Manipal Center for Humanities, who will be speaking to us on Marathi cinema since the 1930s. So over to you, Dr. Paul.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, thank you for providing this opportunity. Thank you, especially to Sagar and Kaushalya. Let me confess that I'm not a student of film studies. I'm not associated with film studies, but my research work is based on caste question in 20th century Western India, and that's how, you know, it is through that thread I'll be trying to look at a cinema of 20th century. So the paper, in fact, is not based on any one film or a filmmaker. It is an overview of historical films produced since 1930s. I hope you know the title of the paper, Cinematic Imagination and Representation of the Past, Marathi Cinema since the 1930s. So I'll start with the advent of the talkies in the 1930s. The questions concerning the past received wider reception among the masses. Many movies, particularly in the early phase of Marathi cinema, they were centered on historical and mythological characters. It not only affected the content of the cinema, but also played a crucial role in bringing about significant alteration in this discussion on history in the public sphere. The reinforcement of social hierarchy, prejudice towards Muslims, and fanatic nationalism have largely been the significant markers of Marathi cinema since 1930s. But we'll come to that later. In this context, the paper would like to place its focus on the representation of Maratha history in Marathi cinema since the early 1930s. It seeks to understand the patterns of representation and its relationship with politics of time. The paper would like to argue that such representations also played an important role in demonizing Muslims in the post-colonial period, and also led to incorporation of the conservative upper caste centric narrative into the mainstream. So since the 19th century, this is going to be a little longer introduction. Since the 19th century, Maratha history has been subject of inquiry across generations. Simultaneously, it has also attracted the attention of different political ideological camps that emerged in the 19th and 20th century, which include the nationalist, anti-caste radicals, and the proponents of Hindutva or Hindu nationalist ideology. Interestingly, each of these camps interpreted the history differently. Despite the availability of diverse interpretations of Maratha history, the Marathi cinema, since its inception, largely invoked Shivaji as a social and religious conservative, and Marathi history was constantly framed in an anti-Muslim framework. In the modern times, it was Jyotiba Phule who, in the 19th century, it was Jyotiba Phule who was one of the first polemicists to bring Shivaji's life into social and political relevance. Phule saw him as one of the most prominent Shudra-friendly rulers of India. He constructed a povada, which is a ballad on Shivaji, depicting him as a ruler who actively promoted social integration. He was also portrayed by Phule as an egalitarian ruler who never discriminated the masses on the basis of caste and religion. Shivaji was described by him as the pride of peasants and toiling masses, and fondly called him Kulwadi Bhushan. In his writings, Phule asked the Marathas to follow Shivaji's profound sense of equality and justice. Phule's Shivaji was one of the first and significant attempts to situate dominant Marathas into nascent non-Brahmin discourse. It was also an attempt to creatively construct history by using prominent or dominant symbolism available in the society, available at that point of time. After Phule's death, non-Brahmin and Dalit leadership, non-Brahmins and also Dalit leadership like Narayan Meghaji Lokhande, Vitthal Ramji Shinde, Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj, B.R. Ambedkar, or we have, you know, in the later in the 1940s and 50s, Nana Saheb Patil, who employed Shivaji's symbolism to mobilize the masses. In fact, in the 1920s, Ambedkar's letterhead depicted Shivaji's sword, which also reflect the Bhavani Talwar, which also reflect the all-encompassing image of Shivaji. On the other hand, there have been concerted attempts by the conservative and Hindutva or Hindu nationalists groups to paint Shivaji and Maratha history with communal colors and with evident upper caste bearing. These historical narratives are often situated within the anti-Muslim and upper caste centric discourses, which have consequently complicated the social and political fabric of Maharashtra. The history of so this appropriation had with the active support, state support since the inception of the state since 1947. These histories, the history, in fact, which was propagated by the conservatives, in fact, got legitimacy and with active support, state support since the inception of the state, since the inception of Maharashtra state. These histories have dominated the historical discourses in Maharashtra. In fact, there has been studies on textbooks, how textbooks, in fact, textbook histories, school textbook histories are, in fact, can be compared to the cinematic representations, which, in fact, which invoke Shivaji, and the similarities that you see is something which is very surprising, because here cinema is not taking inspiration from textbooks. It is something the other way around. That is, the textbooks that were produced in the 1960s and 70s were, in fact, taking the inspiration, like the history or the narrative, in fact, from the cinematic representation, from the cinema which was produced in the 1940s and 50s. So the history of Maratha. So the point here is that that the history of Maratha power has been central to the narrative of Indian nationalism. The Marathas rose to prominence as political power in the 17th century under charismatic leadership of Chhatrapati Shivaji, who laid the foundations of Maratha Empire. Although during the 18th century, the Marathas emerged as a foremost challenger to the Mughal power, its relationship with the Mughal state went beyond antagonism. It often allied with the Mughal state to overpower regional and external enemies. Since the late 19th century, the Marathi nationalist intelligentsia used different episodes associated with Maratha history to understand the story of Indian nation. The discussions of nationalism in the 19th century Maharashtra were largely premised on the engagement between politics and history. Colonialism indeed plays a facilitating role here in those discussions. The Maratha history here was often invoked in anti-colonial literature vis-a-vis Muslims. In the anti-colonial literature or in the nationalist literature vis-a-vis Muslims. As a consequence, the discourse on the nation, nationalism, and anti-colonialism was identified with strong Hindu identity, Muslim antagonism, and conservative Brahminical upper caste ideals. It reinforced Muslims as perpetrators against Hindus. Prominent editors and intellectuals of the Marathi public sphere in the late 19th century participated in the discussion by propping up Muslims as outsiders and culprits of the nation. In the last 100 years, the symbol of Chhatrapati Shivaji, for instance, has been communalized by many popular mainstream writers and cinema makers of Western India. Marathi cinema has contributed immensely to subtly instill this hate narrative in the post-colonial period. Marathi cinema has emerged as a viable source of entertainment for the masses only in the 1950s. Since the late 1940s, the Marathi cinema production was emerging slowly and steadily after the near financial collapse of the studios and production houses associated with Marathi cinema. Simultaneously, the censor machinery further tightened its control over the content of the cinema and subsequently made difficult to produce financially viable cinema. As compared to the 1930s, the Marathi cinema from the late 1940s started catering to more popular and mainstream content. Maratha history, rural life, urban immorality became more prominent concerns, it is not as if these issues were not taken up in the earlier period. What was missing conspicuously from the 1950s onwards was the absence of diversity in the content. Like what was, in fact, what I want to point out here is that the kind of films that were made in 1930s were in fact were different, slightly different in orientation as compared to the 1940s or movies that were made after 1940s and 50s. So it provided it is not as if these issues were not taken up in the issues of Maratha history, rural life, and urban immorality, which in fact became prominent concerns, were not taken up in the earlier period. What was missing conspicuously in the 1950s was the absence of diversity in the content, particularly dealing with history and reinforcement of certain social norms through popular and subtle narratives. Maharashtra has been a hub of radical social movements for a century and a half. It provided platforms to two of the most iconic ideologues and mass mobilizers of the modern times, Jyotirao Phule and B.R. Ambedkar. Satyashodhak Samaj, founded by Jyotirao Phule, was not just an outlet to articulate the grievances of Shudras and untouchables. It rose to prominence by mobilizing the masses and challenging the conservative upper caste narrative of nationalism. It provided an ideological fuel to two most important socio-political movements of the early 20th century Western India that eventually shaped the ideological contours of modern Maharashtra: the non-Brahmin movement and the Dalit movement, organized Dalit political movement. So far as the non-Brahmin political movement was concerned, it emerged in the early decades of the 20th century with an agenda to constructively challenge the political conservatism of the nationalist politics led by Congress. With the death of Tilak in 1920, the conservative nationalist camp lost its dominance with the provincial organizational politics within the provincial organizational politics. On the other hand, with the emergence of Gandhi on the national stage, the nationalist leadership, particularly the non-Brahmin leadership, particularly the Maratha, particularly from the Maratha caste, eventually began to join Congress in order to play a larger role in the mainstream politics. By the 1930s, Maratha caste was successful in creating a distinct space for itself in the political structure to eventually become the ruling caste of Maharashtra. Interestingly, despite their joining hands with Congress, the Brahmin-non-Brahmin dual that shaped the ideological orientation or contours of non-Brahmin movement remained intact in the political sphere. On the other hand, the organized Dalit politics had chosen independent path vis-a-vis non-Brahmins, yet it was able to attract significant mass base and also thereby successfully foreground a radical criticism of caste society. Since its establishment in the 1920s, the organized Dalit politics was able to incorporate the marginalized masses in the political sphere through establishing a robust network of local grassroots level activism and ideological infrastructure for alternative cultural politics. In the light of this history, it becomes interesting to understand how Marathi cinema progressed and how different issues were dealt with through its content pertaining to identity, religion, caste, and nation. The depiction of Maratha history in the Marathi language cinema helps us to understand the implications, modulations, and nuances of the historical narratives vis-a-vis the larger socio-political and historical backdrop of Western India. The Maratha history, which began in the 17th century, has a very important and pervasive presence among the people of Maharashtra. The period between 17th and 19th century is dominated by Maharashtra, by the Marathas in Western India. The Maratha state established by Chhatrapati Shivaji, a charismatic leader of the Marathas in the 17th century, became an anchor that initiated a strong and aggressive political movement, resulted in the establishment of Maratha Empire. In the subsequent decades of the 18th century, the Marathas became formidable political challengers to the Mughal dominance throughout India. Since the colonial era, the Maratha history became an important trope to understand the past and its distinct historical heritage in Western India. As Prachi Deshpande has pointed out in her work Creative Past, that Maratha history is physically inscribed into modern cities and towns. As a result, many schools, public parks, universities, awards are named after historical figures associated with Maratha history. Therefore, Maratha history has instrumentally played a decisive role in shaping the regional identity of Marathi-speaking region of Maharashtra. Since its inception, the Marathi cinema, coming back to Marathi cinema, Marathi cinema took refuge in the history of Marathas, in the Maratha history, as it was aware of its potential to attract the crowd to cinema theaters. In fact, one of the first historical dramas on the Maratha history, produced in the form of a silent movie in 1923, Sinhagad, attained popularity to an extent that it propelled the colonial government to introduce entertainment tax, which was to be levied on cinema tickets. Since then, stories around Maratha history were weaved in such a way that it glued the audience and produced phenomenal effects in popularizing the genre of historical war drama. Movies such as Sinhagad, a sound movie, which was produced, another movie with the same title, which was produced in 1933, Sant Tukaram in 1936, Swaraj Simevar in 1937, Netaji Palkar in 1939, and Baji Prabhu Deshpande in 1939 again, inaugurated an era that forced the audience to completely immerse themselves with the figures associated with the Maratha history. These movies showed the military adventures of Shivaji and his prominent colleagues that led to the establishment of Maratha state. As compared to the movies produced, and coming back to the point that I had just discussed, as compared to the movies produced after the late 1940s, the movies of the 1930s were slightly different in the orientation. For example, one of the most popular movies of the 1930s, Sinhagad, which was produced in 1933, did not explicitly indulge itself in Brahmin-centric narrative of Maratha history. Brahmin characters associated with Maratha history were not invoked unnecessarily as compared to the movies that were produced after 1940s. Simultaneously, Shivaji was not referred to as a protector of cows and Brahmins, that is, Go Brahman Pratipalak. The anti-Muslim stance was kept at minimum. Since the 1930s, this is, I think, this is what I thought was something that was one of the factors. Since the 1930s was the burgeoning phase of the Marathi cinema, it tried to treat cautious path in the wake of ongoing tussle that was going, the ongoing tussle between non-Brahmins and Dalits and conservatives, non-Brahmin Dalits and conservatives. Also, the socio-political situation of the 1930s and the emphasis given to caste question by Gandhi in the aftermath of Pune Pact attributed to the formulation of progressive narratives, and relatively progressive again. Since the late 19th century, Maratha history was often invoked through imageries of war and violence. As a consequence of the warrior image of Shivaji became synonymous with this construction, as a consequence, the warrior image of Shivaji became synonymous with this construction. The upper caste dominated Marathi intelligentsia of the late 19th and early 20th centuries amplified this narrative. The pioneer of the Marathi cinema was acutely aware of the importance of Maratha history to reach out to the wider audience. Therefore, it tapped on popular construction of Shivaji and Maratha history that was produced through historical novels, polemical tracts, monographs, and festivals in the 19th and 20th centuries. In these writings, the Muslim adversaries of the Marathas were propped up as chief opponents of the Marathas' quest for independence. Simultaneously, the role of Brahmins in the creation of Maratha Swaraj was continuously invoked in the literature. The Marathi cinema uncritically accepted such histories and tried to adhere to the dominant storyline articulated by the Marathi intelligentsia. The ascendance of this narrative became palpably dominant in the late 1940s. One of the first movies that unabashedly emphasized on these ideals was Jai Bhavani, which was released in 1947. This was Bhalji Pendharkar's movie. Again, Bhalji Pendharkar was associated with Hindu Mahasabha, and he was. But again, we should not just confine our discussion to these things like obviously that Hindu nationalism, Hindu right, in fact, played a very important role. But also at the same time, even in the 1960s and 70s, what you see is that the kind of narrative that is propped up vis-a-vis Marathas, that is Maratha history, has also not changed. And at that point of time, the people who were obviously Bhalji Pendharkar was there, but also the infrastructure of Marathi cinema had also, at least to a certain extent, changed.
Dr. Paul, five
Yeah.
more minutes.
5 more
5
minutes.
minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Although the change was not sudden, yet it is ironical that the genre of the regressive conservative historical drama in Marathi language cinema began to foreground solidly at the time of independence. One of the reasons for the change in the orientation of the cinema was due to losing efficacy of dominant non-Brahmin critique in the public sphere. With the advent of the 1940s, Maratha caste had already established itself as a dominant ruling caste. The Maratha leadership prominently identified itself with Congress politics of anti-colonial nationalism. Consequently, questions concerning caste, social equality, critique of religious inequalities, and reframing of social structure did not find any significant place in the political agenda of Maratha leadership. It largely tried to reconfigure itself with the social status quo and conservative mainstream nationalism. Again, the kind of nationalism that it was, it adopted was obviously different from the 19th century conservative nationalism. But yes, when I say conservative nationalism, that doesn't mean I am referring to 19th century nationalism of Tilak and Vishnu Shastri Chiplunkar. Since the late 1940s, a narrative catering to anti-Muslim and distinctly pro-Brahman ideas was continuously invoked in the Marathi cinema. In the 1952 movie Chhatrapati Shivaji, the character of Shivaji was portrayed as an immensely ritualistic and temple-going Hindu. On the other hand, the Muslims were represented, albeit very subtly, as dark, dubious opponents of Swaraj. Reference to destruction of temples by Muslims were constantly invoked. The narrative around the abduction of women that emerged glaringly in the 20th century communal discourse was reinstated in Marathi cinema. For example, in Maratha Titka Milwawa, an iconic movie released in 1964, the protagonist highlights the plight of Hindus perpetrated by Hindus who were basically tortured by the Muslims before the arrival of Shivaji on the political scene. The protagonist also further describes the predicament of Hindu women who were often subjected to human trafficking and sexual enslavement. On the other hand, Raja Shiv Chhatrapati, released in 1974, portrayed Muslims as perpetual harassers and sexual predators. This peculiar representation of history was the result of both polarized communal politics of the time and hegemonic nationalist interpretation of Maratha history that began to emerge in the early 20th century, late 19th century, but more prominently in the early 20th century. From the period between the 1940s and the 1990s, Shivaji was often projected as Go Brahman Pratipalak. For example, in a coronation ceremony of Shivaji, depicted in Raja Shiv Chhatrapati, which was again a 1974 film, he was ritually declared as Hindu Patapacha and Go Brahman Pratipalak. The Brahmin-centric narrative around Shivaji and Maratha history is one of the common threads that connect variety of narratives within Marathi cinema of this period. Ramdas, a prominent Brahmin poet of the 17th century, began to emerge in these cinematic narratives as chief proponent of Maratha's quest for Swaraj. Despite weak historical evidence to suggest Shivaji's association with Ramdas, the movies indiscriminately portrayed the latter as a teacher and close ally of Shivaji. On the other hand, Dadoji Kondev, another Brahmin associate of Shivaji and his father, Shahaji, was portrayed as central figure in the establishment of Maratha Swaraj. Dev, Desh, and Dharma, God, Nation, and Religion, became the catchwords of the scores of movies that were produced between 1940s and 1990s. Although caste was largely invisibilized, the Brahmins in such narratives became the ideological flag bearers of Swaraj, and the Marathas became the executioners of the Swaraj. The diversity within society was seldom invoked, and storyline was largely confined to Brahmins and Marathas. Shivaji's association with different social groups and communities that led to his ascendance as a charismatic leader was conveniently ignored in such narrative. From the 1990s onwards, the Marathi movies centered on historical figures lost its position of prominence in Marathi cinema. The movies oriented towards comedy genre emerged prominently in the 1970s. In the decade of the 1980s and 90s, the comedy genre was successfully able to replace the dominant position which was there allocated to the genre to the historical drama. Despite the evident collapse of historical drama. The genre of it was successful in foregrounding the politics of communal hatred and reinforcement of social hierarchy, which was amiable to Brahmin and Maratha caste. With the arrival of the 1990s, the movies depicting Maratha history were hardly produced. The larger socio-political shifts in the background were mainly mainly responsible for the palpable changes. The combustive mix of Mandal politics, economic liberalization, and identity politics was able to crucially shape the terrain of the post-1990s India. This was most conspicuous with the arrival of an assertive politicized class within the backward communities that played a significant role in altering the public sphere and taking up questions of caste, politics, and identity differently. The demand to incorporate different communities through political representation and political incentives has also reframed the discourse of marginalization. With the advent of social media platforms and advanced means of communication and information, the landscape of politics has also noticeably changed. The material premise of Hindutva politics were firmly laid during this period of 1990s. That also signified the downfall with the downfall of Soviet Union and decline of the political left in India. The impact of economic liberalization played an instrumental role in pushing the politics of Hindutva to the hinterlands and across the country. These developments, though not connected uniformly with each other, have something to do with the larger churning that took off after the decade of the 1990s. Marathi cinema re-emerged in the new millennium with new questions and concerns vis-a-vis larger society. Against this backdrop, since the 2010s, the production of movies on Maratha history began, albeit very slowly, but with fresh approach. Unlike the pre-1990s era, the conservative narratives centered on Brahmin narratives were lost in, and the centrality of the Brahmin characters was lost. On the other hand, movies depicting the stories of diverse social groups began to emerge. Although they are not based on historical dramas, the movies such as, like, we can apart from historical dramas, we can also in fact refer to different kinds of movies that were released in the last 10 years, like Fandri, Sairat, Devu Court, that shifted the narrative of Marathi cinema. So in the last few years, the content of the historical drama has significantly changed. That's the point that I'm trying to make here. The movies such as Farzand, which was released in 2018, Hirkani and Fateh Shikast reflect reflect the change. For example, Hirkani is a story of a milkmaid Gauli by caste who was able to impress Shivaji through her courage and valor. On the other hand, Farzand and Fateh Shikast portrays characters from different social groups to argue about that show the inclusivity of Shivaji's Swarajya. Interestingly, there is no reference to Shivaji as Go Brahman Pratipalak. Neither the superiority of Maratha caste is constantly invoked, though Maratha characters are central to the theme. This also suggests that participation of different social groups has become, in fact, this is one of the new, new phenomena that you see, is that different groups, different social groups, in fact, have started participating in the Marathi cinema, and that can be that is also represented in these historical films, like, as I have just given an example of Hirkani story. It is a story of a milkmaid. So there are different stories, in fact.
I'm so sorry, Dr. Paul, we're just running out of time.
So yeah, so I think I just wanted to make concluding remarks, but I think it will take 2-3 minutes. But then I think I'll do that later.
No, we can bring it up bring it up in the discussion round as well. Thank you so much, Dr. Paul. Thank you so much for a fascinating, overview of the history of Marathi cinema and the many ironies in terms of it being relatively a bit more progressive in the past, and then its decline afterwards, and all those things. I think we can take up. It was we can take all those up, in the discussion that is to follow. So we'll keep moving, and we'll have next Arjun Bhattacharya from the University of Chicago, a doctoral student of the University of Chicago, who will be presenting his paper on Beyond Swinging Swords and Twirling Mustaches. historicizing the Rajput in post-truth Bollywood period dramas. Over to you, Arjun. You have 25 minutes at around, it's 12:30 right now here. At around 12:50 or so, after 20 minutes, I will come on camera and I'll tell you you've got 5 more minutes. Okay.
Right. So very good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to confess at the very beginning that I have zero grounding in cinema studies. So I'm going to just lay out the plan. So I'm going to use cinema as an entry point and then ask some questions which are of the historical kind. And it would be like, it would lead me to some pre-modern archives, literary archives. And that would be essentially the entire tathya of the entire core of my paper. So, but enough of damage control for that. I'm going to first read out 2 very filmy passages. Albeit only one of them is filmy, but I hope that makes sense. I'll try to make sense of that in my presentation eventually. So here are 2 passages. If the moral effect of history depends on the sympathy it excites, the annals of these states, Rajputana/Rajasthan, possess commanding interest. The struggles of a brave people for independence during a series of ages, sacrificing whatever was dear to them for the maintenance of the religion of their forefathers, and sturdily defending to death, and in spite of every temptation, their rights and national liberty form a picture which is difficult to contemplate without emotion. The second passage reads, जब राजपूत अपनी मिट्टी और मान के लिए लड़ता है तो उसके तलवार की गूंज सदियों तक रहती है। जब भी दुनिया में अंधकार बढ़ा, राजपूत योद्धाओं ने ज्वाला की तरह जलकर अपना बलिदान दिया, पर धर्म को बुझने ना दिया। The above quotes might as well appear to be rough translations in no linear sequence of one another to any reader bereft of either historical or contemporary context. But surprisingly, or not, they're separated by 2 centuries and vastly different historical contexts. The latter constitutes a dialogue of the very popular and recent Bollywood movie Padmavat. In terms of its theme and narrative tone, this dialogue is not vastly distant from the former, which was written by Colonel James Todd, the British political agent to the Western Rajputana states in the 19th century. Todd's lines represent a moment of epistemic rupture spearheaded by the investigative modalities of the colonial state. This rupture was part of a larger colonial project of translating pre-colonial pasts into a synthetic history of an indigenous Hindu civilization rendered into a state of cultural atrophy by the foreign Muslim invaders. It is within this larger narrative that Todd envisioned the Rajputs as a distinct race and nation which heroically resisted the Islamic conquests. Such a depiction of the Rajputs as a monolithic and immutable social group in perpetual conflict with the Sultanate and Mughal elites abstracted them from the historical context. Bhansali's Padmavat and counterintuitively the Karni Sena are the post-colonial legatees of the same discourse as they try to utilize this notion and emotional appeal of a timeless Rajput valor for cinematic effect and parochial pride, respectively. In the light of the inherent ethnographic, sociological, and contemporary problems associated with the study and perception of the Rajputs, the rather basic question lingers. Who were the Rajputs? The recent controversy surrounding the movie Padmavat only makes this query more relevant. From a historical perspective, this is a rather challenging question despite its brevity. The proposed paper aims to only partially answer this question as it looks at the social process of the long 15th century in northern India, which imbued this body of regional elites with certain specific social and cultural traits, which were to play a critical role in identifying them as the Rajputs of the following centuries. Perched between the dwindling fortunes of the Delhi Sultanate post the Moorish invasion and yet to manifest Mughal Empire, this was a time of the emergence of several regional political formations characterized by an intense mobilizations of resources and personnel. This was also innate remarkable for the ways in which claims to status were narrativized in textual forms, more so than they had ever been in the past. This essay is an attempt to analyze the political culture by approaching texts like the Hamir Mahakavya, Kanha De Prabandha, and Prithviraj Raso, all falling somewhere in the 15th, early 16th century time bracket, texts authored by literateurs who narrated the ambitions of the patrons who were aspiring to be Rajputs. Authored by Nayachandra Suri, Padmanabh and Chand Bardai respectively, these narratives represent a new historical context where reading and writing of texts created new contexts where the protagonist could be presented as ideal Kshatriyas/Rajputs. It is these literary productions sponsored in these regional courts that are vital in deciphering the meaning and content of the evolving term Rajput. Within this configuration of a textualized milieu, it would be essential to locate the changes in the representation of the protagonists as well as the nature of claims made in these three narratives, spread over a span of almost a century. How are the authors responding to historical changes in these narratives? And how is this response informing this emerging Rajput identity? These three texts were not the only literary productions of the period that spoke of Rajput-like protagonists. Along with them, texts belonging to the Katha, Premakhyan genre, like the Chandayan, Chitai Charita, and Padmavat, shared the common trait of having patrons and protagonists who would be eventually identified as the Rajputs by the beginning of the 17th century. Another common feature in most of these texts is the almost perennial conflict of the protagonist with the Delhi Sultan, mostly Alauddin Khalji, with the exception of Prithviraj Chauhan in the Raso, who faces Shihabuddin Ghori. Yet, it is the nature of making claims to this elite status which distinguishes the three texts chosen for this paper from the other literary productions of this period. The protagonists in texts like the Chandayan, Chitai Charita, and Padmavat were not great kings from exalted lineages, but ambitious and often itinerant warriors, just like the patrons. In contrast, the authors of texts like the Hamir Mahakavya, Kanade Prabandha, and Prithviraj Raso make a conscious effort to establish their protagonists as not only great martial figures, but also as kings with prestigious and ancient Kshatriya lineages. This emerging political literary lexicon among literateurs of representing their protagonists as ideal warrior kings, embodying Kshatriya values, ran parallel with the still open-ended nature of the emerging Rajput identity. How did the authors of these texts respond to their specific historical context? Were the responses of these authors distinct from one another? The significance of these authorial responses in inflecting this emerging Rajput identity with certain distinctive traits would become clearer as we proceed further in this piece. The texts in question are essentially discourses on an idealized kingship based on norms of warrior-like conduct. These texts become a potent means for the patrons and prospective audiences for prescribing certain norms that are essential for a ruler seeking a Kshatriya status. These norms are encompassed in what these texts define as Kshatriya Dharma. An essential aspect in this warrior-like code of conduct is the valorous and loyal service of the retailer to one's master, both within and beyond the battlefield, the failure of which invites eternal infamy and shame. Kshatriya Dharma as a concept is significant here because it does not apply to the ideal king, or rather it just doesn't apply to the ideal king. It also becomes crucial in defining who is an ideal Kshatriya or a warrior par excellence, regardless of his or her kingly status. Attempts at unpacking this aspect would reveal how this aspirational Kshatriya status was being appropriated in this period. Consequently, it would throw light on the nature of tensions that inflected this emerging Rajput identity. Kshatriya Dharma in these narratives draws its sustenance from its projected ability to protect and preserve a Brahmanically conceived realm, while the Hamira and Kanade Prabandha are discrete in their discourse on Kshatriya Dharma as they resort to narrative explanations of modes of permissible and impermissible conduct interspersed with karmic logic. The Prithviraj Raso is distinct in its elaborate articulation of it. The battlefield in all the three narratives is a crucial arena which tests the efficacy of Kshatriyahood of different figures. The potency of Kshatriya Dharma here is not just defined by the honorable, valorous, and loyal conduct of particular figures, but also by the martial prowess. The battles in these narratives are not just strategic engagements, but also an edifying activity where both participation and spectatorship are of critical importance. In fact, the battlefield in the Raso is termed as Dhara Tirth, or pilgrimage on the razor edge of the sword. Thus, death in battle is treated as nothing short of pilgrimage or a spiritually uplifting experience. Such a discourse articulates an image of normative and aspirational Kshatriya values, which this emerging Rajput identity was attempting to appropriate. But what happens when these normative values are ruptured in the narrative? What happens when the author's ideational universe of Kshatriyahood collides with the historical processes? A closer reading of these texts reflects towards the less than definite character of who constituted a Kshatriya. A cursory reading of these narratives would indicate towards the functioning of binaries, approximating the modern denominational categories of Hindu and Muslim. Yet, a closer look at these texts would indicate towards fractures of precisely these very binaries. Thereby, figures in these texts who do not appear normatively Kshatriya-like often become Kshatriya-like by the end of the narrative. Thus, in the Hamir Mahakavya, Mahimasahi, the Mongol who sought refuge in Hamira's court, dies like a Kshatriya. His importance to Hamira's retinue can be gauged from the fact that he is one of the last warriors to fight and lay down his life with Hamira, on being reminded by the protagonist of his foreign roots, and thereby his lack of role in the impending battle between Hamira and Alauddin Khalji. Mahimsai, in order to give fight to Alauddin's forces alongside Hamira, slays his entire family and household. This martyrdom of Mahimsai's family appears strangely similar to the Kshatriya Rajput ritual of Johar, an act of self-immolation by Rajput women in the face of imminent defeat to save oneself from apparent disorder at the hands of the enemy. This episode provides a narrative window to incorporate Mahimsai, a Mongol, within the confines of Kshatriyahood. Similarly, in the Kanade Prabandha, Firoza, Alauddin's daughter, falls in love with Kanade's son, Viramde. This is attributed to the narrative to the previous births as husband and wife. This occurrence is mitigated in the present birth due to Firoza's birth in a Turkish family, owing to her past sins. On the death of Viramde, his severed head is brought to Delhi, whom Firoza wishes to marry. As Firoza attempts to symbolically marry Viramde, the latter's head turns away from her, even as she performs Viramde's last rites by consigning his head into the fire. She's unable to bear Viramde's rejection of her even in his death, and consequently jumps to her death into the river Yamuna, a practice oddly reminiscent of sati. This open-ended character of Kshatriyahood becomes much clearer at the very beginning of the narrative itself. Madhav Brahman, after being insulted by the ruler of Gujarat, proceeds to Delhi to invite Alauddin Khalji to invade Gujarat on the pretext of a vanishing Kshatriya dharma there. This throws light on the possibilities of seemingly non-Kshatriya monarchs possessing the cultural resources to lay claim on Kshatriya dharma. By bestowing the responsibility of Kshatriya dharma on a Turkish sultan like Alauddin Khalji, he's made the protector of the same Brahmanically conceived realm, which is also claimed by figures like Kanade. This implies towards the possibility of a Turk becoming like a Kshatriya. The flexible constitution of a Kshatriya identity persists even in the following century, where Prithviraj Raso is located. The martial rituals at the temple of Jalandhar Devi throw light on the purest nature of this emerging warrior identity, as it is equally participated by Musalmans, Brahmins, Yavans, and Kshatriyas. Wali and Ali, Muslim warriors in Chechen's service, are shown to be epitomes of Kshatriya dharma and loyalty. Hussain, Shahabuddin's brother, after fleeing the latter's court due to his romantic involvement with Shahabuddin's courtesan Chitrarekha, dies a Kshatriya while giving battle to his brother alongside Prithviraj Chauhan, as his beloved Chitrarekha buries herself alive alongside him in a practice oddly reminiscent of sati. Thus, these texts represent a universe where there could be multiple claimants from varied socio-cultural backgrounds to the Kshatriya status. They reflect towards a historical context where this emerging Rajput identity, based on the efficacy of martial values of Kshatriya dharma, to be under intense flux as varied bodies of people aspiring for the elite Kshatriya status were attempting to appropriate it. As multiple aspirants from different socio-cultural backgrounds were attempting to tap onto this elite identity, they were also in the process redefining Kshatriya values and status. Kshatriya and Varna were not static categories, as they were feeding into each other as well as plugging into this historical process. This porosity of the emerging Rajput identity provided it with an open-ended and assimilative character. While certain elements from the 15th century narratives of the Hamir Mahakavya and Kanade Prabandha continue to persist in the fashioning of this identity, the narrative response of the Raso in context of the historical processes of the early 16th century imbued this emerging Rajput status with a distinct texture. The protagonists of the Raso, in comparison to the counterparts of the earlier century, were not the same body of people, even if they shared certain similarities in terms of normative codes of martial conduct. This draws our attention towards the non-linear nature of the process of acquiring a Rajput status, the distinct response of the author of the Raso in projecting a particular kind of Rajput identity textured by this historical location elucidates on the nature of this process. All the three texts persistently reflect upon the open-ended character of the status category, yet what distinguishes the Raso from the other two texts is its conscious emphasis on the importance of genealogy in ascribing a Rajput identity to its protagonists. The following passage makes this point clearer. In reality, a true Sati is one who stands till the end. The rest are all dreamy illusions. There are so many warriors who, despite being in battle, have their hearts diverted towards their home and earth. But those people who only talk about these two things, surviving the battle gives one the charity to live /upbhog, the worldly life, and dying in battle either begets one Rambha or moksha. Such brave men are only found in the royal lineages. A cursory reading would indicate towards an inherent contradiction between the constant attempts of claiming this Rajput status by people from varied social backgrounds and this constant emphasis on the efficacy and purity of lineage in shaping this identity. But a more sustained engagement with the text would indicate towards the author's attempts at responding to this very social flux by legitimizing the claims of these socially varied aspirants by ascribing them with genealogies. This he achieves by establishing the primacy of Kshatriya Dharma as essential norms of warrior-like comportment. Adherence to these norms bestow on these multiple aspirants with the legitimacy of ancient genealogies. The Raso, by constituting the idea of genealogical purity, inscribes this elite regional identity with kin and kindred ties, based on the myth of a common origin. But just like Kshatriya was not a static social category, kin and clan structures here cannot be assumed to be timeless and biologically conceived organizing principles of a society. Rather, the connecting thread of genealogy and kinship are a means utilized by the author to conceive his response towards this emerging Rajput identity. This response is framed in terms of inclusions and exclusions based on the adherence to normative codes of warrior-like conduct or Kshatriya Dharma. This texturing of the status group through the lexicon of genealogy indicates towards the emergence of sharper distinctions in the fashioning of the term Rajput in comparison to the textualized milieu of the past century. The construction of Prithviraj Chauhan's authority in comparison to the protagonists of the other two 15th century narratives is also indicative of the historical context inflecting the narrative. Unlike Hamira and Kanade, who are merely local chiefs protecting their domains from the depredations of an invading sultan, Prithviraj is a conquering monarch of a trans-regional scale. While all the three protagonists are ideal Kshatriya kings, it is Prithviraj's claim to authority which is unprecedented. Far from a local chief, Prithviraj's comportment is rather sultan-like. This literary reimagination of an expanding Rajput kingship was contemporaneous to several structural changes that were happening in the emerging states in Rajasthan. One such change was the greater availability of horses to these states by the late 15th, early 16th century, which enabled some local lineage chiefs to mobilize logistics and resources and thereby make claims to authority on a much larger scale. The changes in the constitution of authority of these chiefs also led to a shift in the nature of land tenures, as the earlier patrimonial and inheritable land holdings of the other cadet lines gave way to a more transferable prebendal system of pattu or patta. This marked a shift towards a more hierarchical construction of monarchical authority and also enabled these local rulers into their greater control and access to land to mobilize men and resources on an unprecedented scale. These structural changes played an important role in the emergence of several important states like Marwar and Mewar by the 17th century. The author of the Raso, by reimagining the heroic figure of Prithviraj Chauhan, constructs a protagonist whose portrayal is inflected by this new political and social change. While this open-ended status group was acquiring more definitive features, it was still riven with tensions and contestations. The Raso demonstrates this emerging Rajput identity as a highly contested terrain. Its conception of Prithviraj's monarchical authority does not go unopposed by its Samans. Even as these Samans or vassals proved to be critical for the military successes of Prithviraj, there are several instances where they challenge their lord's authority. Thus, several of his Samans question Prithviraj's military acumen when his quest for Sanyogita leads to heavy military losses and consequently a much reduced army. The inter-Samant relationships are also not free from tensions. This becomes evident from the jealousy of Jaitra Parmar and other members of the retinue from the successors of Dhir Pundir, one of Prithviraj's most notable Samans. The struggle between Prithviraj and Jayachand of Kannauj by far constitutes the most notable conflict in the narrative. It is, however, essentially a fratricidal struggle to control the logical networks of the Chauhans, Yahdawals, and Tomars. Prithviraj and Jayachand are maternal cousins, with Anangpal Tomar of Delhi being their maternal grandfather. These narrative tensions reflect towards the challenges these local lineage chiefs, like the Rathors of Marwar and Sisodiyas of Mewar, might have been facing in asserting their authority at this time. This was a milieu when a shift to a more hierarchically conceived idea of kingship among these Rajput elites was beginning to take roots. Unlike the 17th century, also characterized by the Mughal intervention, many of these elements were yet to take a more mature and definitive form. The challenges to Prithviraj's authority by Samans in the narrative demonstrates the non-linear nature of the process of conception and assertion of authority among these claimants of senior bloodlines would eventually fashion themselves as the great Rajput Raos and Ranas of the late 16th and 17th century. On a concluding note, I would like to say that Rajput as a status category remained open-ended throughout the 15th century. It, however, began to be ascribed in new ways, which highlights the non-linear and complex ways in which the aspirational identity was being confirmed by authors of these texts. The increasing use of the lexicon of genealogy was one such element. The Mughal insistence of having Rajputs of royal lineages in their court was not a result of imperial idiosyncrasies. Rather, it partially resulted from the Mughals tapping onto this process by claiming a Rajput identity based on the purity of genealogy and legitimized through the agency of bards and literateurs was gaining roots. But what is the significance of the 15th, early 16th century in studying this process, which spans over a much longer timeline? To hint towards a declining Delhi Sultanate as a factor enabling the rise of ambitious chiefs claiming a Rajput status obscures the detail that the production of this literary archive was not coeval with the collapse of the administrative and military prowess of the Delhi regime. Neither were instances of local rural gentry groups with access to resources taking advantage of fissures in the Sultanate networks of power historically exceptional. What distinguished this period was a noticeable presence of literateurs talking about claimants to localized power that included not just the rural gentry aspiring for a nascent but formidable Rajput Kshatriya status, but several other bodies of people, such as the new pietistic groups among Muslim immigrant settlers in the frontier towns of North Indian hinterlands. These aspirations to authority are represented in several classical Sanskritized literary genres, such as the Premakhyans, Kathas, and local Sufi hagiographies. This is historically significant precisely because these aspirants to local matrices of power had remained almost invisible in the past Sultanate court chronicles. The historical developments constituting the provincialization of the Delhi Sultanate in the late 14th century forms the immediate prehistory to the increasing visibility of this specific body of literature by the 15th century. It is in this context of a larger historical process of socially mobile groups striving to gain authority at localized levels and eventually acquiring literary representations that the emergence of literary traditions in the 15th century shaping a Rajput sensibility becomes interesting. The eventual appropriation of these incipient literary sensibilities by several groups of aspiring political literary elites across northern India forms a crucial part of the evolving Rajput identity and political culture of the following centuries.
Right. Thanks. Thank you, Arjun. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Rizaved. Thank you, Prabodhan. Thank you, Ravikant. Thank you, Arjun, for all your papers. I believe Arjun has got an early morning class for tomorrow and he's in Chicago and it's very, very late there. So some questions for you, and afterwards, Arjun, if you feel you want to leave, because we've got an hour for discussion, please feel free. And what I'm going to do now is ask some questions which are in relation to the papers that have been read, and then some broader comments where other people can, everyone else can jump in as well. And I will be limiting my questions actually for, I think, the first 10-15 minutes or so, and then I would want to to open up the panel, and so that everyone else can contribute and can raise questions, etc., etc. So one of the things, the first question that I was struck with, and I also only had the opportunity to read Arjun's paper and Dr. Razavi's paper because they came earlier and I could read them. I'm a bit more familiar with both these papers. And first question to you, Arjun, you were saying again towards the conclusion that there's something in medieval Indian history right now, which is called a long 15th century. And one of the other things that came up as I was reading your paper and as I was listening to you is to maybe try and see how does the long 15th century fit in, or how does it speak to some of the contemporary cinema that has been made about, say, contemporary Rajasthan or the Rajputs, etc. So this is my question to you. I mean, what would, and this is maybe also the the consternation that I heard from the speakers and from Ravi Vasudevan, maybe to a certain degree earlier. Is it even possible to capture, the complexity of the long 15th century in a film or two about the Rajputs? What's your take?
It really depends. I mean, at the very methodological level, I would say that it was a bit lazy on my part to use the term. I shouldn't be using that term. And I've been forewarned about that for several times, but because of a lack of a better word and the word limit, I had to use that. So I would rather say 15th century, early 16th century. I mean, I'm not getting into the Brodelian aspect of it, but the term is generally used in the sense that from around the second half of the 14th century to the early 16th century, that's when a lot of interesting things start happening in terms of emergence of different bodies of literature, genres, social identities, and Rajputs are just one of them. So what's really also happening in an interesting manner, I mean, if a direct reference point would be the Padmavat, they are somewhat tapping onto that period, early 16th century, when Jesse is writing the text. But what's not really taken into account is that Jesse is not really interested in the Rajput identity per se. And he's referring back to what's happening with the Alauddin Khalji's invasions of different parts of what we might call Rajasthan. But it's actually more, since we are talking about Ramya Srinivasan's works constantly, I mean, she tries to bring to the reader's attention what's really happening at that point of time. Jesse is trying to make sense of what's around. I mean, at the time when Jesse is writing, I'm not too confident about the date, but the Mughals are either there or almost there, but the Afghans are also an element. So, and he's not even talking about the Rajput. So what really Sanjay Leela Bhansali picked up is one of the narratives that was rewritten, reinterpreted in the 17th century. So that's why perhaps we can be a bit more attentive to the dates. But I really don't know. I mean, how would you make a movie about Rajputs by saying that they're not still there? They're not there yet. I mean, if you look at Padmavat, it's talking about it's talking about early 14th century local chieftains. And Ratan Sen is converted into Ratan Singh. He's already Kshatriyized. So, I mean, as filmmakers, I don't know, how would they transform the chaos? I don't know. I mean, I'm reminded of a very, very weird example. I mean, as a kid, I saw bits and pieces of that movie Khuda Gawah. And Amitabh Bachchan is the genial Pathan who, I don't know, for some reason lands up in India, and he makes a friend who's played by that actor Vikram Gokhale. And he's a Rajput, I think, like some say. And he calls him Rajput Khan. I don't think that's possible at this point of time to conceive of a movie where somebody can be called a Rajput Khan, although, I mean, it really conveys the flexibility of identities. Well, I wouldn't expect subtlety from an 80s Amitabh Bachchan movie, but it still does kind of convey a sense of flexibility. So again, I mean, it really boils down to the question. I mean, I as a history student would see things very differently and would make a huge demarcation between what is history and what is movies. So, I mean, I don't mind messing around with history a bit, but the problem is if it becomes a piece of propaganda, like what Padmavat is. So I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, fine. Fair enough. Again, questions to the other speakers. I'll just, again, I mean, please also feel free to, I'm opening this up to the other speakers and everyone else here also. Please feel free to jump in and raise a question and raise a point which you thought was relevant, or a query that you wanted to pose to one of the speakers. But this query is actually directed to Professor Razavi. And you said, sir, you were, I mean, you stopped your paper when there was, I read your paper, and there was also this bit, since you worked on architecture and conservation, and you had many interesting things to say about the visual depiction of, some of the domes and some of the architecture, etc., etc. Could you just, it's a very different way, I thought, of bringing in the question of history and the question of historicity, the way it's depicted in popular cinema, etc., etc. And if you could just shed some light on those points, I think that will also make for an enriching discussion. So over to you, Razavi Saab.
Well, thank you for an opportunity for me to speak something on what I had written. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yeah.
Well, you see, the thing is that the Indian cinema, in spite of the fact that it started with historicals, actually has never paid much heed to depicting true history. I mean, a Gandhi could be made by Richard Attenborough outside India, but nothing of that sort has been made in India so far. Take, for example, the modern movie, this Udham Singh. I mean, there are many people who are, in fact, claiming that it shows us many things which are true to history. But again, it is just a typical Bambaiya movie as far as I am concerned. But what is important is that even certain bits of historical information cannot be tolerated by our political class. And thus the controversy which is now being generated by it, not being sent for Oscars and so on and so forth. Now, as far as both these movies, or should I also take into account the serial by Nikhil Advani on, which has been shown on Babur, all these three taken together are neither truthful as far as their stories are concerned, nor as far as their depictions are concerned. While I was making a presentation, I did mention Ertugrul. Why I mentioned Ertugrul is not the fact that it is pure history which is being depicted. It is not. In fact, the historical information which is present on this particular character is only one page. And now 4-season drama has been created on him, each episode being around an hour long. So that's all, I mean, story, bunkum, nothing else. Still, if you want to understand the 12th, 13th century Turkish culture, it has been depicted by the directors of this series. If you want to have some sort of, feel how the tribes were living in the encampments, how they were behaving, what was the technology during that period, how battles were fought, when were the arrows fired, when were the swords used. I mean, that serial in fact depicts everything much more, I mean, I think faithfully than any of our Indian films or movies or serials have ever done so. In Mughal-e-Azam, the sets are exotic, no doubt. All of us remember that big hall, throne chamber in which Akbar the Great is sitting, presiding, and Anarkali is presenting her, dance. Her images, I mean, coming in the mirrors all around the hall. That is something which was never known during the period of Akbar. If you go to Fatehpur Sikri, an authentic place, if you want to understand the architecture of Akbar's period, you would find that during that period of time, no big halls were made. Very small enclosed chambers, that too for keeping things. The porticos, avans, verandas, courtyards were the places where the Mughals would in fact live,
Mm.
right? Ebba Kosh in one of her articles points out that the covered halls like Diwane Am, Diwane Khas, which we now find in the two red forts, were something which was started during the period of Shah Jahan. The cusp arches, where you find those multifoliations,
Right.
they were never there during the period of Akbar. So what I have tried to point out is that even if they were playing with the story, at least as far as the sets were concerned, they could have authentically depicted that, but they did not. I mean, it was all magnificent and everyone would be overawed, but forgetting that what was the historical contribution of each of these kings. I mean, the student or a person who's seeing these movies would never get that idea. The architecture under Akbar was basically derived from the tent cities, those moving tents in which the peripatetic Mughals from Timur's time would be traveling. So, in fact, even in the Akbarnama of Abul Fazl, the names of these particular structures, they are also the same as were the names of the tents of the encampment. I'll give just one example. Go to Fatehpur Sikri, you will find a Khwabgah. If you ever visit any hill station, you will find that there are wooden structures raised on top of bamboo pillars.
Right.
Below, the goats and other things are tied, and on the top chamber is the place where the farmer or the peasant or whosoever has made that house would be living.
Right.
So that was the way in which the Mughals would make the Khwabgah of Akbar,
Okay.
because it was derived from the bamboo and hide structure. Below would be the guards. On the top, the emperor would be resting. You will find the same thing at Fatehpur Sikri, right? But no such attention has been given by any of these movie makers. But I try to argue in my paper that as compared to K. Asif's Mughal-e-Azam, the sets of Jodha Akbar sometimes are much more closer to the truth. Not because Ashutosh Gowarikar or any of the team member was very conscious of the fact that they wanted to show the real architecture of the period. No, they were not interested. The fact was that they rented certain palace complexes in the Jaipur region, in the Amer region, which fortunately had been constructed. Some of the portions had been constructed during the period of Akbar himself. For example, the Jaigarh Fort, which is the major site for the shooting of Jodha Akbar. Almost all the palaces first built were they were derived based on the concepts of Mughal architecture. Although in a number of Jodha Akbar scenes, you do find the cusp arches, multifoliated arches, which are Shahjahani, but in spite of the fact. So when that very beautiful song which lauds the Mughals, Kaun Shahenshah karke, there is a song there, is being sung with the drums beating nakaras and so on and so forth. There the setting is just like it used to be during the period of Akbar. Open courtyard setting with quarters on all the sides, people assembled in the courtyard. So I find Jodha Akbar without Ashutosh Govarikar's part being played was much better depiction than what Mughal-e-Azam was. In Mughal-e-Azam, as I tried to argue in my paper, the Mughal-e-Azam was based on a novel, a storybook. which had been written at a time was when India was fighting for freedom. And the Indians were looking for, images to counter the British propaganda. So they wanted an aura. Ye bhi grand tha, wo bhi grand tha. And then K. Asif is converting it into a movie in 1960, at a time when Nehru is there, at a time when still the Indians are looking for, icons. Ke hum bhi bahut great hain. So we have, exquisite sets, but with no relation to history. That is what I have tried to argue. As far as that serial is concerned, the serial of Nikhil Advani, I am actually quite disappointed. Certain of the reviewers have praised the sets, but I am basically very disappointed with the type of sets. I mean, the type of propaganda which was done for this serial was as if that it is going to, this serial empire would be something just like The Crown, which was being shown on Netflix. But unfortunately, the sets are caricatures. ऐसा लगता है कि fairy tale से या अलादीन के चिराग के tale से बहुत से palaces निकाल के सामने रख दिए गए. So that again is something which I find the depiction. In fact, even the the type of dresses which have been shown, I have objection to that.
Right. Okay. I'll come back to you in just a bit. In just some more time. So, Ravikant Saab, you were speaking a lot about about what the overweening impression that I got was there's so much pressure put on narrative, and that's what is essentially happening with Jhutapan, this, that, and whatnot. And I also find, again, with the papers that that we've seen so far, that there's a tussle between the quote unquote traditional historian's view and traditional historian's view, again in big quotation marks, vis-a-vis other readings of these texts and things like that. And so you were also, I mean, there was a criticism that you were making about simplistic views of understanding these kinds of texts, because there are lots of other things happening, regardless of what prejudices may be playing out, etc., etc. So could you just explain that bit more, that bit a bit more, especially your, point about the simplistic reading of texts like these and of moments like these from literature, from history, from popular culture, from myth, etc.
Yeah, no, you see, what we do is we do it historiographically. And the moment we do it historiographically, we make it clear to ourselves that, look, there are pressures on each historian at work. That is why the narrative that we get, particular
I think we just lost him.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. It's better now. Yeah.
Yeah. So if there is no one truth in historians' history, why are we looking for one authentic truth in cinematic history? Right? So it is a continuing history being made on screen as well. It is contested history is what I am trying to argue. The question is, do we have the eye to look at the way cinema works, the way stylizations happen?
Lost him again. Akshay from IT, कुछ कर सकते हैं आप?
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. It's a bit better now. Yeah, please go ahead. You could switch off your camera, Ravikant Saab, and then check.
Okay.
Stop the video and then speak, and then if it gets better, then you can come back.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
The point I'm trying to make is that we say that the Bhojpuri of Bhojpuri cinema is not authentic enough, and we don't need historians to check that. Or the Bhojpuri spoken in Ganga Jamuna, which was created by Dilip Kumar and Wajat Mirza, and others who wrote Mughal-e-Azam also, very interestingly. If it is not authentic, right? There is a stylization involved, right? There is an approximation involved. There is a way in which the representations work, just as iconographies work in certain, right? So the tent that Razavi Sahab is talking about is, you know, the Mughal buildings are a replication of the tent, right? But not the tent, obviously. It's a building. So the difference between what was there and what is being represented and stylized in certain ways in cinema, and there are these alankars of exaggeration and all those things. That's, you know, bread and butter of literary criticism. Correct. So why do we assume cinema to be the, something that will give us true history? Correct. It's never the case, as it is not the case with historians' history.
Absolutely.
So one has to read cinema as critically as one does historians' history. So does one, but then the question is, are we going to read only what is the headline? Or are we going to read also the subtleties, the subtle narratives that are available in the fragments that get presented? Shall we try to catch those fragments also? Or do we just, read history as if this is old political history being written in 18th century, in 19th century, early 20th century, etc., etc. Is there more to this history? Is there society, culture, gender, power, caste, this, that, another? The questions that concerned the people who were making those films, as well as us, right? Are those questions present or not? In what ways are they present? Of course, just as I was trying to show exactly that Shabri Ka Bher, in different iterations, or lack of presence of Shabri Ka Bher in the narrative tradition says us something. Why does it acquire a certain kind of significance at a particular juncture that even Kathavachak feels compelled to, represent it, right? Right. But before that, we don't know about Shabri Ka Bher. This is very interesting for me. And that tells us about what do we do with purity pollution. And as I tried to say, Modi, Shah and Rahul Gandhi, right? They will go to UP and, make a huge headline by eating at an untouchable's, house. Tell me, what is this tamasha all about? Where is it coming from? What is this political resonance? Valmiki film does not fall from the sky because Gandhi is there. Vijay Prasad has shown us, because Gandhi is there in the Valmiki Basti in the 1940s, right? Doing something. That's the relevance. That's why that theme is picked up. And there's a huge archive that we still need to excavate beyond these big headlines about history. Okay, that's what I was trying to say. Thanks.
Okay, fine. All right. Thanks, Ravikantji. I'll just move very quickly on to Prabodhan. And Prabodhan, again, even in your case, I found again that to a certain degree, cinema seemed to be evolving. The history of Marathi cinema seemed to be evolving. Very ironically, it seemed to be a lot more progressive a long time ago. And then it seemed to be to fall into a decline, of the kind that you described, anti-Muslim, this, that, etc., etc. And then now there seems to be a surge with, the new wave of Marathi cinema, etc., all those things happening. So my quick question to all of you is, especially to you, Prabodhan, is that you were also touched upon the sort of like caste identity of a lot of the filmmakers, of earlier on and then later. To what degree do you think, can you speak a little bit about the, Marathi cinema's caste dynamics in terms of its ownership patterns? Who are these producers? Who are these filmmakers? What sort of, and I think one also point which maybe I think might be touched upon later by other speakers is the socioeconomics of cinema making and the caste background of many of these filmmakers. So if you could touch upon just about that, I think that would be very useful, and that would be, I think that was a point that you were making in some form or the other, but it could get fuller expression now.
But in fact, so far as the ownership of these production houses or the people who were associated with movies are concerned, I was not in fact discussing those things.
Okay.
But yes, if one wants to in fact argue about them, I think what we see in fact in the 1930s, and that's why 1930s is in fact very peculiar as compared to the 1940s and 50s, is because the people associated with the Marathi movie were also in fact they were the people who in fact came from or they were basically in fact associated with the non-Brahmin movement, associated with Shahu Maharaja, associated with the princely state of Kolhapur. So and that also in fact that made the difference. But yes, so far as I think the ownership is concerned, I think one very important question there, one very important point that I wanted to make here was that yes, ownership I think was very decisive, and especially in the 1940s, from 1940s onwards, when the Marathi cinema was in fact on the on the verge of collapse. The people who in fact were in fact well off and who in fact had better resources, they were the ones who in fact got the opportunity to work in the late 1940s and early 1950s. But the people in fact who were experimental and were not enough resourced, they in fact obviously in coming, and some of them came from, but again they were not like they were not untouchables, or they were not like marginalized people who were in the filmmaking. But yes, what we see in the 1950s onwards, and this is something that in fact I like, apart from ownership, I think ownership is one thing, like very small thing. It doesn't actually in fact make any difference. What I wanted to point out here was that and that's why in fact I also discussed this in the paper, that the Maratha politics, the non-Brahmin movement in the 1940s, when it in fact merged with Congress, its urge was to in fact get appropriated with the political power, and there was this a space which was occupied by them, space of cultural critique, or is basically its cultural sphere. What happened when Marathas in fact joined Congress, the cultural sphere was in fact left unopposed. Like on one hand, the Ambedkar and Dalits were in fact were there, but the dominant non-Brahmin caste in fact went away in the 1930s, 1940s onwards in fact, and the cultural sphere was left open. So what I would in fact argue here is that the cultural institutions, like the history of Maharashtra is very peculiar. Like on one hand, politically speaking, the political sphere was dominated by very progressive in the sense that they were in fact they were sensitive to certain questions. But on the other hand, the cultural sphere, or the sphere that in fact also include education and educational bodies, for instance, then newspapers, all those spheres were dominated by hardcore conservative conservative people, and most of them in fact, and right from the beginning, like most of them in fact had very conservative leanings. So so I think so far as Marathi cinema is concerned, from 1950s onwards, you will see like in the late 1950s onwards, many people coming from, and it's not just about like it would be too simple to say that Brahmins were making these films, these conservative films, and the non-Brahmins were in fact opposing those narratives. No, that was not happening. Like there were many one of many in fact close associates of Bhalji Pendarkar, in fact one of the most important figures associated with Maratha history movies, were Marathas. And so I think we must, if one wants to understand it or probe it deeper, I think we need to in fact understand that the cultural the political and cultural sphere were in fact I think I don't know how to articulate it, but I think the political sphere was in fact dominated by the non-Brahmins, And Dalit film, in fact, also to a certain extent, they also got incorporated, at least symbolically. But so far, the cultural sphere was concerned, like cultural institutions, in fact, were dominated by the conservatives, and that includes many non-Brahmins, many individuals coming from non-Brahmin community. So yeah.
Sure. Ravikant Saab, I think you have something to say. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I would agree more or less with Dr. Paul. I want to say that we need a caste census of people who worked in cinema. People didn't know, till yesterday actually, we didn't know that Shailendra belongs to Chamar community.
Correct.
Yeah.
We know now, right?
Yeah.
It was not important for him. He was a leftist. He was a secular person. The caste did not matter in a way. But Mr. Jagjeevan Ram knew that he was Chamar. And in his birthday message to Shailendra, he says that he is the greatest Harijan poet since Ravidas. So, the internal network of the film industry, and the film industry is a marginalized industry. Let's not forget this.
Yes.
The Brahmins hate this industry, right? Let's not forget it. And also because they have confidence in the print public sphere, and they think that it is dominated by a certain decadent energy and force, which would include also Muslims, etc. It represents corruption of taste, language, culture. That's why film songs were banned between 1952 and 57, once India became independent. So you had Radio Ceylon, from where you had songs being played. So I think, cinema itself had to fight hard to earn respectability. And mythologicals and devotionals actually contributed towards making it respectable as a family medium, as a family show, etc. on earth. Otherwise, it was said that only tawaifs and goons and those who, deal in flesh trade and etc. That's what it was. That's why this call for, actors and actresses coming to cinema as couples.
Sure. Yeah.
Not as discrete humans, men and women, but as couples, respectable couples. Himanshu Rai, Devika Rani, right?
Sure.
And you have so many, people coming. So we need a caste census actually to understand what is happening.
Sure.
But on the surface of the films that are available, we can obviously read so much in terms of struggle against inequality of all kinds. Yeah.
Sure. If I can pose one more question, and I thought I heard or maybe did not hear echoes of it, and that's why I'm asking it collectively across the papers that I heard today, presentations that I heard today, on this panel, and the two papers that I was able to read, which was, and I think again, I think to a certain degree, Dr. Vasudevan also spoke about it a bit earlier, and this is looking at it from the angle of the spectator. The fact that here are filmmakers who make these films, it's made with a certain kind of an agenda, which is an anti-Muslim agenda, pro-Hindu agenda, etc. And then we sort of automatically assume that the spectator has got no kind of a critical faculty where they can sort of judge what's happening with a movie. And I also heard, I think Professor Vasudevan say to some degree that, India has been a semi-literate society, etc. But I think our audiences maybe are a lot more discerning, in that sense. So what did you all make of all this? How do you see identity politics in cinema from broadly what I consider the spectator studies viewpoint, or the viewer's viewpoint? Are our viewers, and again, there's no one kind of viewer, we know it. How do we see it from that perspective? How do we make sense of the spectator or the film viewer of a Padmavat? What's the sort of baggage that they're carrying into the cinema hall, and how are they interpreting it during that moment, afterwards, etc. If we can talk a bit about that, I think that would be very useful. Please, all three of you, if you can make brief comments on it, that would be very interesting. First with, I think, Professor Ravikant, and then Professor Razvi, Arjun, and then Prabodhan. Yeah.
Yes, spectators are very important because they drive it. It's a business. They make a film a hit or a flop. So that is very important. It's also a question of delicate question about money, right? Money is important. So when Girish Karnad was asked in the 1980s, early 1980s, what do you think the people, what do the people who go to cinema make of class struggle, or those who make cinema make of class struggle? So he laughed and said, these guys don't know anything about class struggle. That I thought was a kind of arrogant reply of an intellectual who doesn't understand the people, and this thing that only we understand, you see. I'm sure a lot of people, even in the nationalist movement, suffered from this problem. Avant-garde, only they understand, and only they can explain things to people, obviously. I mean, a history of popular culture, what becomes popular, whether Parsi theatre, whether cinema, whether, you know, Kabir Das becomes popular, whether Tulsi Das becomes popular, whether Mirza Ghalib becomes popular, and whether Nazir Akbarabadi becomes popular, you know, there's something in this history which tells us, no, people actually understand and know. And they understand this contest also that goes on in literary representation, in filmy representations, etc., etc. So the effort to drive a certain narrative is not always successful. I'll give you one example. In the 1930s and 40s, especially about mythologicals and, you know, the devotionals, there was this debate that we should have these films in Shuddh Hindi, Tatsam Pradhan Hindi. How can these characters who belong to ancient India speak in a language which is a mixed Hindustani language, right? But they had been doing this since, you know, early 19th century at least, I mean late 19th century, mid 19th century, in the Parsi theatre, which became the basis from which Hindi cinema takes off. So this new debate comes up. But this is not really successful, right? Cinema, even now, uses a mixed language. We have made this transition from Hindustani to English, right? But it is not a pure language. It is a people's language. So the filmmakers have to take care of the fact that it's the patrons, they will decide. Okay, of course, this is also a very simplistic reading because the conditions of production, exhibition, as well as viewing, everything has been changing. Now we are watching films on etc., etc. So the conditions have been changing all along. But and we'll have to, you know, apply our brains to each period, etc. Obviously, to educate people in the 90s, but the filmmakers are also trying to educate people. In the first decade of independence, for example, historians, including Ravi Vasudevan and others, have argued that the citizens are considered the children who need to be educated in the new ways of becoming a citizen, right? So Ab Dilli Dur Nahi, for example, by Raj Kapoor, right? If you look at it, there is a similarity between the children as well as the new citizens, etc., etc. But do people only take those pedagogic lessons, or do they also subject these films to their own aggressive readings? I think they do. And they are not so easily fooled. So let's not delude ourselves into believing that only we know, right? And people who are, you know, gullible, you know, cinegoers, they go there only for entertainment. Of course, entertainment is also important, but entertainment also is packaged, right? And there are other things people are aware of, and they look for that. They have their own fantasies about equality, you see? Why not?
Sure, thanks. Arjun, very quickly, then Professor Rizvi, and then Prabodhan. What did you all mean? What did you all make of your subjects in terms of viewing as a viewer, as or imagining a kind of an audience for the stories that you were and for the text that you were critiquing? Arjun, over to you.
I think, I mean, the text that I've been critiquing or interpreting or reading, I'm doing it very particularly in terms of my own training. So there's no movie making there, but like from a different perspective, if I watch Padmavat, I thoroughly enjoyed watching Padma with. I mean, in my head, I knew everything is messed up there. So how do I respond to that? So, I mean, as the question arises, the audience can discern, but is not enacting your confirmation bias also a form of entertainment? I mean, I was just thinking of that. I mean, my bigoted uncle who has a sarkari job, he doesn't know nothing about history. But he loves believing what Sanjay Leela Bhansali has to say. So and so discernment is also part of that process where you are actually adhering to the confirmation bias, because I think then the whole idea of the secular politics also becomes very exteriorized.
Fascinating. Yeah, go ahead, Arjun. Yeah, go ahead.
And that's as much I can add here.
Okay, fine, fascinating. I mean, there's a part of you which is also as a viewer, which is sort of critiquing one's own confirmation biases, as you were saying, and then all those things are getting unsettled. I mean, very, very interesting. I wish we could speak a lot more on all those things. Rizvi Saab, how about you?
Yes, I mean, I think I should thank all the panelists for having a very good discussion. I mean, in fact, these are the questions which are very relevant for us to answer and understand. I'll start with what Arjun said, the discerning viewer. Naturally, a lot of us are quite discerning as far as those who go to see the movies. We can make out the nuances of the movies, why it is being made, where there is something which is wrong. But my concern is that as far as the general masses are concerned, who unlike Arjun and others do not have that much training to discern the fact from the fiction, I think movies become one of the major ways through which they start understanding the past. So I think they do play a great role in shaping the thinking of the masses, in spite of the discerning viewers as well. Let us also remember that the present always moderates the past. How we understand history, like Ravi Kantji pointed out, that there are a large number of interpretations as far as history is concerned. So in the same way, the movies are also having a number of things which they throw up, and you have to pick and choose or to collect what he says, fragments from them. But I personally think, I qualified when I started my presentation that I am not someone who has been seeing many movies. So I have my own constraints. But whatever I have seen, and on the basis of it, I can just say that, films do have a great impact on the making of present day minds. And that is why we have to be a little careful. That is one of the things which I want to say. Secondly, sir, yes, sometimes it is us who decide what to show. But then, as Ravi Kantji gave the examples of a number of movies or serials on Mirza Ghalib, now there is a public demand for Ghalib, and that is why the movie maker is making a movie on Ghalib. In my paper, that is what I tried to argue out, why a particular type of a movie was made in a particular type of a society and epoch in history. Why the same theme, when it is picked up at different points of time, they differ in their approach, right? So the answer Ravi Kanji or Arjunji or any of us is not that simple. I think history has to be understood. History has many versions. There is no single version. Similarly, I mean, the movie director has the right to present before us any version which he wants to put. But my plea is that just like the historians, we never want to project anything from the past which is not based on some source of information. Interpret it any way you want. Yes, please do. But at least some basic facts should be reflected. Whether the architecture had cusped arches or did not have cusped arches, Ravi Kanji, you are quite true. That is immaterial. What is material is that what type of society, what type of message the movie is trying to give. Is it really authentic to what the time period it is trying to represent? My concern is only that.
Okay. All right. Right. I think we are very close to closing time. I would, again, a very, very quick question, quick response to all of you. A quick question to all of you. If I can get a quick response from all of you, that would be very good. Very simply put, what should, I mean, is it, my very straight, quick question to all of you was, I mean, what would a historian be doing on a film set is also my question. If there's a historian and if the trained historian over a film, over a film set, what would that person's job be? I'm not very sure. What are your takes? If you were in a film set, what would you be doing? That's my question. Anyone? Ravi Kanji, you first.
Let me, Ravi Kanji, just a moment, because while Jodha Akbar was being made, a number of historians from Aligarh were roped in to give advice to Ashutosh Govarikar, and fortunately or unfortunately, I was one of the very junior members of that teams of historians.
Okay.
Ashutosh ji did not contact me directly, but because he had contacted Professor Irfan Habib and Professor Shirin Musfi, and I was working under Professor Irfan Habib, so I was roped in and ultimately came in contact with Ashutosh Govarikar and participated in one of the seminars which I referred during the course of my paper. This question which you have put up is very important. What I would do as a historian, if I am there to direct it or to moderate it, naturally, there are two types of approaches which I can keep. One is to be truly, truly very authentic in showing the period which is being depicted. Right? That would be my historian's craft. But then, as pointed out by the famous director whom I quoted, hard, facts do not sell. They are too boring to be sold. So naturally, there are certain other aspects which have to be added. So what I would do instead of being entirely faithful to the depiction is that at least I would try to see that the movie is going in the direction to the spirit of the time in which it is being placed. It cannot be entirely the same. It is just impossible. My take on Akbar would be very different from Harbans Mukhia's take on Akbar, for that matter. Both our takes would be very different from how Shirin Musfi or Irfan Habib perceives Akbar. So I cannot say that this is straight jacket and it should be so.
Sure.
What I, as a historian, should try to do is that the general direction in which the movie is being made on some historical topic is the right direction, and that is all.
Okay. All right. Arjun, over to you, and then Ravikant Saab, you can tie it all in. Yeah.
It's very ambitious for me to imagine being a graduate student who's perpetually broke to be in a film set, but I would try to avoid the film set as hard as possible, because I would realize that these are different professions. So and I cannot be very prudish about my craft. So ultimately, the director would have something else to do. I would have something else in my mind. So I really don't see any convergence here beyond, because I mean, those are commercial interests and they have capitalist ends at the end of the day. So I don't think I would be able to sit well with them.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Ravikant Saab, you?
Arjun, we also have capitalist ends. We also get our salaries. So let's not, ride this moral high horse and say ki cinema wale waise. Let's, get real. Now, what do historians do? Yes, I've been on a set because I have written dialogues for a film called Kali Salwar.
Okay.
It's Manto's, based on Manto's story. Eponymous story and a couple of other stories directed by my friend Farida Mehta. So we realized very, crucially the value in producing those dialogues that Manto wrote for us and which I rewrote sometimes. And so we realized how the artifice of cinema, how artificial it is, You have to recreate that, right? That atmosphere which Manto was creating about Delhi and Ambala, we are trying to recreate, right? We can only approximate, right? We can never create that set, even if we, like Rizvi Saab was saying, we can only approximate. Devshri Mukherjee has recently written a book called The Bombay Hustle. She has spent some time on the sets of Omkara, working as an assistant, and she also observed it. So she did ethnography of how workers are, paid, how are they looked down upon, etc., etc. What does work mean on a capitalistic kind of set? What does hustle mean, in Bombay film business, etc., etc. So read her history. If you want to understand what goes on, there are many people who are actually going to the sets and reporting from there. So we should also go there and benefit, from our close observation as it was zooming in. Yeah. So that's where we should stop, right?
Yeah. All right. Fascinating. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ravikantji. Thank you so much, Arjun. Thank you so much, Rizvi Saab. I think Prabodhan had to catch a train. Thank you for a wonderful session. And again, it was our pleasure hosting you and hearing your papers and hearing your thoughts. And I wish also, that's what I wish all of you are present for, the rest of the sessions as well. But I think Arjun has got a class for tomorrow and he's in a different time zone. So, All right. See you. Take care. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
And lastly, I really want to thank Rahul for being a fabulous chair. He really opened up this discussion in ways that we could not have done without him. So thank you, Rahul. And Rahul is going to leave us very soon. He's leaving our university and going to Bangalore in a new capacity. So we wish all.
Thank you so much.
All the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Nice meeting you.
Yes, nice meeting you. Thank you so much. Thank you. See you. Take care. Stay well. Bye-bye.
So we resume in 10 minutes at 2 o'clock. Okay, 12 minutes. तो अजय भाई आप भी कुछ हल्का फुल्का खा लीजिए, हम जल्दी मिलेंगे.
ओके सर, ओके
जी.
ओके.
Hi Sagar.
Hi Uttaran. Yeah. So
yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Can you see me? Hello. Yeah.
Yeah. I can see you. I can hear you.
Yeah, great. So we start in 11 minutes. On time.
Sure. I can see Shrimoy is here. Shrimoy, is that the right pronunciation?
Yeah, I believe so. Shrimoy.
Yeah.
Both of you are Bengalis. Come on, you cannot be wrong about pronunciation. Is the list showing you as a co-host, Shrimoy? Because you have to present, no?
List in the sense, which list?
I mean, this participants list. Right now, there are 11 people being shown here.
No, it's not. He's not being shown as a
okay. So I'll ask the IT guy to include you as the co-host. Only then will you be able to show the clips or make a PPT. So, but we can start with.
We are starting with Dr. Maidul Islam.
So Maidul's paper doesn't have any clips or PPT. So that will give plenty of time for us to shift gears and take it.
Okay, great. So we do all the papers first, and then we open it up for questions and conversation. Right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Shubhrajita, you're named as Apple.
That's right, Maidul. That's right.
And you should rename yourself.
He's actually using Vidisha's laptop. His own laptop had crashed. So that was the confusion. That's why we are slightly late. But I just spoke to him and he's being made the co-host. So as soon as that is done, we will begin. So, okay, Uttar, we are all set. We are just waiting for that.
I am here.
Sir, aap to hai. You've been here with us since the morning, but we could not recognize you.
Yes. Who is the enigmatic Apple in the...
Okay. Moidul is speaking first, I guess. Mr. Moy.
Aapka ho gaya hai co-host. So I'll just ask the IT guy to start streaming in the YouTube link, or then we begin. Ajay bhai, aap sun rahe hain mujhe? Hello. Abhi, there'll be a green tick which will come, and we can start 5-7 seconds after that.
Okay, so should we start with a short round of introductions? I just invite everybody to introduce themselves, and then I introduce the session, and then we can, start with Moidul and Srimoy, and then Shubhrajita.
Yeah, that will be fine.
Okay.
So we are live. Yeah, it's over to you, Uttar.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the second session of our seminar, The Past is Present, History and Political Representation in Indian Cinema. Our session is called Reading Episodes. I would like to welcome all the panelists, and I'd like to request them to take a minute or so to introduce themselves. First, Dr. Moidul Islam, who's an assistant professor of political science at the Center for Studies in Social Sciences in Calcutta. Dr. Islam, if you would just introduce yourself.
Yeah, hello, everyone. Thank you for kind do you need to say more, or I can just start?
If you could just tell us a bit about your research interests.
Right. Okay. So my research interest is in political theory, and I'm a political scientist by training. And I have recently published a few books. The first one being Limits of Islamism, that was published by Cambridge University Press in 2015, and then Indian Muslims After Liberalization by Oxford University Press in 2019. And just now, my third book came called Political Theory and South Asian Counter-Narratives. It's also part of the Routledge Studies in South Asian Politics. And at present time, I'm involved in an institutional project on decolonization disciplines and the history, and I have been given the responsibility to look at the evolution of Indian political science post-1947.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Dr. Srimoy Roy Choudhury. He's assistant professor at the Department of History in the School of Humanities and Social Sciences at Shiv Nadar University. Welcome, Dr. Roy Choudhury. If you could just tell us a bit about your research interests. I think you're muted, Dr. Roy Choudhury.
Thank you. Thank you. My research interests are not at all related to cinema studies. So I work on law and medicine, and this particular presentation that I'm going to do today relates to that. And cinema is only part of the career of the criminal case I am looking at. And I'm looking forward to the suggestions from the subject experts that are here. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Roy Choudhury. And our final speaker on this panel is Dr. Shobhajyoti Dasgupta from Vishwabharati University in Shantiniketan. Dr. Dasgupta, if you would like just tell us a bit about your research interests.
Right, I'm Shobhajyoti Dasgupta. I am essentially a military historian of the colonial and the post-colonial army. I essentially do a social history of the army. I, by chance, have recently got interested in the visualizing 1857, especially the Indian perspective. And this is my maiden foray into the subject. So I'm not asking for mercy. I'm just stating it as a matter of fact. So let's see what happens today.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Dashgupta. And I'm Uttarun. I'm going to be chairing this session. Well, I'm not a historian or a film studies scholar. I'm only a journalist, but with interest in cinema and history. So reading episodes, it's interesting that our session, which has 3 very thematically different papers, has been called reading episodes. And this alerts us to the fact that the film or the films that our panelists will be talking about are themselves readings of different episodes of Indian history. The English word episode traces its roots from the Greek word episodion, and it refers to the self-contained narrative unit, usually the action between songs and odes, right? And in the modern context, it is a sort of a cohesive narrative unit within the larger dramatic work, such as a TV series or a podcast. So episodes generally have 2 essential characteristics. One, that they are self-contained or cohesive, but also that they are part of a larger narration or a narrative unit. Now, if we were to agree that in our post-truth world, all ideological battles or contests are about narratives, then it becomes obvious how important every episode of that narrative is, and how every episode is then a fertile landscape for this kind of an ideological battle. The recent developing controversy over the biopic of Sardar Udham and it not being selected by the Indian jury for the Oscar race, I think is a good example of that. Professor Advait Rushke says that Hindu nationalists are specifically trying to rework Mughal history. I would like to extend this to even post-Mughal or post-independence history. For instance, our first paper that Dr. Maidul Islam will be presenting on the death of former Indian Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri and the supposed mystery around it in the 2019 film, Tashkent Files. So over to you, Dr. Islam. But before you begin, just a note for the speakers. Every speaker has 30 minutes to speak, and we'll go through all the papers first, and we'll take the questions at the end. At the 25-minute mark, I will send a private message to the speaker to let him know that he can wrap up now. So over to you, Dr. Islam, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. So, am I audible? Yeah, am I audible? And yeah, okay.
Yes, yes.
So, first of all, I thank both Sagar and Kaushalya. They have been really remarkable in terms of organizing this entire symposium. First, a caveat is that I am neither a historian nor a film studies scholar. I just have interest in cinema, very little on films. So one of my presidency friends, he contacted me, who is actually trained in history, and he is teaching at Nalanda, and then he said that, would you be interested to contribute because you have some interest in cinema, so probably you can actually join this symposium. So thank you, both Sagar and Kaushalya, who contacted me and of course gave me this opportunity to finally write a very preliminary draft. Of course, this is a very preliminary draft. The work is in progress. Now, it is often alleged that Hindi cinema has misrepresented the past. Indian history has been depicted with popular myths and stating wrong historical facts in several Bollywood movies in the recent past. And of course, the first session of today's symposium did talk about certain films regarding the actuality or non-actuality, the authenticity, and the non-authenticity of those films, of certain films. In particular, the depiction of the Sultanate period, the Mughal period, and its aftermath in various films have been notorious. In contrast, this paper highlights the Tashkent Files 2019, a film that deals with a more recent episode of contemporary Indian history during the 1960s. The film focuses on the death of India's second Prime Minister, Lal Bahadur Shastri, in Tashkent. The movie dabbles with conspiracy theory while making direct accusations of a planned murder by international secret agencies and insiders of the Congress party that would have eventually benefited Indira Gandhi to become the next prime minister following the death of Shastri. It is directed by Vivek Agnihotri, a vocal supporter of India's majoritarian nationalist party, the Bharatiya Janata Party, who had also published a book around the same theme, Who Killed Shastri? The Tashkent Files 2020. Journalist Anuj Dhar's book, Your Prime Minister is Dead, 2018, has also inspired the film. Dhar has been propagating another conspiracy theory on the death of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose for several years. The timing of the release of the film on 12th April 2019, the following day of the first phase of the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, spanning 7 phases that ended on 19th May with right-wing populist propaganda, must be seen in such an appropriate context. The movie problematically celebrates the assertion of high moral ground of a young journalist, Ragini Phule, role played by Sweta Prasad, who is known to be a fake news reporter within the journalist community. She is known for getting political scoops for the newspaper India Times, as shown in the film. Some of you who have seen the film can really recall it, and those who have not, I'm just briefly describing the main narratives of the film and the kind of arguments that is there in the film between several characters. The journalist, as the main protagonist of the film, alleges how the Congress party is a party of the elites sitting in Lutyens' Delhi. Moreover, she asserts that the Lutyens elite feels threatened whenever a Prime Minister of India hails from a modest socioeconomic background. The movie directly accuses that politicians, professional historians, and intellectuals are sell out to various foreign countries. The film also directly asserts against ideas of secularism and socialism and accuses that India became a colony of the Soviet Union in the following decade after Shastri's death. The film sets the background that under Shastri's leadership, India defeated Pakistan in the 1965 war. Soon after the victory against Pakistan, Shastri reached Uzbekistan in the former Soviet Union to sign the Tashkent Agreement with Pakistan. After 6 days of hard negotiations, the treaty was signed on 10th January 1966. A few hours after the signing of the Tashkent Agreement, Shastri died. The film claims that how he died has been kept secret, and thus his death remains a mystery. The film opens with a scene in which a former Soviet spy, Vasily Nikitich Mitrokhin, role played by Francisco Ramon, met an official in the British Embassy in Riga, Latvia in 1992. Mitrokhin admits that he was appointed as a foreign intelligence officer in 1948 and retired as the director of KGB archives in 1985. He had several documents of the KGB archives spanning several decades. It will later become the Mitrokhin archive. He had copiously taken handwritten notes for 25 years of various files of the KGB archives that cover almost every country in the world. The film shows that the official historians of the country have given a false narrative that Shastri died because of a heart attack. The film openly declares that his death was not natural. The main narrative of the movie asserts that Shastri was poisoned. The movie points out that the historians have not adequately cultivated the Mitrokhin archives, which hints that Indira Gandhi, whose code name was Vano, was the sole beneficiary of Shastri's death. Of course, this code name was Vano was coming from this whole Mitrokhin book, and secret agencies gives these code names, and so in the KGB vocabulary, Indira was known as Vano. The film shows that a committee was formed to find out the exact reasons for Shastri's death. The committee consisted of only one renowned historian, Padma Shri Aisha Ali Shah, role played by actor Pallavi Joshi. The historian shown in the film is differently abled, smokes, and part of the elite circle of New Delhi. In contrast, the journalist who is part of the committee is not interested in facts, as shown in the very early part of the film. She belongs to the internet generation who is not interested in serious political journalism, but wants to be famous on Twitter and open up a news site startup. For the startup, she is desperately looking for funding. In a conversation between the journalist and her editor, she says that it is not about Shastri, but let us pin down the government. Nasiruddin Shah, who played the role of Home Minister PKR Natarajan, forms a 9-member high-power committee to investigate Shastri's death with members from both the government and the opposition. There would not be any media coverage, but the veto power of the committee will be with the veteran opposition politician Shamsundar Tripathi, who would chair the committee. Mithun Chakrabarti plays Tripathi role in the film. Tripathi wants that journalist Ragini should be part of the committee as his eye and camera. He also has no interest in Shastri, but claims that there is no truth in politics and that a politician has nothing except his image. He argues that people do not like the truth, but like the stories about truth. It's very significant. It's interesting, and how these things will come later on, that there are no truths in this world at all. Apart from the politician Tripathi, the journalist Ragini, and the historian Aisha, the 9-member committee that investigates Shastri's death comprises of ex-Raw Chief GK's Ananta Suresh, role played by Prakash Belawadi, youth leader of the ruling party Vishwendra Pratap Singh, role played by Prashant Gupta, retired Supreme Court Judge Kurian Abraham, played by Vishwa Mohan Badola, Director of Archives India Omkar Kashyap, played by Rajesh Sharma, the socialite Indira Joseph Roy, role played by Mandira Bedi, and Director of the Indian Scientific Research Council Gangaram Jha, played by Pankaj Tripathi. Various committee members discussed how Shastri's stay at Tashkent was changed from a tourist hotel to a dacha, which is a Russian for a bungalow or a cottage. The historian justifies that a DIG from the central government has approved of his residence in Tashkent. In the hotel, there were steps that were bad for a heart patient. The committee members did talk about 2 medical reports, one given to the Indian government and another to the then government of the Soviet Union, and how the dacha in which he stayed did not have provision for oxygen, although Shastri was a known heart patient with 2 previous attacks. In contrast, the director of the Archives India expresses that the DIG had approved the ground floor of an in-tourist hotel in which Shastri was supposed to stay, in which there were provisions for both makeshift operation theatre and oxygen. The last-minute changes were made after the intervention of 2 top bureaucrats from India. The socialist Indira Joseph asks why there was no bell in Shastri's room, which the historians have ignored. Ragini argues that 6 Soviet doctors have signed the medical report, and Dr. R.N. Chuk, the PM's official doctor, gave an intramuscular injection to Shastri. Soon after the intramuscular injection was given, India's second prime minister died. However, a senior Russian lady doctor, E.G. Yeremenko, who first saw Shastri's dead body, did not sign the medical report given to the Indian government. Ragini asks that, is it possible that she had refused to sign because she feared of something? She argues that why Shastri was not given oxygen, which was required for heart patients. Is it because there was no oxygen? The scientist Jha asks why he was given an intramuscular injection instead of an intravenous injection. In the former case, the medicine reacts late to a patient's body during an emergency. It is common sense and it is just a common sense, whether the doctor did not know about such a common medical practice or whether it is a deliberate ploy to kill Shastri. Ragini asked whether Shastri was already dead and the injection was given later, and that is why Dr. Yeremenko did not sign the medical report. Indira Joseph asserts that any prima facie evidence must have been destroyed. In contrast to 6 Soviet doctors who had signed the medical report submitted to the Indian government, a different medical report was deposited to the Soviet government signed by 8 Soviet doctors. Ragini presents a case before the committee of why there was no post-mortem report of Shastri and why there were cut marks on the body of Shastri with blood stains. She speculates that KGB used to take out organs from the body to cover up any act of poisoning. Various committee members were already convinced that Shastri was killed. The committee members discussed various facts, narratives, and counter-narratives. Then there were debates about the mistakes in Russian translation in 2 medical reports, which were disputed as 2 different medical reports instead of identical ones. Questions like why the red diary of Shastri and the flask in which he used to drink milk were not returned to the Indian government were asked. Some members of the committee asked whether there was any poison mixed in the flask. Ragini asked why 2 witnesses of Shastri's death, Dr. Chug and Shastri's assistant Ramnath, later died in 2 separate car accidents. In one scene, there is a reference to another conspiracy theory that in Tashkent there was a secret meeting between Shastri and Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. More conspiracy theories were floated, like Subhash Bose was staying in India as Gumnami Baba, and how the nuclear scientist Homi J. Bhabha got killed by the CIA through a plane crash just 13 days after Shastri's death. Several committee members discussed how several scams were not properly investigated in the past because the truth is a luxury in our country. The profound tussle between several members of the committee and the historian who attempted to provide some reasonable explanations as portrayed in the film shows a tremendous contradiction between a worldview of rationalist discourses and a popular sentiment trying to get justified through rational lenses of asking missing questions in a plot. And in the film, those who have seen the film, the historian is quite passionately arguing that, look, this is all about conspiracy theory. This is all about dim lighting, where you ask so many questions and so many kind of contradictory questions where nobody will actually know what happened. So the truth is completely gets something which is the truth gets compromised. It's something where people would never understand how history is being written, and how the historian who has actually painstakingly gone to the archives, those kinds of justifications that the historian wants to give, was kind of trying to give in this film. Now, intellectuals have a very legitimate skepticism towards conspiracy theories because conspiracy theories have an irrational tendency to continue to believe in those theories, even when such conspiracy theorization degenerates an entire research program on any particular issue. At the same time, conspiracy theories have been often used by anti-elitist and anti-intellectual populists in many instances. Conspiracy theories are obscure attempts to understand the reality of sociability from the myopic perspective based on esoteric epistemology. In this context, one must be clear that theorizing about conspiracies like the Watergate scandal and the Iran-Contra affair may not be necessarily wrong because they were indeed the handiwork of small groups of influential individuals. Thus, there are good and bad conspiracy theories. Many people believe in conspiracy theories because of deficiencies in cognitive abilities, the absence of available information, and motivation to think critically. Therefore, current research in the field of psychology has shown that belief in conspiracy theories are guided by motives that are epistemic, by an attempt to understand one's environment, or existential, if there might be existential motives where the believers in conspiracy theory try to be safe and in control of one's environment. There can be social motives where the believer in conspiracy theory want to maintain a positive image of the self and the social group that a person belongs. Now, some prominent examples of conspiracy theories in the past range from accusing the Bush administration behind the 9/11 terror attacks, the assassination of US President John F. Kennedy by the CIA, and alleging scientists, communists, and the United Nations for global climate change. Conspiracy theories tend to influence people to reject scientific agreements, most notably the consensus around anthropogenic climate change. In this regard, more recent studies in political psychology have shown that conspiracy theories do more harm than good. In this respect, one can argue that Bollywood's attempt to utilize conspiracy theories as a mode of challenging established historical facts is different from the known trope of misrepresentation of Indian history. Through its various characters, the film reveals that no one knows how politics in the world is controlled. It was a narrative by a double agent of KGB and RAW, Mukhtar, whom Ragini visits in Tashkent to know more about the so-called mysterious death of Shastri and that of Minister Natarajan. Here, one must note that conspiracy beliefs are based on an unknown power controlling the universe. It is generally believed by the powerless who have limited control in a world of uncertainties that the world is run by a single government or few oligarchic power centers, which conspire against revealing the truth to the people. And there are several dialogues in the films where some of the characters are saying that very, very vociferously arguing that, look, it's like nobody knows how the world is controlled, who is writing the script. It's something like a god, and this is how politics works, and you will never be able to know the actual truth of an event, like that of Shastri's death. In this regard, the movie directly challenges the task of the historians. While historians have been painstakingly involved in collecting archival materials and official facts about any event or set of past events, conspiracy theories build up their propaganda based on missing links in any historical narrative. In such a context, how should historians respond to conspiracy theories? Do they ignore them? Ignoring conspiracy theories is one approach, because giving too much attention to conspiracy theories might further rekindle more enthusiasm for conspiracy theories, who by and large suffer from attention-seeking syndrome. At the same time, in a world of post-truth, where fake news, bogus campaigns, conspiracy theories, and popular myths continuously circulate on several social media platforms, how could historians respond to conspiracy theories and conspiracy beliefs? In this case, the Tashkent Files directly challenges the historian's approach to objective research with a substantial prejudice against both politicians and its contempt for the historians. It is a dangerous trend and quite symptomatic of the surge of right-wing populist discourses in India. And this is something which is being greatly being shown in the film. You know, it's where Ragini is suggesting that, look, there can be socialism can be one an ideology of a party, but it is certainly not to be the part and parcel of the Indian constitution. Of course, correctly so, because socialism was inserted during Indira Gandhi's regime. But what is interesting is that there is also, she's suggesting as championing the thought of Ambedkar, and she's a non-Brahmin. So this is something, and a kind of assertion is kind of making, without making a substantial engagement of what Ambedkar also had to say with socialism. Then there's also another scene where Gangaram Jha is suggesting that whether the cook of Shastri is why the cook was changed from Ramnath to a Muslim cook, you know, and there must be some kind of a ploy by these so-called Muslim traitors, and you know, you need to control these people. And of course, the historian is also the only sole Muslim character in the film, and the kind of questions that the committee members and several characters are actually challenging the historian is quite profound. So basically, what I'm trying to argue is that so there, of course, we all know that Bollywood is actually misrepresents history. Okay, now there's also a debate that whether Bollywood, whether it's a task of the Bollywood to show actual history is something which is contested. And in the previous half, there have been this kind of discussions whether how much the director or the filmmakers or the producers can mess up with actual history. But here but in this film, there's a different trope which is emerging. It's not of course there is certain misrepresentation in this, but what is happening is that it is directly challenging the historian. The historian is the criminal here. So historian is something who is getting asked, who is getting questioned. And in a dialogue where the chair Shamsundar Tripathi, played by Mithun Chakraborty, is suggesting that the historian has no interest in seeking truth. The historian is only interested in royalty because she said so, that Shastri died out of heart attack. There was a natural death. That's why she has more stakes in establishing the fact that the Shastri actually died out of heart attack. You see? And everybody has their own motives. So the politician is a political terrorist, the media is a TRP terrorist, and all sort of kind of dialogue that is being used. Now this is quite interesting, that how an interesting episode which one can say during the decolonial decades of the 50s, 60s, and particularly the 60s, the film is showing that there has been some kind of mysterious death of Shastri. Now, of course, the historians, there are official facts. There is a white paper in the parliament, and all sort of things have been discussed. And the politician also contradicts himself by saying that the white paper is something which is the last word in India's parliament. And of course, the protagonist is challenging even the white paper, is also challenging the white paper. So there are multiple narratives And at the end of the day, nobody actually know how Shastri died. But the main narrative is that Shastri was poisoned. There was a mysterious death, and directly contradicting the official historical narrative. So my question then is, I'm actually not answering because I'm not a historian, but I'm just posing the question to the historians here. Is that how will then historians respond to this kind of narrative and this kind of film, which we have official propaganda. The film is full of a lot of right-wing propaganda. There are a lot of misogynist kind of dialogues. Those kinds of things are there. Very communal kind of dialogues also. And this is a film which deals with a particular episode of Indian history, not that far, but more recent, kind of more of a contemporary history. But at the same time, it challenges the official historical narrative. So now, as theorists, we know why conspiracy theories exist, why people believe in conspiracy theories. And of course, there can be also good conspiracy and bad conspiracy theories, because theorizing about conspiracies do also take place, because there are also political conspiracies which was later kind of revealed. So as the Watergate scandal or the Iran-Contra affair do show that there can be conspiracies. But then there are also bad conspiracy theories, the 9/11 to the Bush administration, connected to the Bush administration, or several other kinds of conspiracy theories that really, the climate change deniers, that those are another kind of conspiracy theories. That climate change is only because of the communists or the UN or scientists, all those kinds of things. Now, I'm pointing out that whether this is a conspiracy theory, and this is a conspiracy theory which is now being shown in the film to read a particular historical narrative. And this is something which is different. It's kind of a new trend, which is different from the known trope of just misrepresenting history. It is in a context which is happening when historians have been actually challenged by certain kind of narratives of the far right, that whatever history has been written is largely being written by those who are liberal or from the left, broad left kind of section. So, and here you have a protagonist who is known to be a fake news propaganda master within the journalist community, is the protagonist, and kind of showing that, and kind of asserting her own moral ground that she is an honest taxpayer and all, and so she needs to exactly know what happened to India's second prime minister. Why don't we remember that 2nd of October is also Shastri's birthday and not just only Gandhiji's birthday? So those kinds of narratives are there, and so it's a kind of a profound challenge to the historians to at the level of the popular kind of domain, because as we know that films in our country do not actually have a greater penetration, not only among the masses within the country, but also it goes outside India in the diasporic community, which is also already more vulnerable to the right-wing kind of propaganda. And of course, now within this kind of a regime, you have these narratives already there. So this film and the context of the film, the release of the film, the maker of the film, everything shows that there is a kind of a very kind of a planned kind of a propaganda, and this is a very new trope in Bollywood. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Islam. That was rather interesting. And of course, Vivek Agnihotri was also the author and maker of a book called Urban Naxals, which again is around this theory that he came up with, that Naxalites are infiltrating our institutions. And eventually, of course, several people have now been accused of trying to assassinate the current prime minister. So from one plan of assassination to another plan of assassination. Okay, so quite a few interesting questions, such as, what can historians do to fight a film that is aggressively challenging them with this kind of propaganda? And maybe we shall come to the questions at the end of all the papers. I'd now like to invite Dr. Srimoy Roy Chaudhary to present his paper. I think Dr. Chaudhary also has a presentation along with
I just have a couple of slides. That's all. So I thank you, Tarun, and I would also like to thank Sagar and Kaushalya for organizing this conference, for raising issues which are very relevant for our times. I'll go directly to my paper. In an interview given to First Post, Lokendra Singh Kalvi, the leader of Karni Sena, had adroitly argued that the film Padmavati was a direct affront to his mother. If the depiction of women in the film was correct, then there was no place for him or for history of the Rajputs, because he, a 6 feet 4 inches man, was no other than a direct descendant of the great lineage of Rajput kings, from Rana Sanga to Rana Pratap. Raja Mahinder Singh of Udaipur, he explained, was the head representative of a lineage to which belonged many others like Lokendra. He himself was the 37th descendant of Maharana Ratan Singh and Rani Padmavati. Kalvi reiterated what Padmini Devi, the proprietor of Jaigarh Fort, had said, that the film, which incidentally was shot in her fort, had smeared the name Padmini for good. Lokendra makes it clear that it was all too real to be fictionalized, to be rolled on the reels for national circulation. Communitarian censorship preceding the existing censorship should be exclusively reserved for historical films, which would examine everything from content to naming of the film. The renaming of Padmavati as Padmavat, a fictional account, unshackled it from a series of associations that the Karni Sena had put out as real to counter the cinematic depiction. These associations are royalty, Hindu, Rajputs, Kshatriya, Rajputana, Rajasthan, all territorially integrated by blood and co-reproduction. It represents the historical continuity of a territorial imagination and rendered contemporary in the form of a social space that is both intimate and hierarchical. In this imagination, subjects feel aggrieved and agitate when the image of Rajput royalties, spatially bounded by estates archetypally represented by forts and palaces, is seen as being tarnished. The spatial association of Rajput Kshatriya blood with that of the estate lives by serving the interests of national tourism, and so does the estate's political claims on life, labor, and language. The palaces, forts, heritage hotels, and museums take claim on the convergence of the economic and the political in the estate in synchrony with that of the nation state. The estate therefore lives in representations as both a reminder of feudal relations as well as one which has been negotiated through political solidarities of post-colonial India. This imagined estate reminds us that solidarity is based on blood, contrary to Henry Maine, is not something that one would have to overcome to arrive at modernity. Rather, it is an object of accumulation, personified by the estate. What Maine thought to be symptoms of asynchronicity in countries like India is now being paraded around as an instance of being at home in the age of globalization and decolonization. What drives my query is, what does this partial convergence between the representation of the asynchronic, the primordial, and that of the political and economic in the body of the estate entail for historical understanding of cinema, cinematic depiction of history, legal discourse, and memory? To this end, I study how the estate comes alive in the spatial representation of the Pakur murder on 26th November 1933 as a discrete economy within territorially bounded imagination of British India. I argue that while cinematic and judicial representation of the crime have been fixated with the estate, presently iconized by a palace in ruins in Pakur, stands witness to contestations which are foundational to the post-colonial spatial and mnemonic convergence of the primitive and temporal, asynchronous and synchronous, the local and the cosmopolitan. Since 1994, Pakur has been a district headquarters of the Jharkhand state. Prior to that, following the reorganization of states based on language and formation of the state of Bihar after independence, it was carved out as a subdivision of the Santhal Parganas, which was previously part of Bengal Presidency. Historically, the Pakur Raj has demonstrated its proximity to the East India Company during the Santhal Rebellion of 1855, when the palace was attacked by the insurgents. The Raj also thrived under the later day tenancy legislations in 19th century, which ensured a reduction in the disciplinary powers of the tribal chieftains in favor of the Zamindar. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Pakur, situated in the foothills of Rajmahal, was administratively modeled around the government estate, the Damin-e-Ko, a territory that the British government claimed in its favor to distinguish the Santals from the Paharias. In Bengal, the framers of permanent settlement assumed that when measured in mahals, Zamindari property was synonymous to estates of the English gentleman landlords. Over the 19th century, Niladri Bhattacharya has argued, estates came to be replaced by villages measured in mojas as the revenue administrative category. This presentation revisits the residual estate to understand how primordiality became a mark of the very estate that was meant to rule over it as a model of the state. Prathama Banerjee's work has convincingly argued that the primitive was constituted in the process of unfolding of colonial political economy, where Santals and Paharias were directly fenced in, thus emphasizing that their access to modernity could only happen through subjectification as primordial, asynchronous in relation to the rest of the society. She argues that whereas in the West, this primordiality was psychologized and internalized as symptoms of individual trauma, in colonial Bengal, the Santal and the Paharias were rendered primitive in relation to two indices of modernity, money and language. The Bengali representation of tribe as asynchronous with the logic of market was reflective of its split subjectivity, as synchronous in relation to colonial space, but part of a nation fractured in time and space. Crispin Bates' work has demonstrated that such representations of the Santal failed to demonstrate their mobility as indentured labor in the latter half of the 19th century to replace slavery as a dominant mode of plantation production. This literature provokes me to reflect on the historical modes of aestheticization of the social in the context of transformation of slavery to plantation labor, indentured or otherwise, in the 19th and 20th century. In this presentation, I show how the Pakur estate was socialized in the context of the murder case and its aftermath. In the first section, I studied the cinematic recreation of the murders in 1976 in the film Rajvangsha or Royal Lineage to understand how the post-colonial Bengali audience was subjected to the reconciliation of the memory of the estate with the counter-memory of the nation state. In the second section, I revisit the judicial making of the murder case to trace the emergence of estate as a distinct economy. The third and concluding section will study the restoration of the Gokulpur Palace of the Pakur Raj and spatial modalities of reconciling synchronous with the asynchronous in the memory of independent India. Rajvangsha or Royal Lineage, the history and cinema. I've chosen this film because I've been told that what we see is a revised version of the original script, which was challenged in the court of law by Prasunendra Chandra Pandey, the son of Binayendra Chandra Pandey, the prime accused in the Pakur murder case of 1934. The naming of the film is a moment of reckoning with royalty in post-colonial memory. Thus, we see the protagonist, Pratap Singha, being released from jail as part of Nehruvian government's declaration of amnesty for prisoners in 1947. He's seen as traveling by train back to Moinamoti estate, 17 years since his after 17 years since his imprisonment. The film starts with a train journey to Moinamoti estate and ends with it entering a landscape reminiscent of the Chotanagpur Plateau, a site of Bengali nostalgia. In between, the viewer revisits with Pratap the life cycle of a zamindari and how he brought an end to the estate by insinuating criminal acts against the proprietors. The narrative is framed as a journey back in time and space for post-colonial Bengali audience who travel along with Pratap to the past where the Kshatriya Zamindar and the Dome subjects, all speaking the same dialect, remain separated by the palace, the iconic representative space of the estate. Consummated from an extramarital affair between the Zamindar of Moinamoti and the Queen's companion, Pratap finds himself ostracized from the village along with his mother in his childhood. Thereafter, Pratap decides to encounter his past following his mother's death and leaves his academic pursuits of becoming a lawyer to return to Moinamoti to claim what was his own, what was his entitlement, equal claims to the property as a Zamindar's legitimate son. with the Zamindar's legitimate son. On his return, he, however, finds himself unwanted in the palace, but discovers that he was welcome in the Dome village, where he is reunited with his childhood friend Putul. Between the palace and the Dome village, the presence of the state is minimum but not inconspicuous. While it was true that the Zamindar survived on appropriating forest lands and with force, while the state looked the other way, it was Pratap's threat to go to the magistrate which forces the Zamindar to accept his claim to reside in the palace without any right to inherit the property. Deprived of his fair share, Pratap now turns to violence and unleashes forces of scientific and legal knowledge against the royalty. He finds a cohort in the estate's physician to carry out his vindictive exploits, and wins his trust by marrying his daughter. Thereafter, he gets the doctor to use toxins to kill the Zamindar and the Zamindar's son, but only to
Have we lost him?
Yeah, it looks like we've lost Dr. Raju.
I'll try calling him.
Yeah. I think we can wait for a couple of minutes while Sagar tries to contact Dr. Raju.
It's a power cut situation. So his partner picked up and said that they're trying to fix it and go over to a mobile hotspot connection.
Right. So should we just wait for a couple of minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, what can be done with the online sessions?
Yeah, he's back. I can see him.
Yes, I think we can start.
But the co-host position is not still coming. So maybe let him start. I will from the back end.
Okay.
Okay, Shiva. You begin. You restart.
I think we lost you at the point where he was getting married to the doctors.
Yeah. So So ultimately, he realized that all who mattered to him in the estate had died or left the estate. Overwhelmed with guilt, Pratap decides to hand himself over to the police. The jail provides a space for Pratap to reflect on his misdeeds. The movie ends with Pratap completing the journey to Mayanamati. We see Pratap facing up to the death of the estate and independence from British rule simultaneously. Will the protagonist embrace the new dreams promised by independence, or will he continue to wilt in guilt and fail to live up to the times? For the Bengali audience, revisiting the estate in this landscape in 1976 envisaged two possibilities: experiencing the tribe through cinema as a surrogate experience of traveling back to Bihar. Secondly, experiencing the estate as a repository of a past location, removed in time not only because of its exploitative relation with the primitive subjects, but also because, as Prathama Banerjee's work reminds us, primitivity did not rest being the other. The film portrays the threat within the moral economy of the estate, which threatens the imagination of a discrete economic space. When the blood of the ruler is already besmirched by sexual excesses, toxin proves to be its only remedy. The nemesis of the anti-hero Pratap is that he would end up having to destroy from within what was his object of desire, the estate, by cutting off its corporeal ties. Pratap's insanity, the film underscored, was not situated in speech. It was located in his hatred against the father, in the recesses of his mind. The child actor and Uttam Kumar repeatedly rubbed the two sides of the head to mark their inability to internalize the insults thrown at Pratap by the authoritarian father. The film also rendered the estate familiar, close to home in its choice of domes as its subjects. The Bengali audience was long familiar with the domes as an officially designated caste of scavengers employed in government crematoriums and morgues. This imagination of estate as a bounded space was founded on the erasure of its own universality as a property when more.
Okay, I think we've lost him again.
Seems to be that case. No, I've heard the electricity situation in Jindal Sisri is bad.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just wait again, I guess, for a few more minutes.
Yeah, what else can we do? It was developing very well.
Yes. He has logged out and I think he'll come back in.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
I'm sorry.
Welcome back.
So the reasoning of colonial built environment mandated that a criminal case be designated by the name of the place where the first information report was lodged. It was this reasoning which led to the naming of Pakur murder case as such. The murder, however, was not committed in Pakur. It was committed in Howrah station on 26 November 1933. The estate's lawyer lodged the first information report against Vinayendra Pandey on 17 February 1934, thus making it a case of the Pakur Raj. My next section is the judiciary and the history sheet. Contrary to what the name suggests, the investigation of the Pakur murder case had to acknowledge the wide geographical spread of networks and agencies which produced the alleged conspiracy against Amarendra Pandey. Indeed, the judgment of Alipur Sessions Court in Calcutta observed that mobility produced the it was mobility which produced the vicious plan of murdering Amarendra with the germs of plague bacillus. The conspirators had moved between Howrah, Bombay, and Pakur in railways to procure the toxic specimen, produce subcultures, and pass it into Amarendra's body in the on that fateful evening. While investigation revealed the ingenuity of the plan of murder, lack of direct evidence against the accused, Binayendra Pandey, Dr. Taranath Bhattacharya, Dr. Sivapada Bhattacharya, and Dr. D.R. Dhar, made it difficult for the prosecution to pin any of them down as guilty of the act. The dark-complexioned man in Khaddar who had pricked Amarendra in Howrah station had disappeared for good. Moreover, Amarendra had been cremated without a post-mortem. It was the development of the bacteria from Amarendra's blood culture at Tropical School of Medicine and the report it published on 13 December, 11 days after Amarendra's death, which proved that he had plague infection. His death certificate, signed by Dr. Sivapada Bhattacharya, had stated heart failure caused by septicemia as the reason of death. The prosecution's case against the three was thus based on circumstantial evidence. This dearth of direct evidence produced two effects. It triggered extensive speculations in news mediums about Binayendra Pandey and his sexual life. Moreover, such unwarranted aspersions did not remain restrained outside the court of law. While deliberating on the appeal of Binayendra Pandey and Dr. Taranath against Alipur Session Court's deliverance of death sentence, the High Court of Calcutta too agreed that such specimens should not have been allowed as evidence in this case. Averse to declaring it as mistrial and inviting more public attention during retrial, the High Court divided the judgment into two parts: Binayendra and Taranath's active participation in a conspiracy to kill Amarendra, which had been convincingly proved by the prosecution, and the defendant's complicity in the actual execution of the crime, which was not supported by direct evidence. The High Court reached a compromise in favor of reducing their punishment to imprisonment for life. Binayendra's resistance to partitioning of property between the two brothers was seen as proof of his desire to expropriate it, or rather appropriate it. The judicial understanding of the Pakur Raj, on the basis of which Binayendra's motive was adduced, was based on the will left by Father Pratapendra Pandey, who willed the estate in the name of two brothers, leaving her sister-in-law Rani Suryavati to represent the estate for the time being. However, I would argue that wills of Zamindari estates, especially in the Santhal Parganas, hardly betrayed the conflicting jurisdictions between tribal chieftains, the colonial state, and multiple proprietary claims from within Zamindari establishments, which rendered partitioning of estates a difficult proposition. Indeed, when Binayendra in his defense accused the Pakur royalty of conspiring against him, the estate that he accused was one which was mired in differences over territorial rights between several stakeholders represented by two palaces, the Gokulpur Palace and the Boro Rajbari. Moreover, it is evident from the defense testimony that the predisposition of two matriarchs, Rani Suryavati of Gokulpur Palace and Rani Jyotirmoyi Devi would become later on the health minister of Bihar. Gokulpur and Rani Jyotirmoyi Devi of the Boro Rajbari towards Amarendra had become a constraint for Binayendra to govern the estate as the Karta. While it will require more research on the effect of agrarian settlements in the late 19th century, as well as the effect of the Mitakhara law and Hindu succession acts, which created matriarchs co-personally claims over property in the Santhal Parganas, it appears from the argument of the defense counsel that restraints issued by the rest put a stop to Binayendra's plans to set up a marketplace in the caste lands, which led him to shift to Calcutta. In Calcutta, Binayendra would set the value of estate in circulation through investments in areas promising quick profits. Unharnessed, the Pakur Raj appeared in Calcutta in various garbs as a prolific spender, a womanizer, weaving dreams of producing cinema in Bombay, patronizing medical experiments, life insurance agents, and medical practitioners of high standing. It is noteworthy that Binayendra Pandey's Binayendra co-accused Taranath was associated with the Medical Supply Corporation, which he had joined after completing 1 year of a course in tropical school following his graduation in medicine. Taranath was known to be researching on the possibility of an anti-plague vaccine. Sivapada Bhattacharya was a teacher in Tropical School of Calcutta who had achieved success as a general practitioner in private practice. And D.R. Dhar was an MRCP from London and associated with the Bengal Immunity Company, which had been set up by B.C. Roy, later Chief Minister of West Bengal, and Dr. Neel Ratan Sarkar. Apart from them, 7 medical practitioners featured in the witness list, demonstrating Binoyendra's association with a wide range of medical expertise, which cut across public-private divide and was symptomatic of the expanding world of biomedicine itself. In this emerging biomedical world of public health and commerce, laboratory had appeared as an authoritative voice, inhabiting the protected domain of the colonial state. As many as 9 laboratories had been opened between Kasauli, Calcutta, Rangoon, Bombay, and Pune by 1920. The Crown's case against the accused rested, at the end of the day, on their participation in procuring, with wrong intent, specimens of variolous matter from the Haffkine Institute and the government's Arthur Road Infectious Diseases Hospital in Bombay on July 1933. If the act of actually murdering Amarendra was that poison, the act of what left Binoyendra eligible for punishment was this act of infiltration into the domain of public health. I would like to argue that judicial framing of the case in the Alipur Sessions Court had ended up refracting the attention of the jury from these very spaces, colonial laboratories, to relocate the source of contestation in the Pakur estate. After all, Binoyendra's defense counsel had alleged a conspiracy formed through coalition of interests between his enemies and personnel of Tropical School of Medicine, whose blood culture, where the blood culture was done after Amarendra's body was exhumed. The prosecution could not throw the same charge at Binoyendra because it would implicate government employees, thereby tarnishing its image. The British government's policy of defending the spirit of bureaucracy by punishing its employees discreetly led to the expulsion of Dr. Sivapada Bhattacharya from the Tropical School of Medicine. The colonial space of biomedical research was left untouched in this discourse, while the estate re-emerged as a site of blood feuds turning toxic. The instructions of Judge Ellis to the jury in the Alipur Sessions Court is revealing insofar as it helped them frame discrete events and testimonies within a coherent narrative underscoring the role of Pakur estate as the prime source of the conflict. It stonewalled all speculations on the source of infection with its own experts, arguing that Amarendra's infection could not have come from any other source than the one produced artificially in laboratory conditions by Taranath with the help of Taranath. Moreover, the prosecution produced a history sheet that demonstrated that, and history sheet was it's a word used in the jails in British times, history sheet for prisoners. So the prosecution produced a history sheet that demonstrated that this was not the first time that Binoyendra tried using biomedical toxic substance to kill Amarendra. An incident at Deoghar in 1932 involving Amarendra getting infected with tetanus in suspicious circumstances was cited as evidence of the first fruition of the conspiracy of the co-accused. All 4 accused are found to be present in Deoghar, influencing the course of treatment against the wishes of Rani Suryavati. The prosecution's case against Dr. Dhar was weak as the patient had survived the treatment. Dr. Sivapada's suggestions during the course of the treatment were not followed, which relieved him of any malfeasance. Moreover, Dr. Sivapada was found to have acted with propriety in his diagnosis of septicemia as a cause of death, given that he did not have the blood culture report. This history sheet, he isolated Binoyendra and Taranath from the rest and zeroed in on them as the original source of this grand biological war against Amarendra. The crucial argument in the case that under the able guidance of Binoyendra, Taranath had smuggled the subculture was faulty because a subculture would not survive the 40-hour-long train journey from Bombay. It would be more convenient to smuggle an infected rat, which would reveal corruption, however reveal corruption and laxity on the part of the Tropical School on the part of the government personnel. Faced with the prospect of acts of violence taking the shape of political offense, the justice system found it convenient to distance the role of government's own scientific infrastructure from the conspiracy and privilege the Pakur estate to prevail over that of the colonial space, the totality represented by railways, laboratories, its experts, its investigation team, and its lawyers, all of whom were designated to distill and communicate the colonial state's self-declared program of moral and material progress, as well as the nationalist pledge of reviving the Bharatvarsh. In the following section, I will conclude this study by reflecting further on the confrontation between colonial state and the estate, and how its career pans out in the post-colonial memory of the nation state. If colonial institutions invoked the imagination of a bounded totality against and in relationship to which the national space was imagined, as Manu Goswami has suggested, another strand of scholarship reminds us that the estate could well be the living sign of an unfinished conquest, symptomatic of a deferral and effacement of a sufficient concept of legal sovereignty. This clearly comes out in the declaration in 1929 of the Chamber of Princes, which had been founded by a royal decree, that various princes of the subcontinent were invested with an independent source of sovereignty, irrespective of their dependency on the British Raj. The following section revisits Pakur after 15th August 1947, when the question of estate cropped up in the context of reconstitution of state boundaries on the basis of linguistic majority and the Santal Parganas tenancy legislations of 1949. On 18th November 1947, it came to be widely publicized that Binoyendra Pandey had been killed in a gunfight, not with the prison guards as one would presume, but with the Indian army, equipped with mortar guns, hand grenades, light machine guns, rifles, and tanks in Gokulpur Palace in Pakur. Contrary to the conviction of the police and local magistrate that there was a prostitute with him and another associate, Binoyendra was found alone in the palace, dead with his double-barreled breech-loading shotgun, which was licensed under his wife's name, ammunition, a dagger, and a sword. He had been done with a hand grenade thrown at short range while taking a shot at a Jamadar who had entered the palace. The inquiry that followed Nehru's prodding took exception at the bloodshed and adverse publicity caused by the local administration's dealings with Binoyendra. For the sake of brevity, I will drop attention to two areas of inquiry that this report highlighted. Firstly, why did the local administration get involved in what was a family affair and attack the vanity of Binoyendra Pandey? Secondly, whether the administration was justified in summoning the army to bring down Binoyendra. From reading the report of B.B. Mishra of the Intelligence Bureau, it is evident that the first question and the second question were not unrelated. In both cases, it was the local police which was found to have insinuated the proceedings. The Deputy Superintendent of Police in Dumka appeared to have gone out of his way to record Krishnendra Chandra Pandey's complaint that having returned from jail as part of the amnesty granted to prisoners declared by the government in 15th August 1947, Binoyendra had infrugality similar to the one he had experienced in the jail at the palace. Krishnendra had confided to the deputy superintendent that he, along with his mother, feared for their lives. The deputy superintendent was known to be a close friend of Binoyendra, and his offer of police protection became a sore point between him and Binoyendra. Later, after having failed to infiltrate the palace, it was this very police which had sought the intervention of the army, which was reported to be unwilling. The police argued that since the palace was built like a castle, it was difficult to infiltrate the building without destroying it. The question was, under Section 46 of CRPC, the police was empowered to touch the body of the one being arrested, but was it within its right to kill the persons or touch the building of that person? Evidently, the Bhagalpur DIG's repeated exhortations that Binoyendra was a lunatic with a criminal past was not enough to sway the government leader, who repeatedly stonewalled the suggestions of the police. The government had to take into consideration the fall. The government had to take into consideration the fact that this step would inform civil suits for damages being filed on the destruction of the building. Reports of Santal tenants mobilizing in favor of Binoyendra won the day for the police. forcing the government to embrace the prospect of paying compensation. Hold on for a second. Sorry about that. Constitution of India 1949 declared that irrespective of the fundamental rights enshrined in the Constitution, the state could acquire it or any rights therein or the extinguishment or modification of any such rights. In recent years, this definition of estate has fallen short of satisfaction in judicial trials of civil cases, and hence it has been added that tenures prevalent in the local practices as well as jagirs would be included as part of the estate. While the neoliberal state comes to terms with the legal boundaries of estate, the present state of Gokulpur Palace is testimony to the asynchronicity that haunts the notified tribal belts of Jharkhand in relation to more contemporary cosmopolitan cinematic imagination of estates in Western India. Accordingly, the memorialization of Pakur and its representation given to regional divides between the local and the cosmopolitan, while cinematic, fictional, as well as documented representations in Bengal, West Bengal, inevitably tilt towards the conspiracy and murder, the so-called Pakur murder case. The estate is testimony, the estate, the palace, Gokulpur Palace is testimony to the final battle that was fought between, for many in Pakur, the estate is testimony to the final battle that was fought between the British and the Raj. The chronological rupture caused by independence fails to register in these recollections where the estate stands against the grain of history as vanguard of nationalist war of independence and a signpost of local history. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that rather interesting presentation. And of course, while listening to Pakur, one is always reminded of one of the adventures of Byomkesh Bokshi that it inspired, which also then went on to be filmed. And of course, also of the more famous, I think, Zamindari case in Bengal, the Pawal Shannashi case, which has been the subject of several films now. I think most recently Ekjechilo Raja, but also an older film called Shannashi Raja. Right, I think we'll come back to all these questions a little later, but now I'd like to invite Dr. Shobosaji Dasgupta to make his presentation. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you, first of all. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, first of all, Sagar and Kaushalya for inviting me. And I would like to apologize to Uttaran Dasgupta because I completely missed the mail which said that the paper should be of 2,500 words. So I ended up inflicting a 9. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are. You are audible.
Okay. Thank you, Sagar and Kaushalya, for inviting me. And I would like to apologize to Uttaran Das because Uttaran Dasgupta, right?
Dasgupta, yes.
Because I had missed the mail which said that the paper should be of 2,500 words. So I ended up sending a 9,000 words paper, which I think caused you a lot of problems. But sorry.
It was very interesting to read.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much. Okay, my paper is visualizing 1857, the Indian perspective. While a lot of ink has been spent on analyzing the representation of 1857 in literature, not much has been done as far as visualizing the 1857 from the Indian perspective has been from the Indian perspective. I would like to say here that most of the initial visual representation came from the British side. That was natural because after 1857 and the atmosphere prevailing, anybody who tried to write or tried to represent anything in favor of the 1857 from the Indian side would risk his head being cut off. Now, before going into the visual representation of 1857 from the Indian side, I would just like to go a bit into how 1857 was remembered. I would not like to go into details of why 1857 is being remembered as the first war of independence. That could form the basis of another paper, and it is not the appropriate place for dwelling on that. But I argue that when we talk about remembering 1857, 1857, I argue, was remembered on two planes. One is the masses, and one is the, as far as the emerging Indian bourgeois and the Indian bourgeois intelligentsia is concerned. As far as the masses are concerned, 1857 very quickly became an epic event. It assumed a cult status, and gradually in the years following 1857, shrines, memorials sprung up locally in many areas. And I think Badri Narayan in his article has done a very good job of it, of depicting it. Now, a visual representation of 1857 in the true sense, interestingly, came from an area where there was no overt support for 1857 in 1857 when the revolt occurred. That is Bengal. The first known visual representation from the native side or from the Indian side or from in the subcontinent came from the Kalighat photo painters who basically depicted the Rani Lakshmibai wearing a red sari, sitting on a horse, holding a sword, looking very resplendent, and wearing a crown which looks suspiciously like the crown worn by Queen Victoria. And the emphasis was obviously on that Rani Lakshmibai being victorious, and never mind what happened in reality, and she crushing all opposition. And I personally suspect that though Rani Lakshmibai obviously belonged to the feudal class, the fact that she was a woman lent her a certain subalternity, probably. Now, it's a contentious point, but I think that might have been the case. Now, coming to the emerging Indian bourgeois and the bourgeois intelligentsia, they took their own sweet time to warm up to the 1857 revolt, and people like Nehru, Gandhi had a lot of reservations regarding the revolt. And I argue that it took a lot of time, and in the years following independence, gradually 1857 started assuming a cult status, or as far as even the the ruling elite was concerned, or the bourgeois intelligentsia was concerned. And gradually a certain situation developed where 1857 was one of these epical points, or one of these nodal points in our struggle for independence. And today, let's say, increasingly it looked like as if that if your community or your region had not participated in 1857, you were not patriotic enough. Again, that is a point for maybe another paper. But the point is that as 1857 gradually assumed the epic status and cutting across community and ethnic divides, gradually certain visual representations started coming in. And the first movie, and unlike Srimoy, who basically had to face the West Bengal State Electricity Board or whichever electricity board, I'm working on a computer which is not mine. My computer is in the workshop, and I'm technologically challenged. So I'll try to show Sohrab Modi's 1850 Sohrab Modi's Jhansi Ki Rani. So the first visual representation of 1857 came in the form of Sohrab Modi's 18 Jhansi Ki Rani in 1953. And what I have done is that I have looked at Sohrab Modi's Jhansi Ki Rani, and then I have looked at, of course, Manikarnika 2019, and I've tried to see that the parallels and the differences. And I would like to argue that while there are certain parallels in spite of the wide difference in the chronology, almost 70 years. In both the movies, first of all, there is this build-up. This build-up that Manikarnika was this extraordinary child right from childhood, extraordinarily brave, fears nobody, fears no one. I would like to show you, hopefully, one shot from Sohrab Modi's. First I have to share screen, right? Sagar?
Yes, you'll have to share your screen.
Okay, hopefully all goes well. Then comes
Ajay bhai, IT team, hello. Can you please help? We can see your screen.
Yes, yes.
Uneja dekhiye.
Wait. Oh God. Wait, just a minute, just a minute. I'll try once more. If it does not come, open. Is it showing?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Oh, wait, this doesn't advertisement. Wait, I'll just take a bit back. Now just watch. Am I audible? Yeah. Now just watch the scene. This is the infant. Where is the Manikarnika? There comes Nana Sahib and Rao Sahib. The child, you could say, or the teenager Nana Sahib, the child Nana Sahib and Rao Sahib in a hathi. Like she has climbed on the tusk of the. Okay. How do I come back? That would be a real tragedy if I can't come back after this. Oh, stop sharing, right?
Yeah, you stop sharing.
Stop sharing your screen.
This is new share. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible and we can see you as well.
Okay, just let me speak for I'll check out without wasting time. Or stop share. Wait. Yes, stops here. I come back. Fine. Everything is fine. So, now the other scene. This is the scene from the Saurabh Modi's Jhansi Ki Rani. And the other scene, of course, Manikarnika is which I could not download from Amazon Prime. The scene where they show that this tiger, which is which is troubling the villagers, and she, the merciful heroine, shoots an arrow not to kill but to wound. The tiger is rushing at her, and she shoots the first arrow. The tiger falls. That she has shot not to kill but to wound. So the tiger again makes a jump and just lands on her feet. So in both cases, this is a build-up where it's being shown as that she's extraordinary right from childhood. Of course, Saurabh Modi's movie is more understated in certain ways. For instance, if you could see the marriage scene of where because if you could see the man who moves her from the onrushing, rescues her from the onrushing elephant is the Rajguru of Jhansi, who has come to search for a bride, and he gets impressed and then goes to Manu's parents. Basically, Manu's father is a courtier at Bithur, Nana Sahib's court or Nana Sahib's court. So then and in Manikarnika, of course, it's a very dramatic scene where the Rajguru has come and Manikarnika is wielding the sword and against Nana Sahib and Tatia Tope. And one thing which I must say here is that there is no historical evidence that whether Manikarnika was actually friends with Nana Sahib and Tatia Tope and Rao Sahib in the childhood. Now, my point is, and this is maybe a banal point, that it is irrelevant whether there was a historical evidence or not. When it's obvious, both the cinemas are trying to build up a trope of the fearless Rani and a certain, and in that context, obviously, when you are trying to build up a myth or a cult of a figure, myths and facts both mix. That is what makes a cult. Now, this is what is. These are certain specificities regarding or certain similarities regarding the depiction of Manikarnika. Again, there are other things. Both movies, Sohrab Modi and Manikarnika, try to airbrush certain very, very controversial facts about Manikarnika. First, or the Rani of Jhansi. Firstly, she was a reluctant rebel. A complete 1 year passed before she actually finally got into the revolt. And the fact remained that she negotiated with the British till the last for the recognition of her adopted son. And that is a fact, but that fact is airbrushed in both cases. They just don't dwell on that fact. Manikarnika actually hints at it when Ghaus Khan, her general, says that why are you negotiating with the British? She said that let me first build up my strength, but nothing anything then more. Again, also the massacre of the English at Jhansi, while historians are the jury is out as far as historians are concerned. Some blame her for the massacre, some don't blame her. But here also there is absolutely, in both cases, and even in Sham Benegal's 1857 Bharat Coach, she is completely absolved as that, and she is on the contrary shown that she tried to help and she tried to save them from being massacred. So the fact remains that be it 1953, be it 2019, Jhansi Ki Rani, there can be no spot on Jhansi Ki Rani. She is a heroine, she is a hero, and she has to be absolutely pure, absolutely spotless. A hero cannot be in black, or a heroine cannot be in black and white or have shades of gray. Is a pure, brave, and there can be no ruthlessness or no, because complicity in killing of women and children can detract from her cult. But there are certain dissimilarities, and as Ravi Vasudevan in the morning and Ravi Kant also spoke, that the times in which the movies are made obviously influence a lot the movies, how the things are represented. Jhansi Ki Rani does not go into the nature of the revolt, but depicts a revolt as a secular uprising, as a people's uprising, as a secular uprising, where people from all communities take part, and they show a mythical meeting. Again, there is no evidence whether representatives of various kings, queens did come there or anything, who came to a meeting, and then they decided on a countrywide insurrection. Interestingly, as far as Manikarnika is concerned, first of all, Manikarnika is shown as this very popular queen, and she's and while Jhansi Ki Rani also shows Manikarnika as brave, extraordinarily brave, she's still human. In Manikarnika, as you will say, if you notice the last scene, if you remember the last scene, the way she wields the sword and the way she fights, it's almost as if she's superhuman. And then she's shown as a people's queen, but the kind of polity, she's also talking about the kind of polity which would come if the rebels win or if she wins. And she's talking about, and then they show the statue of Shivaji and they talk about a Swarajya. And this Swarajya is clearly a Hindu Swarajya, but a Hindu Swarajya where there is space for the minorities, where minorities will be treated fairly. There's a hint, because how is the hint given? That a group of Afghans come from Delhi to help her, and she says that now the blood of the Afghans and the Pathan shall mix, and the revolt shall assume a different tone. So this is the and our general is Gauss Khan. So who is a Muslim, which is a fact that our general, they share a general called Gauss Khan. So what I would like to say is that while there are certain specificities, certain similarities, there are obviously dissimilarities. Apart from the dissimilarity in sets, which is natural, there are other dissimilarities, and these dissimilarities are due to the times in which the two movies have been made. There is a sea change from the time 1953 when Sohrab Modi was made and today's India, which is a whole lot different. I need not elaborate on this fact. Now the point is that while Rani Lakshmibai was no doubt belonged to the feudal class, both the movies did not really investigate or the feudal class as such. While the emphasis was on Rani Lakshmibai. Now, and so the two movies which investigated the feudal class came up in the 70s. One is Shatranj Ki Khiladi 1977, and the chess players, and one is Junoon 1978. Now you might ask me, and a certain some people have always asked me that how is Shatranj Ki Khiladi a movie regarding 1857? Now my justification is that the annexation of Awadh was obviously a very, very vital backdrop for the revolt of 1857, because the annexation of Awadh set forth a chain of events and released a chain of simmering tensions, contradictions, which culminated in 1857. Because as you can notice that while we still today do not know whether conspiracy existed or not, there is a lot of circumstantial evidence after the annexation of Awadh of discontent, tension, of Sahib's bungalows being suddenly set on fire, the thatched roofs being set on fire, the sepoys being sullen, sepoys crowding around post offices and telegraphs as if there was some news in the air. So obviously the annexation of Awadh, especially for the Bengal army, whose family lived in the villages, and the taxation policy which following the Awadh annexation, hurt everybody, right from the tallest talukdar to the simplest peasant. And Rudrangshu Mukherjee has done an epic work on it. So that is the reason why I say Shatranj Ki Khiladi as a movie which is of relevance as far as 1857 is concerned, because the annexation of Awadh is a very important backdrop. Now, there has been work on the chess players, obviously. If you look at Andrew Robinson as a chapter on it, Reena Dubey has done work on it in 2005. And there is Chidananda Dasgupta, who has on his book on Satyajit Ray has written on it. Now, I have certain issues because, like, let's say Reena Dubey talks about that it's as if that the way the movie is showing the culture of Lucknow and the entire culture of the Nawab's lifestyle, it is some in some levels or in some sense the critique against the utilitarian philosophy of the British, who believe that this kind of lifestyle is debauched, desolate, time-wasting, and worthless. And this is a critique. I have my reservations regarding that. And even Satyajit Ray, in an interview given to Shopon Mojumdar in 1978, himself said that when he first looked at the figure of now Satyajit Ray firstly was it's not that Lucknow, the language might have been unfamiliar to him, but Lucknow was very familiar to him, because if you read his biography, he used to go to Lucknow a lot during his childhood. Now what Satyajit Ray was saying was that when he was researching on Wajid Ali Shah as the character, he initially found him extremely worthless. Then when he learned that he was a good singer and a good composer, he said, okay, there's something redeeming in Wajid Ali Shah. So, and he's also talking about that, you see, I was dealing with two negative forces in history. One is feudalism, one is colonialism. And my feelings were ambivalent. And the fact is that, again, there was though these were two negative forces, there was a certain humanness also there. There were certain characters. It was behind both the forces, operating behind both the forces, real men operating, and there was a certain humanness also involved. So there is an ambivalence. And the ambivalence is, I think, represented, if you look at the Amitabh Bachchan's, and everybody knows the story, so I shan't waste time narrating the story about Shatranj Ki Khiladi. I'm assuming everybody knows it here. So if you look at Amitabh Bachchan's narrative, then there is this enters, this sardonic narrative, this sarcastic narrative, and it looks like a critique of, scathing critique of the Awadh, its feudal elite, and even its common people. Even when they're showing the pigeon racing or the cuckoo fight, the cock fight there, it's a scathing critique. But if you look at the way Wajid Ali Shah is portrayed, that is where I think the certain ambivalence of the Satyajit Ray comes out, because it is evident that he has a lot of sympathy. He has a sympathy for Wajid Ali Shah. Maybe when sympathy developed when he heard that he was a good composer, but he has a lot of sympathy. And with the way he shows this Wajid Ali Shah or the Queen Mother, it obviously that he has a sympathy. He has its condemnation, and there is also a sympathy also. And my personal experiences with Wajid Ali Shah, that even when I was unemployed and trying to write an article for this magazine of Pioneer, which is no longer there, they asked me to go to places where 1857 had taken place and how they remember 1857 now. And I had gone to Lucknow, and invariably cutting across Hindu, Muslim, whatever, people, when they talked about 1857, they started talking about Wajid Ali Shah. And it is as if that Wajid Ali Shah took part in 1857. The fact was that he was safely in Delhi, Kolkata. But the Wajid Ali Shah has rightly, wrongly, has a certain appeal. And I don't know about 2021 Lucknow. I keep going, but I have a suspicion that even in these polarized times, Wajid Ali Shah might be a figure who might elicit, sympathetic reactions cutting across divides. So, while it's a scathing critique, it is also a sympathetic portrayal of a life, of a culture which, of a culture of an elite which could not meet up to the challenge, but which had its redeeming features. So that now I come. So it is. I would ultimately say that it is a very, very ambivalent portrayal of the revolt. But it is. But what it gets clear is that in the last shot where Mir Roshan Ali and Mirza Sajjad Ali fight over this trivial issue, and I think Mir Roshan Ali ends up shooting Mirza Sajjad Ali. That's when Amitabh Bachchan says that they could that not one shot was fired when the army is seen marching in. Not one shot was shown fired, and here they are fighting on trivial issue. I think that brings out the scathing critique also. Whereas the lingering shots and the treatment of Wajid Ali Shah brings out the sympathy also. But close to it, shifting to another movie, close to it, there was another movie, and this is the Junoon, which I'll try to show again. I hope again, how much time do I have left? 15 minutes. I didn't hear you.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. I think about 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay. I'll try to show one visual. Junoon again is a love story, as you know, set in the backdrop of 1857. It is taken from Room with a View, and it is about this Pathan Javed Khan, whose elder brother Sarfraz is this important leader in the 1857 revolt, and this English family whose the officer is killed, and his wife and the daughter Ruth, played by Nafisa Ali, they escape and take refuge at a local Hindu merchant's house. And from there, Javed Khan, who has already seen Ruth and has developed a liking for her, he kidnaps her and brings her to their house, where obviously Javed Khan's wife doesn't like it one bit with Shabana Azmi, because she knows that he has a liking for Ruth. And Ruth's grandmother is Indian. That is also a fact. So the family has an Indian link also. So if you see in that show, that is the basic story, and the story then develops as the rebellion develops, and the rebels of the initial success are suffering one reverse after another. And in the backdrop of this is Javed Khan, who is unwilling to fight, has not fought till now, where his elder brother is immersed in the revolt. And then there is this scene which, if you have seen, where he comes and Javed Khan is immersed in Ruth and his pigeons, and he releases all the pigeons. So that is how the scene develops. So I will just show you that in this movie also, I would say that Shyam Benegal takes a nuanced view of the revolt. He is more sympathetic to the feudal elite, and the contrast between these two movies is 1856 is a Sharpton Killer is a movie where the feudal elite did not raise a finger except on the chessboard. Here is now a feudal elite where Javed Khan might not be fighting, but a feudal elite which has mobilized itself is fighting and is taking everything at stake. Because mind you, one thing that because they have put everything at stake, because defeat meant disaster and ruin. So this is the first contrast. So obviously they are showing in far more sympathetic tones, and while he's taking a nuanced view of the revolt, he is also his position is clear. He's obviously on the side of the Indians, and while he does not dwell too much on the you could say the atrocities, he shows certain stark shots, which I will try to show one, which which are so striking and so at one level so banal that if the objective is to make you cringe, I think they succeed eminently. I'll just try to show one shot from Shyam Benegal because I realize time is short. Share screen. Share screen. Just a minute. Am I audible?
Yes, you're
Yes, sir.
audible.
Wait, let me try. Oh, this is not going on. Okay, wait. Not this one. Stop share. I'll just go into Gmail. Send email. If I can't do it, I'll leave it because I don't want to waste time. Wait, I think I might manage. Yes. Is it showing? Is it showing?
Yes. We can see it.
There is. This is the shot. Here, there. They've lost Delhi. Well, stop sharing. There is this scene of now he being blown from a cannon, which I have no time to show that. Now, the first thing is that Javed Khan, Delhi Harge, Javed Khan's disappointment is actually very personal at one level, because the entire Miriam, Ruth's wife, mother, has said that if you can win the war, if you people win, then you can marry Ruth. If you lose, then you can't marry Ruth. Now Javed Khan realizes that after losing Delhi, it's a tough job. Anyway, so in all the 4 movies I've seen, and I'll just briefly move to my last section, one might wonder that where are the people? Now, the first 2 movies were about Jhansi Ki Rani. I was focused on Jhansi Ki Rani. 2 movies on Shatranj Ki Khiladi and on the feudal class. Now, where are the people? Now, the people, the first person who would show the people in the sense that would move away from the feudal class is a certain Shyam Benegal again in his Bharat Ek Khoj. And I will not show a visual again because there is absolutely no time. And there he showed the interesting fact about Bharat Ek Khoj is that while Shyam Benegal, obviously Om Puri is the Sutradhar and he narrates the entire story and he's a Sepoy officer. So the entire story is through the eyes of the Sepoy, and then there are these songs and everything. At the end of the episode, both episodes, because they are obviously based on Discovery of India, that I need not say, Nehru's Discovery. It shows that Shyam Benegal, again, maybe it's rooted in the times when he's doing it, he's as if he's afraid to completely move out of the Nehruvian paradigm. In the sense that while the Nehruvian, if you look at Nehru's analysis of revolt, it is a feudal revolt, where the feudal class, provided the leadership and they were retrograde, and if we had won, they had won, we would have gone back to the era of Nawabs and Rajas. Now the fact is that Shyam Benegal, the entire revolt is being shown through the eyes of a Sepoy or a Sepoy officer. But in the end, Shyam Benegal thinks that no, I should make this complete break with Nehru. So when Roshan Seth comes, he narrates the Nehru's version of events, though what has preceded is a completely different version. And here I would like to say something, that while Sepoy has been obviously depicted as the people here, I have my personal reservations whether the Sepoys could be equated to the people completely. In the sense that I believe, it's my personal opinion, or it's what my research makes me say, or my standpoint, that Sepoys were some kind of a new elite. Contradictorily, their service with the company, which they had now disavowed or which they had now thrown away, had made them very confident and made them very assertive, and had made them feel like they were a new elite. And in the Bengal Sepoy, which had now revolted and was on the side of the Sepoy, had a history of confrontations with the common people and with the zamindars as regards land and other issues. Now, when it came to the 1857 revolt, obviously their interests were the same and they were on the same side. But even in the revolt, they were very, very assertive, both to the common people, ran into civil fracas with the common people, and were very, very assertive towards the Nawabs and the Rajas. So Nehru's assertion that if they had come to the Sepoys had won, we would have gone back to the era of the Rajas and the Sepoys, is doubtful, because they're very assertive. If I had time, I would have shown you a shot from Bharat Ek Khoj, where they're talking so assertively to Rani of Jhansi, saying that we have come to your city, you have a choice, either give us money from somewhere, and then saying, or we have to loot your city, we have no choice. And there is no servility there. So whether the Sepoys and the people can be equated completely, I have my doubts. But at least as far as the filmmaker is concerned, Sepoys represent the people. And at least it's a shift away from Rani of Lakshmibai, who ultimately belongs to the feudal class, and movies, however fine movies they might be, which is that Shatranj Ki Khiladi and Junoon, Shift Away, and at least the people have come in the form of the Sepoy. Even though I have my personal reservations of equating them completely. And my last movie, please give me 3-4 minutes. My last movie, which since we talk about the people, is Mangal Pandey. I personally consider it to be a very, very bad movie. And it's the thing about both point which I forgot to say, both in Mangal Pandey and in Manikarnika, the way the English officers are depicted, there is one great English officer, Gordon, and they show a very, very unnatural friendship which never existed even in the early days of the British Raj. And the others are, they're so evil and their violence is so grotesque that they end up like comic characters, both in Mangal Pandey and even if you see in Manikarnika, where all these Major Ellis and all have come in and they're saying bow, bow, and then Manikarnika tells him that I will not bow, and then they make this grotesque face. So the depictions are very, 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 very unreal. And I have heard a lot of things about the audience and what the audience wants, and maybe the audience likes that. I do not know, or maybe we underestimate the audience. That is also possible. But the one point which I wanted to make about Mangal Pandey before concluding is that again the people come in here because here Mangal Pandey is shown as talking about a constitutional monarchy in the lines of UK, and there is this Azimullah and everybody who have come and they have a meeting. Now Dipesh Chakraborty is arguing that Ketan Mehta has to show it because these are the times of democracy and the people as a participatory discourse, and these are the very, very subaltern categories. People as a participatory element have come in, so they have to show. I'm not sure whether this is I would completely agree with him because of another thing, because of a different flow. Maybe Ketan Mehta inadvertently showed it, but the Sepoys actually had a concept of a democracy in the sense that while the Sepoys were arrogant towards their feudal overlords and even towards the people, in their own sphere of things, they were remarkably democratic. Everywhere they set up administration. They had this committee of 10 people. As in Delhi, 6 from the military, 4 from the civilian bureaucracy, and they deliberated on everything. And then there was it was like a cabinet. And when a decision was arrived at, they sent it to Bahadur Shah Jafar, who was expected like the president to put his stamp on it. So they had this notion of a democracy and of a participatory democracy. I do not know whether Ketan Mehta knows of this or not, but and so inadvertently, what he was trying to show was fictional. But in this case, fiction does square off with reality. If the Sepoys had a notion of a democracy, people's democracy, and who knows if they had won, they could have brought in some kind of a democracy which would have been different from the path we took. But maybe that would have also been a very interesting path. So, so while concluding, I would like to say that my basic now, where does this music come from? Is it coming from? I don't know.
I think your YouTube videos are still on.
Anyway, so I think I have set up something on. Anyway, we shall see. This is Junoon, which has started playing. So let me conclude. I'm not this technologically challenged. This computer is not laptop is not mine. This is the first time I'm using it. So it's an Apple computer. So I'm not very conversant with it. So to end, what I would like to say is that the visual representation of 1857 depended a lot on how 1857 was remembered. It took a lot of time for the bourgeois intelligentsia to warm up to the idea. And when they finally warmed up to the idea, the visual representation started happening. And visual representations, which is difficult, and the visual representations were also obviously influenced a lot by the times in which the movies were set in, and both the Jhansi Ki Ranis being an apt example. So that is it. It has been a bit of a rambling paper, but that is it. That is all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dashgupta. That was quite an interesting overview of the 1857, the various movies around 1857. Right, and thank you also for all the texts that you referred to. One text that you did not refer is Suresh Jindal's new book on Shatranj Ki Khiladi. He was the producer, and he gives a front row seat of how the movie was made. So I thought maybe that would have been an interesting addition to it. I'm sure everybody observed how the chronology of the papers presented was a sort of reverse. It started in the 60s, then it went to 1930s and 1940s, and then to 1857. And how the cinematic representation often has to negotiate either because of historical forces or because of contemporary political forces, or simply for the demands of the demands of the audience, the desires of the audience that govern them. But I'd like to thank all the people who have presented the papers. I think we have about 20 minutes for questions. Sagar, am I right?
Yeah, we can go on till 4:30 also in case there is.
Okay, so about 30 minutes we have for the questions. So anybody who would like to, anybody who has a question for any of the speakers. Okay, if anybody does not have a question immediately, I don't really have a question, but I have a sort of a thought. And if you see all the three representations in cinema, all the different representations in cinema, there is the running theme of sort of a conspiracy in many of the historical films that seem to challenge professional historians, right? I mean, whether it is the death of a national leader, whether it is the maybe sort of an Islamic conspiracy against the Hindu rulers, or whether it is a conspiracy by criminals against a ruler. So how would and this is of course any of the speakers can take it up, and of course Dr. Islam had posed it as a question towards the end of his paper. But how would you say what would you think a historian should do in this case? Right, because as we know that in our post-truth world, and I can say this as a journalist, fact-checking isn't really working, right? People will believe what they will. So isn't this a significant challenge to historians? And what do you think a historian can do to combat it or to deal with it? I mean, the historians present here can also, I guess, answer the question.
If I may have a go at it. Well, one crucial element of establishing a truth claim of any argument would be corroboration. So if one can corroborate using a variety of sources, which leads to the same kind of interpretation, then I think the veracity of the truth claim is buttressed, is strengthened. And there is less of a chance that it can be rubbished as a political interpretation. So politics, of course, none of us are unbiased individuals, but as historians, we can be we can be fair and be judgmental about the evidence that is before us. And that, to me, is one way in which the truth claim can be established. In the act of doing so, we are also, in a sense, re-establishing our experthood. And that is lacking for a couple of decades now. And in some ways, this world after Said's Orientalism and the postmodern, post-colonial, deconstructionist spiel has affected our truth claim, the ability of historians to lay a truth claim, which, in a sense, to use a metaphor, हमने अपने पैरों पे खुद ही कुल्हाड़ी मार दी, and this is a result of that self-inflicting suicidal course of action, where we have simply opened the field for all kinds of nincompoops to claim that they can interpret the past as well as we can.
Sagar, if I may join in the conversation that you have initiated, and Uttaran too, the fact that the theme that was set by Professor Islam, the question of conspiracy, where it is. Can you see me? Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So going back to that point, where the way this conspiracy is being fleshed out. Now the problem with conspiracy is that if there is no end to it, if that becomes the mode of reasoning, right? So if we start say subjecting anything to that analytical approach, where it, for instance, my conspiracy, there are good conspiracy, again, good conspiracy, bad conspiracy. We come back to that binary, therefore, right? Have to sieve the good out of the bad. Now the problem is this, as Sagar, you rightly pointed out, that our understanding of truth claims has been our claim to truth claims has been fairly what should I say? It has received a fair bit of shock, and it's a productive moment for thinking through this medium of cinema at this moment. Having said that, one way of engaging with it is, now there has been in the morning session an effort to understand the two texts, the cinematic text and the literary text, as discrete, and how and why and under what conditions of production do they converge. Now, I'm interested in this point of convergence, because conspiracy is also about convergence. Conspiracy is also about Americans never having made it to the moon. Actually, it was a cinematic production, right? So, given that, my own engagement with this case has a lot to do with the question of conspiracy. Because ultimately it is precisely that which the judicial discourse is also trying to save itself from, protect itself from, right? So if we take that as a problematic, instead of say weighing the question of veracity, authenticity, which are very important. Fundamentally, we ultimately have to go back there. But instead of taking it as the starting point of, if we take the question, take the problem that the problem that the predicament, the post-colonial predicament creates, has brought to us, was brought forth before us, which is how a form of truth production, how this truth production is not merely a representative of the fictional world, but also very much implicated and embedded in the modes of rationalization in other spheres, and how they work together, or how and why they converge, why such disparate mediums converge on the question of asserting certain truth claims. I think that this is my understanding.
To add to what Sriboy was arguing, I will say that coming from the vantage point of political scientists, what is interesting between this whole truth claims is that political ideologies do actually have a very important dimension of truth claims. So if your conspiracy theory is actually emerging from a certain political ideological viewpoint, then no matter whatever you give an objective, point of view, that kind of conspiracy theory will never agree to you, because there is a certain kind of a motivation which justifies their kind of ideological viewpoint. So every political ideologies have their own truth claims. So varying from liberalism to Marxism to feminism to fascism, or so they will say that our sense of truth is the correct one. You don't know. So our sense of justice, our sense of liberty, our sense of ideal state, these are we know better. So similarly, regarding a particular historical event, if that actually suits their political interests, then of course there is no point to debate. And that is why I suggested in the paper that one approach is to ignore, but ignore this entire conspiracy theory. Not only just do not engage with it. The complete disengagement itself makes them redundant. But here lies the problem. You could actually ignore, let's say, 20, 30 years back. But now, in the context of a popular social media, in the context of all sorts of people in the WhatsApp university, to the kind of things that we are every day we are facing in the name of history, whether is it possible to actually ignore? I don't think that it is possible to ignore this varied range of conspiracy theories, and it will also come. It will, and conspiracy theories have been always there. It has a long history, right from the ancient civilizations, one could say. But the point is that today you have more takers because of the medium that we have. You see, so rumors were already there. You have always myths. You always have conspiracy theories. But today you have more takers because of the medium. Now this is where the point of the academic trained disciplines, and particularly that of the history, comes to the directly comes to the picture in terms of directly confronting these very counter narratives. You see, and of course, one could say that yes, there are of course certain methodological viewpoints. We will say that there are multiple histories, there are multiple narratives, which is true. But then I still think that objective research and has a certain merit, and historians should actually strive for it. Of course, there are of course limitations to the understanding, and any new kind of research would definitely add to a certain kind of history. But it is difficult to deal with conspiracy theories, because once you engage with them, once you deal with them, then they will say that okay, हमको तो हवा मिल गया, हमको तो attention मिल गया, तो हमको तो this is we got our audience. It actually hit them. We actually correctly made our questions. We correctly asked them the right questions. That's why they are kind of responding. So yeah, so it's a complex situation, you see, and the film that I was pointing out, it's also in a certain context when the film is being made. It's made by a certain filmmaker who is ideologically inclined to a certain kind of political party. It has and there is a lot of high moral ground assertion against both secularism, all sort of progressive ideas, and trying to make a victim that this is the old dynastic part, ancien regime who has actually got benefited. So all sort of things are there. So it's I don't have the answers how the historians should respond, but I think that the crux is that there is a difficulty in front of the historian
where the historian is actually challenged by filmmakers and this whole the protagonist, the journalist, with a certain with a conspiracy theory that suit their political interests, and the closure and fixation of that particular conspiracy theory, it makes them a more potent challenge in the context of social media. So this is something it's worth noting. Sorry, I have changed the place because there's some kind of a construction in and around my house, and so
If I may say,
you have a different background now. Sorry. Thank you.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Please go ahead, Dr. Dasgupta.
See, I have a slightly different take. As far as I'm concerned, popular history, and by that I mean cinema and the kind of popular books which are written about 1857 and other issues, are always a mixture of fact and fiction. And the kind of audience which read them, they don't bother like us historians whether they're footnoted or the sources are checked or not. If you look at Dalit versions of 1857, especially which sprung up from the 80s, these were all popular books which glorified the Dalit participation in 1857, inverted the usual narratives about 1857 as upper caste conspiracies which were meant to denigrate the Dalits, or denigrate the Dalits' role in 1857. And they took liberty. They were based on actual figures, but there was a lot of liberty was taken with facts. And if the audience which read didn't care, for one, possibly they'd already orally heard stories about these heroes and heroines, which instilled a certain belief system in them. So now the point is that, and as far as the cult is concerned, when you are trying to build up a cult of somebody, there is always a mixture of facts and myth. The point is that, as Sagar pointed out, as Moidul is pointing out, that what is your agenda? Because you are taking liberty with facts and facts, and your agenda might be something very vicious or something very cynical. And so that is the entire problem, and especially the way. Forget about 1857 and Manikarnika, the way the Padmavat movie and the other movies, they propagate certain very, very retrograde stereotypes, kind of stereotypes which end up Muhammad Shami being abused in a certain way. So we can't just as a social scientist or as thinking, just say that, oh, popular history will always be a mixture of facts and myths. So it's fine. That is the way popular history is written. That is a position again which is very difficult to take, because there is often a certain hidden, very dangerous agenda in these popular versions. So that's all I wanted to say. So these are nothing is in black and white and easy.
Professor Ira Bhaskar is with us. Ma'am, would you like to join in the conversation, intervene, add some new ideas?
Actually, I was out. I had to go down for something, so I've just joined. So I'll wait for tomorrow. Thank you.
Ravikant sir?
Yeah, Saga a bit provoked, said, and the objective continue to believe in it. We must be congratulated for that, because it's not as if set up as something.
So we are losing your voice again. Video band kariye.
Word also.
Sir, we are losing your
there
voice.
Was a certain kind of truth with very much under control, because it was so limited. When it is up for grabs in the larger public domain, right? That's where the real challenge is. But can you?
I think we lost him.
Professor Chakravarti, ma'am, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm waiting adding it all to my thinking about tomorrow. So I'll hold, since I'm going to go off on a different track. But
okay.
Yeah, I think what's come up is the formal genre of the historical, and then this difficulty of what the historian is saying, and what the and the debate really seems to be around the right wing coming in and interpreting on an ideological slant on the one hand, and on a factual one also. So I was interested in the presentation on the death of Shastri. It's a film I also bumbled into, because in one of my surfing and enterprises, I ran into that film, and I was quite riveted by the manner in which that film persisted in pushing its agenda, which is like taking it clearly in the direction of pointing to the fact that that he'd been murdered, and it had been murdered for the dynastic politics reasons, and so on. So I think that was extremely interesting, and the other interesting part of it is that there is a suppressed text in all of that. We are often told that the only character in the entire prehistory of the right wing coming to power is that Modi has been an admirer of Indira Gandhi. So at one level, what is, I think, ironical is that the rest don't count, but he takes his sort of take on what he could do and get away with from what Indira Gandhi did. So then there is a really interesting way in which Indira Gandhi is also the villain of the piece, but are we asking those questions about, the formations at the moment in terms of conspiracy theories and stuff like that? I was just struck by that. I don't know if it makes sense to any of you. I don't know if everyone's seen that. Yeah.
That's true. What's interesting is, I agree with Professor Chakravarti, is that there's a lot of parallels that political theorists or political commentators make between Indira Gandhi and Modi. But what is interesting is that in that film, it actually connects Modi with Shastri, in the sense that the protagonist asserts that why Latian's elite always feel threatened when someone from a humble origin or modest background ruled Delhi. So this is a kind of directly connecting to the social origins of Modi, who comes from backward caste, flouts that he is from a very modest origin, son of a chaiwala, and very staunchly anti-left. Or this is something which is actually shown in the film. So it's yeah.
Yeah, I think
the agenda is very clearly articulated. I agree with you. Yes.
Yeah, I think that point is really interesting, because in a sense, the Latian's Delhi has been the stick to beat everyone. Everybody's done that, including Tavleen Singh and so on, whom you wouldn't expect, because if there is someone who's Latian's Delhi, it would be Tavleen Singh, but she doesn't recognize herself as that. But interestingly, the misfiring of see someone like Manishankar Iyer, I think the chaiwala trope actually took off, because Manishankar Iyer of Latian's Delhi actually did that idiotic, the most idiotic statement that could come from anybody came from him saying, dismissed him as a chaiwala. What did he think? That in this day and age you can actually use that as a whatever. So in a sense, I think you're right. That is, the Latian's Delhi doesn't allow anyone else to come in, but he gets the benefit of the Shastri, the question mark around Shastri, and it's a total inversion to the way in which he came to power and has wielded power, in the last 20 years. So in that sense, it's actually a complete reversal of Shastri. So Shastri's humble beginnings, little time when he's there, and then he disappears off the scene, and he's so threatening, he has got to be gotten rid of, whereas the dynamics in more recent times takes us in a completely different direction. So I think the discussions around films have been very interesting. And, what do we regard as a film which is explicitly talking about history? And I think that's something that perhaps is a question that I want to shift my attention to. As a historian, for me, everything is history. So at the end of the day, why do I look at only some films as historical films? But that's something that I'll maybe hold for tomorrow.
And Ravikant sir is back with us. Sir, please.
The tricky business of objectivity. You see, the point is not to suspend it entirely. The point is that history itself keeps being rewritten all the time, and we do it, you see. If we had not done that, history would not be allow us to talk to the people we are able to talk to about subjects that we have been able to choose to talk about. For example, let's take, partition history is a very good example. Only archives told us about partition. And we very conveniently, found villains of history. So high politics, that's very well-known historiographical record, right? What about, when we started reading, Krishna Sokti and Manto, and then another history rises to the surface, right? In the East and in the West and also in the North, right? So how do we, except that we know that these fictional works are telling us different types of truths and different ways in which they arrive at certain truths. But these truths are also very important. Otherwise, there is no wholesome history of emotions and history of tragedies that partition was, for example, right? The way Veena Das, for example, read Manto, Urvashi Butalia, the way she collected those oral narratives. So how do we then look at objectivity as it was in terms of partition historiography in the, before 1990 or so, when new history starts getting written? So the question is, of course, there also the debate is, for example, the way Veena Das reads Manto is different from the way Alok Bhalla read the same story, Kholdo. And she's basing her reading on the basis of what the story allows to be read. There is interpretation and there is over-interpretation. Umberto Eco and others, they debated this endlessly when we were growing up and when we were, going from college to university. They would remember all those days. And of course, battling all those battles on in the political arenas. So, as far as I'm concerned, let's not look at it as a debilitating thing, right? That we could have made a difference had historiography not developed this way. Let's take one more example from partition. We have read all the great texts that we wanted to read, but have we read Guru Dutt? Guru Dutt is a right-winger writer on Hindi, and who's written so many novels on partition. Why did we not read it? We just read what we loved, you see? So Manto we celebrated, obviously Krishna Sokti we celebrated, but what to do? It's there in popular culture. More people have been reading Guru Dutt than they have been reading Manto. What to do? Historians could not have made all the difference. They're saying that wahan pe mandir nahi hai, usse kuch farak thode na pada. It's not about objectivity. Let's face it. And let's also face the limits of our constituency. You see? Let's try and widen this constituency rather than limit it and become very happy in our old ways of finding truth and telling truth. That's what I have to submit.
If I may jump in here, basically a couple of weeks back, I'm part of a WhatsApp group where recently there has been an intrusion of what can only be called trolls. Now, and one of the consistent trope that these trolls parade and parrot is, about history, Gandhi, Nehru, so on and so forth. Now, one of the members is actually a spokesperson for the ruling party, and I will not name him, but he is also a lawyer who said on that in one of the discussion that the government has formed a committee to look into historical syllabus making exercise, etc., etc. And one of the tasks that they intend to do is minimize interpretation. Okay. I was quite taken aback by this expression, because a lawyer minimizing interpretation, and to me, history and law both are interpretative exercises. Both are argumentative disciplines. So there's chronology in both, there's corroboration in both, and there's a truth claim making in both. And we expect the judge to deliver a verdict in our favor, whosoever that is. Okay. Now, if the government were to actually, in this day and age, in the day of social media and all kinds of hyper-mediatized world with no editorial filters, if we were to actually have a regime where this interpretation can be minimized, the corollary or the flip side of it is perhaps in the recent past, and that's what my take would be, that in this cultural meaning making project, and I think last 30-40 years everything has been in the project mode. So when history is done in a project mode, when Foucault is everywhere and you have to just do biopolitics day in and day out, then the contingent in history, then the contingent in historical time gets washed away.
No, I mean, I think you are taking, can I just, just one line. I think you're taking a jump here also. So who's afraid of interpretation here is the question I would ask.
I'm just saying, sir, that
some people want to limit interpretation. I don't want to limit interpretation. I mean, please.
I'm not saying that you are trying to limit interpretation.
But
I'm saying
whosoever
that
is trying to limit interpretation is fascist. You see, as simple as
sir,
that.
I'm saying that we can also not have a situation where there is maximum interpretation.
Why not?
No, I'm not.
Why not? How can you control interpretation in any case? I want to know, those who live in this fantasy land have a right to live in this fantasy land.
I have one point. I have just to ask that, do the common people derive their sense of history by reading the academic books written by historians and social scientists? Do they derive their sense of history? Or possibly that is where we have.
Obviously not. That's what I'm also trying to say. They don't. Right. But that is why we are trying to come close to something to widen the network of sources, so to speak, in traditional historians speak, to understand actually what is happening and how people feel, how they think, how they change, how they don't change, how they are happy, how they are unhappy. So that's what we can do, that's what is in our hands, as intellectuals. Let's not so रोते रहते हैं, ये फिल्म क्रांतिकारी क्यों नहीं हुई, उसको क्रांतिकारी करना चाहिए, वो तो धन्ना वो कैसे क्रांति कर देगा? I don't understand, और उसको फूको पढ़ के, देरिदा पढ़ के फिल्म को गाली दे दो, उससे ज्यादा तो बड़े इंटेलेक्चुअल तुम हो ही, किसी भी फिल्म को ट्रैश कर सकते हो। ये नहीं समझ में आएगा कि वो फिल्म क्यों चल रही है। क्यों अच्छा कर रही है या बुरा कर रही है, ये नहीं समझा पाते हम कभी.
Here, I just add, I agree with a lot of what Ravikant is suggesting, and I think there's one problem with the last, I would say the last 30-40 years of Indian academia is to derive its theoretical edifices from Euro-American kind of theories. Now, of course, there's a limitations of the Euro-American theories because they actually build their own theories in the concrete context of the Euro-American realities. So, and the problem, the tragedy of the Indian academia is that because we do not have that kind of system, what we call systematic theoretical tools or conceptual tools in analyzing our reality, we kind of try to borrow from let's say Foucault or Derrida, but this is something which is, I will say it's has not done that great a job in terms of so we had a great tradition of, let's say, Indian political thought, but in matters of historiography and all, I guess this is so you have Marx and you have other Euro-American kind of thinkers who are rooted in different universities in the West, but our realities are very different. But what particularly in the case where Tashkent Files, the film that I try to explain, is precisely asking the question, a very objective question, suggesting that, look, what is the missing links in the narratives or in the archives? You have not actually seen the Mitrokhin archives. Now, this is a very simple question that the protagonist is asking. There is no Foucault, there is no historiography debate. It's basically simple, a question of method that she is asking, that there is a missing link that you have, and the official historians have not seen the Mitrokhin archives. Now, of course, one could have a debate on whether what is the authenticity of Mitrokhin archives, whether this guy want to have its two pencils of fame in the West after the fall of the Soviet Union. All sort of things might be debated. Okay, but it's also true a Cambridge historian actually had collaborated with him to produce a couple of books. Now, so these are questions which the film poses. But my problem is that it has a very overt agenda, try to castigate historians with an argument that whatever history that you have written is something which is bullshit. And this is the younger generation who knows much, who has the Twitterati community. They are the future. So this is something where the film ends, because that's what Mithun Chakrabarti in the film suggests, that the aaj ka yuva bolega, and then he also says that welcome to politics. The film ends there, that he is basically suggesting Ragini Phule, who is the protagonist, says, you come to join politics. So this is, and I think politics is actually supreme over history. So let's say, because it's everywhere. Let's come to the fact it's a political context in which a paper is written, or a book is written, or a film is being made, and the social media discourses are all this very run by a certain kind of a political agenda, overt, covert. So for me, there's nothing apolitical. So there is always a kind of political element to it, and I think it is in the realm of politics where one has to actually really fight. And I completely agree with Professor Ravikant that it's time that we should come out of your own cocoons and try to look at try to communicate with ordinary people. But as a political scientist, I go to different villages in Bengal. I do a lot of interviews with them, what they think about politics, society. So you have very interesting kind of insights that you come out, very ordinary people, and they talk freely. So which I don't think that a lot of people do. Of course, a lot of people do, but then I'm saying that in general, the structure in academia is such that you are tied up with your classrooms, or you're tied up with your university curriculum and syllabus, and you do your own own research with your reading, the kind of books that you write or the kind of papers that you write. But this is at the level of everyday level of politics that's going on in the ordinary. I think that's where we need to actually properly engage with.
Right. Thank you, Dr. That was well brought together. And just to pick up from what Professor Ravikant was saying, just one last point that I'd like to make. It's not as if the filmmakers also have all the answers. Like films like Tashkent Files or PM Narendra Modi, all the political biopics, if you see their box office results, they have failed miserably, in no way reflecting the popularity of the political leaders whom they're trying to represent on the screen. So I don't think it's necessary to imagine that just because I'm a film producer and I'm making a film which maybe a large Hindu population might subscribe to, my narrative will be accepted broadly. I mean, it may not be accepted broadly either, right? So I think Shimoy has a point. I think he had his hand raised.
Yeah,
and I think after this, we'll have to wrap it up. So maybe Shimoy's point will have to be the last one.
Just to add to this very interesting discussion, I mean, this indicates this lack of popularity, for instance, of Tashkent 5. For instance, indicates that you see the way for Professor Moidul has seen the movie, where you see it is convincing it would be convincing as a narrative because it has the right props. It has an archivist. It has all the right props which can produce a conspiracy theory with some credibility at this level, where it's a question of geopolitics and all that. So I am interested in looking at the apparatus which produces this convergence in the context of conspiracy as well. But conspiracy is not just a theory, but it's also something that is practiced as a way of invoking truths. So that's my.
Thank you, Professor Shimoy. Sagar, over to you. I think we are ready to bring this long day to an end.
Okay, yeah, and thank you so much, Uttaran. Uttaran was approached by us at very short notice, hardly 4 or 5 days ago, and he agreed to chair this session, and he did a very good job of it. Thank you, Uttaran, and thank you all the participants and for a very vibrant discussion from the word go. So today is Thursday. Thursday is Jumeirah in the Islamic calendar, and even in the Hindu calendar, it has a significance of knowledge and wisdom. It's Brihaspativar or Guruvar. And it's good that we have started on a positive note, and the discussions so far have been constructive, creative, and have given all of us much food for thought. Let us keep dipping in this river of knowledge for the next 2 days and come up with insights, and let's keep the conversation going even beyond that. Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye. Wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
ठीक है.
Hello, sir, the session is over.